Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Senate Finance and guest. Today is Thursday, March 2nd, 2023. Colleagues, we have 8 bills for consideration today, and we will hear them in the following order. Senate Bill 555, 542, 591, 456, 838, 828, 809, and Senate Bill 803. To our guests, we have 144 witnesses signed up today to testify on bills. The sponsors will present the bills and they will get a little extra time. Each person who's speaking, one of our guests who is not the sponsor, will have a limit of 2 minutes to respond or speak on the bill. We ask that you watch the monitor and stick to those 2 minutes. We have a very long day ahead. You will notice that some members are not in their seats or may be leaving in and out during the hearings today. Many of our members have other bills that they are presenting in other committees. So if you see them going in and out, no disrespect to your bill or your testimony, they've got to present their legislation in other committees. So with that, we will start our hearing today with Senate Bill 555, which is the Fair Wage Act of 2023. The bill is being heard jointly with Budget and Tax, and so we want to welcome Senator Zucker here, who's representing the Budget and Tax Committee. And we want to welcome to the Senate Finance Committee, the governor of the great state of Maryland, Governor Moore, and you can bring your panel forward, sir. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. Good afternoon, committee. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, and to members of the Finance Committee. I am excited and thrilled and honored to be with each and every one of you today. And again, thank you so much for the invitation and for the ability to come and testify on something that is very important. And we think is going to be very important, not just for now, but for the future of the state of Maryland. For the record, my name is Wes Moore. I'm the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland. And I am excited to partner with each and every one of you in the work ahead for the next years to come. As I crossed the state during the campaign, I had the joy of speaking to voters about our pledge to make work, wages, and wealth the new North Star for this state. And let me tell you exactly what I mean by that. Our state is a wonderful place to live, but too many Marylanders currently are struggling still just to get by. Too many Marylanders aren't able to build generational wealth, to lift their children to the next rung of the economic ladder, to own more than they owe, to pass something off to their children besides debt. Too many entrepreneurs struggle to get their businesses started and to grow them, and we can and we should do better for all Marylanders. I believe that we can be a state that lifts up both workers and businesses. I believe that we can help families thrive economically while also helping businesses to grow. Those who say it's one way or the other are offering a false choice, and importantly, the data does not support that false choice. My legislative agenda rejects that false choice. It proposes new investments in Maryland's economic competitiveness, including proposals to expand broadband infrastructure, to keep highly trained military retirees in the state, and to invest in our innovation economy. These proposals will help Maryland businesses to grow and support the next generation of small business leaders. And my agenda also includes proposals intended to help struggling families across the state and lift children out of poverty. Proposals like this one, the Fair Wage Act, which is a cornerstone of our effort to end child poverty in the state of Maryland, is at the forefront of that. No child, and I mean no child, should be worried about where their next meal is going to come from or whether their family will have a roof over their heads. But more than 126 Maryland children right now live in families that are led by wage earners who make less than $15 an hour. These are people who are doing it right. They're hardworking, and they're working in some of the most challenging conditions in our entire state. They are trying to build a better life for themselves and their families, and they just need a little extra help to get by. These same families have been hit hard by the aftermath of COVID. They've seen their cost of living go up as a result of disease and war. The $13.25 per hour that would have meant so much to them a few years ago means less today, when goods as basic as eggs and milk cost much more than they used to. As the cost of living continues to increase across the nation, Marylanders cannot wait until 2025 for a $15 minimum wage. The Fair Wage Act proposes that we accelerate minimum wage increases that have been planned for the next couple years to help families to catch up. And this legislation increases wages for approximately 175,000 Maryland workers and helps 126,000 children see an increase in their household income. The Fair Wage Act also indexes minimum wage to inflation. Indexing is a common sense policy that has been adopted in states across America. And by the way, these states also include blue states like New York and Colorado, but also red states like Alaska and South Dakota and Ohio and Arizona. They've adopted indexing because it's good both for workers and also for businesses, because workers know their household income will keep pace with inflation and businesses get predictability. Indexing increases in the wage of smaller business owners is good because they know when they're coming and they can plan around them. And I can tell you, as many of you know, before I ran for office, I was a small business owner. And I know one of the most important things for us was basic predictability. And that's what indexing offers. In crafting this bill, we kept the needs of both workers and businesses in mind. We have gained support from large businesses like BGE and small businesses like well-paid maids. We spoke to organizations representing labor and organizations representing business. In my administration, everybody has a seat at the table. And while we believe deeply in accelerating and indexing the minimum wage, our bill also includes language that serves as a hedge against severe economic turmoil. And that is why we are proposing in this bill a 5% cap on indexing, which brings further predictability for businesses. And we propose maintaining language that would allow for the Board of Public Works to temporarily pause the increases in the minimum wage if necessary. But make no mistake, without indexing, Maryland families will fall further and further behind over time. If we do not ensure that the minimum wage keeps pace with inflation, it will be worth less in 2029 than it is today. And if you look at the example, the graphic that we have here, I wanted to present a graphic for just to see exactly what we mean by that. The line that is the consistent squiggling line, that's what it looks like with indexing. The line that you see a drop is what happens to that if we do not have a measurement of indexing that's also included, and what I meant by 2029. I've had the opportunity to meet with many small business owners across the state, most recently during a roundtable earlier this week, most recently as this morning in Cecil County. You'll be hearing from some of those small businesses today. Some of those businesses, because of the labor market and because they are dedicated to hiring the most committed and consistent employees, they are already paying a $15 wage an hour. These employers want to help their employees thrive and live more prosperous lives. And these employers also know that the truth is that the extra income that they are providing to their employees is going to go right back into the economy. Our state is expected to see a total annual increase in consumer spending of $216 million that will go into our state's economy as workers use this extra income. This is how we are going to help our people flourish, and this is how we're going to help our businesses grow. And as we were crafting this legislation, I could also not help but think about the person who inspired me to get into public service in the first place. And that's my mom. Because my mom did not get her first job that gave her benefits until I was 14 years old. My mom did not get her first job that gave her reliable hours, the first job that allowed her to work one job instead of multiple jobs, until I was 14 years old. And I want to be clear that this is a woman who went on to earn a master's degree and did not get her first job that gave her benefits until I was 14. That job that she got did not just change her life. It changed the trajectory of our entire family. This legislation is not just how it impacts the now. It's about how it's going to impact Maryland's future. Among those getting a raise thanks to this legislation, 58% of them will be women. We must make sure that we can keep populations like women, communities of color, and young people engaged in our workforce so that we can continue to grow our economy. I know you all as a finance committee, you hear many important issues, and I know today is going to be a very long day. But I want to thank you for taking time to listen to me today. I want to thank you for your leadership. My administration is excited to work with this committee in the coming years, and I urge a favorable report on SB 555, the Fair Wage Act of 2023. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klossmeyer, and committee members. Chair Griffith, it is very good to see you again. I'd like to take a moment of privilege just to thank you for your leadership as my home senator in District 25, but also for our great state. For the record, I am Kevin Anderson, Acting Secretary of the Maryland Department of Commerce, testifying in support of Senate Bill 555. Increasing Maryland's minimum wage will support businesses in our state. It will make them stronger, and the stronger they are, the more competitive Maryland will be as we work to attract new businesses and new investment. This will benefit businesses in several ways. First, fair wages help businesses attract and retain talented employees. This reduces turnover, which reduces the cost of continually training new hires. And that's not just a financial cost. Training new people takes time and it takes energy. Second, when employees' financial needs are being met, they're happier and more comfortable at work. They're less likely to get discouraged by the size of their paycheck, and they're more likely to be engaged in their employer's success because they feel valued. Third, fair wages promote better customer service. A strong workplace culture and happy employees promote a positive attitude, which is going to carry forward through customer interactions. Satisfied customers are more likely to come back and to spread the word about the services they received. And that drives up revenues and profits. Fair wages are an investment, and that investment will pay off for our Maryland business owners. The Department of Commerce strongly supports Senate Bill 555, and we look forward to a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klossmeyer, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Portia Wu, the Acting Secretary of Labor. At the Department of Labor, we work to benefit all Marylanders by removing barriers, opening doors to opportunity, and supporting economic growth. This legislation helps further these goals and makes economic sense for Maryland. First, as the governor noted, it benefits workers. One of workers' greatest concerns now is keeping pace with inflation and rising costs. When workers struggle to make ends meet, they cannot focus on career advancement. So wages that keep up with inflation not only help workers to support themselves and their families, they also provide some needed stability so workers can stay in the workforce and think about pursuing greater opportunity. As Secretary Anderson noted, a minimum wage increase also benefits Maryland's businesses. Higher minimum wages are associated with lower turnover and greater productivity, and they also can encourage individuals to return to the labor force, something that's very critical now in the worker shortage we're facing. So gradual wage increases pegged to inflation, also with helping businesses to plan ahead, can support a virtuous cycle of more stable jobs, more available workers, and improved productivity. Finally, a strong minimum wage will help our state to stay competitive. By passing this legislation, Maryland will be keeping pace with leading states. 19 states in the District of Columbia have already passed laws indexing their minimum wages. This is also becoming the norm in our region, with nearly half of the Mid-Atlantic population and businesses already in states that have already started or soon will start to index their wages. And when Maryland joins those ranks, it'll be about 2/3 of those businesses in the population. I'll note that we've seen no demonstrated negative employment effects from increasing minimum wage. Indeed, states with indexed minimum wages have, by some measures, grown faster in the last few years than non-indexing states. For all of these reasons, I believe an increased and indexed minimum wage will support a stronger and more competitive labor market. And I ask this committee for a favorable report on SB 555.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Pia Morrison. I'm president of SEIU Local 500. Local 500 represents over 20,000 workers in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. Local 500 enthusiastically supports Senate Bill 555, the Fair Wage Act of 2023. We thank Governor Moore for making this one of his legislative priorities during his first term as governor. For months, Maryland workers have been contending with inflation, rising costs, stagnant wages that make it difficult to meet basic needs such as housing, groceries, and childcare. Nowhere in Maryland can a single adult who works full-time achieve a basic standard of living on less than $15 an hour. Family with children face even bigger challenges. I know that every single person here today would agree that Maryland families deserve financial security. Yes, the state's General Assembly has laid the groundwork for a $15 minimum wage by 2026. Maryland workers simply cannot afford to wait 2 to 3 more years before it goes into effect. We're grateful to the Moore administration for proposing to index wages to the Consumer Price Index to make sure that pay keeps pace with the cost of living in Maryland moving forward. If SB 555 is passed, almost 250,000 Maryland workers will receive a pay increase. This will directly guarantee increased economic security for 151,000 children, which is 11% of all the kids in Maryland. Additionally, this policy is overwhelmingly popular with voters in Maryland. According to polling conducted by HIT Strategies in 2023, approximately 80% of Maryland voters support Governor Moore's proposal to both accelerate, but also to index the minimum wage to ensure that the minimum wage will rise with the cost of living. It's no secret that the business community has voiced concerns over the wage increase, but extensive research on the topic makes clear that increased wages results in reduced turnover and cultivates a stable and experienced workforce. With so many Maryland workers facing economic insecurity, we're counting on our legislators to alleviate the growing financial burden on all of our communities. We want to make sure that that families in Maryland can pay for housing, that parents can provide children with toys, books, and help their children succeed in school. We call on the legislator today to support Maryland's working families. We can help Maryland working families do more than survive together. We can thrive. We can move one step closer to securing a fair wage for our workers and to ensure that the state moves forward. Members of the Senate Finance Committee, we can and we must do better. We ask for your support for SB 555 and strongly urge a favorable committee report. Thank you each for your dedication to our state and for considering our testimony.
So thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for the opportunity to speak today. And I really appreciate this. And I also want to thank Governor Moore for making this legislation a priority. And I just want to say, you have no idea how much fun it is to be sitting at the same table with the governor, pulling in the same direction. Takes getting used to. So as I see it, minimum wage is ultimately about working people being able to earn enough to put a roof over their heads and feed their families and not have to choose between food and medical visits. And we know people do this. We know this is reality. I'm particularly passionate about this because I taught in a high poverty elementary school in Montgomery County for 17 years. And I saw the effects of poverty up close. I watched children come to school hungry. I saw kids whose last hot meal was Friday lunch. The next hot meal was Monday morning breakfast. Their families could not put food on the table they needed. I watched kids stressed about the fights their parents had about, am I going to be able to keep this apartment? Where are we going to go when we get evicted at the end of the month because we can't pay the rent or because we can't afford the higher rents? Those are real things. And if we don't think that affects children's learning ability, we're fooling ourselves. If you are stressed and you cannot focus on the classroom because you're stressed about everything else going on in your life, it is a stress that affects their learning ability. And we know that has long-term consequences. We will not only pay for it when they're kids, we will pay for it as they get older. I'm proud that I've sponsored 2 minimum wage bills. Montgomery County is in a position where this bill doesn't affect us, except for the last group of people who are going to go to $14.50 in July. But as of this July, almost everybody will either be at $15 or $16.70, which is where our large employers are going to be at this July. That's an important benchmark. I believe, and I think we all know, that if minimum wage had remained indexed to inflation, which it was for a time, we wouldn't even be having this conversation today. We'd be beyond $15. We would have been beyond $15 in the year when we were working on minimum wage in 2017. So we feel pretty strongly that the indexing is vitally important. People cannot continue to fall behind if you can't keep pace with your rents. In our county, we're seeing rents, and I'm sure you are too, 15, 20% higher. That doesn't work. Rents, unfortunately, aren't required to obey the laws of inflation. This bill requires the minimum wage to obey the laws of inflation. Everything else in people's lives doesn't. And I'll say, when business people tell me this is something they can't deal with, they deal with increase in materials, they pay more. If food costs more, they pay more. If electricity costs more, water costs more. The only thing they can't pay more for are the people who make their businesses work. There's something wrong with that. We need to have a different approach to how we treat people in society. And I'm really happy to be here. And I want to say lastly that, affordable housing, and I'm, part of this struggle to get affordable housing in my county. It is not just the cost of housing problem. It is an underlying wage problem. How do you build housing for somebody who earns $30,000 a year, can afford a $750 rent? I can't ask a developer to provide housing at $750. That's not reasonable. So this affordable housing problem that we all vex over is not just the cost of the housing, but it's also the lack of income for the people who have to pay for housing. So I urge you to give a favorable report on this. It's going to make a lot of difference for people. We see it. I know that the state will be able to see the benefits as well. And again, thank the governor for taking the lead on this.
Okay, thank you all very much for your testimony. Senator Hershey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Governor, welcome to Senate Finance Committee.
Thank you, Senator.
I appreciate you taking the time to talk to some small businesses, especially in Cecil County today. And I'm obviously concerned about their thoughts and what will be potentially happening to their businesses as a result of the rising cost of labor. Obviously, even without this legislation, nothing prohibits anybody from already paying $15 a minimum wage. And in fact, many business owners will consider minimum wage to be more of a starter wage, right? More of a wage that brings young people a lot of times into the workforce, that teaches them accountability, responsibility, how to show up on time. And businesses are willing to invest in our future workforce because the minimum wage is at a rate which makes sense to them or is profitable. My concern is that as this gets raised from the current, I think we're at $12.50 right now as of January 1st, to now $15 on October 1st. Do you believe that there's the possibility that we lose young people in the workforce, that businesses will come and say that this wage is simply not affordable for us to take that opportunity with young workers?
I can say it first. First, Senator, thank you. Thanks for the leadership, and also thanks for the very important question. And it's one thing that we've continued to see, and we've really dug into the data on this. And we continue to show, in fact, even when you look at other states who have actually moved ahead of the state of Maryland on this issue, not only have they not seen a pullback in employment from the small businesses, you've actually seen in some cases measurements of increase, and where you've watched neighboring jurisdictions that are not at the same level, who've actually been forced to increase their wages because workers are then choosing to go to the places with the higher wages. Most recently, I talk about a report from the Economic Club of New York, which talked about what happened on the border of New York and Pennsylvania. And looked at this exact case scenario where Pennsylvania did not have any form of an increase, while New York did, and asking the question, what happened to the businesses, specifically the small businesses in New York that were sitting on the border of Pennsylvania? What ended up happening was employment for those businesses increased. And they were getting less turnover from their employees as well. And so, we actually believe that not only is this going to be good in terms of what it's going to mean for the workers and incentivizing the workers, giving the workers, even if they are kind of, the starter wage, and give them an opportunity to continue to grow, not just in a job, but in a career. It's also going to be good for the economy because these are workers who will then pretty much instantaneously put that money right back into the economy. And then also for the businesses, we have not seen any market or measurable impact on job deflation because of movements in minimum wage that we've seen from other neighboring states who have moved ahead of us on this issue. I don't think there's anything else.
I would add also that absolutely, and minimum wage is critical. Sometimes people think, well, they're sort of just young people, but I think, first of all, if there's one thing that hasn't been limited by the rising costs, it's college tuition, right? That is not capped by the increases of inflation. And we also know that I think it's about 80+% of minimum wage workers are working more than 20 hours a week. So even if they are younger people, those wages are often very important for themselves and for their families.
So if I could follow that then, Secretary, in 2014, the legislature considered moving the minimum wage from $7.25 to $10.10. In 2019, the advocates were back again. They wanted to go from $10.10 to $15. So that's a short period of time. Under the DLS's analysis, once we're at $15 in October, it would not reach $18.80 until 10 years. Okay, so providing that this falls the way that they expect to with the CPI increases. So in a sense, in the next 10 years, we'd only go up $3. Yet over the since 2014 to now, 10 years, we've doubled the minimum wage from $7.25 to $15. One of the concerns is, and Governor, you spoke about businesses liking to hear consistency, knowing what's going to happen in the future. Could there be some type of an agreement that if this is passed and it's tied to CPI, that we're not going to see advocates come in 2 years and say, well, it only went up 35 cents last year and it only went up another 35 cents the following year. We need $20 now. And put businesses in a position where, frankly, they can't trust the legislature anymore. That this type of legislation was put in order to assure workers that it's going to go up, but it might not go up in the manner in which supporters of this legislation wanted to. So how do we convince the businesses out there, many we're going to hear from later, that are very concerned about labor costs? How do we convince them that we're still not going to be in these committee rooms in 2 and 3 years asking for a higher minimum wage?
Well, I think the experience is still relatively new in a lot of the states that have been indexing, but I don't think you've seen that sort of coming back quickly again. I'd have to go back and double check. Obviously, we can't, stop anyone from advocating for all the things they believe are most important in front of the legislature. That's their constitutional right. But I do think a part of the reason there is so much pressure that builds up around these campaigns is because workers find themselves falling behind, and it's an urgent situation. I think this is a perfect example. It feels like relatively recently that we increased the minimum wage, but with the inflationary pressures we've seen over the last couple of years, the need to accelerate so we aren't falling behind has become much more pressing. So I do think that over time we'll see, but it does feel like having increases that are pegged to inflation, so they really reflect the realities businesses and workers are facing, makes a lot of sense, and hopefully everyone will see the benefits from that.
Madam Chair, if I could have one more question, please. And Secretary, I want to bring up the concept of wage compression. So for instance, under this legislation, an individual that was making $12.25 or $12.50 on December 31st last year saw an immediate mandated increase of 75% on January 1st. This legislation will provide another mandatory increase of $1.75 on October 1st to get that individual that was making $12.50 at the end of last year now making $15. Right? That's what the legislation does. In comparison, and I'll say maybe a more skilled worker that was making $15 on January 1st would see no increase in their wage under legislation. So the government now has forced a situation where business owners are being forced then to look at everybody in their wage scale and then decide that I now have to increase the wages of those making $15 to maybe 16 and those making 16 to 18. If we do that type and knowing how economics works, wouldn't you agree that the cost of goods and services is going to increase dramatically as we increase labor costs?
Well, I think there were a couple of questions embedded there. First of all, we always see minimum wage increases benefit not only those workers who are earning exactly at the minimum wage, but they also have benefits to workers who are earning slightly above because of this issue you just flagged. And our economy has the resultant benefits, which is individuals spend that money and that helps drive economic growth. I don't think the level of wage increase we're talking about here will cause a sort of inflationary spiral. I think one of my colleagues pointed out that even the total wage increases across the state would be less than the Ravens payroll for a year, right? Like, even though that's a big payroll, I'm not sure that drives our entire state's economy. So, but, of course, one has to be mindful. And I think that's why the bill also has thoughts about how you index, in a measured way over time. Governor, I don't know if you want to say
No,
something.
thank. And I know the question is spoke to the secretary, but I think not only is that right, I think it's also part of the reason why we do have those measurements and those levers that do allow for that measure of predictability, and also the poll if we start watching a measure of runaway inflation or even stagflationary pressure that we're starting to see around the state. We know that the inflationary pressure that we are seeing is not because of the individual states or individualized jurisdictions that are raising wages. We're watching inflationary pressure because of everything from supply chain shortages to the price of commodities to the impact of a war in Europe. Right. So there's a lot of external and macro issues that are causing this measure of inflationary pressure that we continue to see. So really what this is doing and what this bill is asking for is, as we are watching the macro conditions having impact on local economies, we just want to be able to give a measurement of breathing room and predictability to the businesses and the individuals who are living in the localized area. But we believe, and I think again, the data will reinforce that our ability to do this is not what's going to cause a measurement of a rise or runaway inflation. In fact, we've started to see a measurement of a fever breaking when it comes to inflationary pressure. But what this is simply allowing for is for localized communities and our local businesses and small businesses to have an ability to deal with those macro issues.
Well, Governor, thank you and your panel very much for being here today.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to go to Senator Reedy, then Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Governor, for the presentation for the panel. And I had, as I've been listening, I just had a few items I wanted to ask you and perhaps the Secretary as well about. And first of all, I appreciate that you've been getting around the state. No disrespect to the county executive that's with you today, but their economic circumstances are a little bit different in like Kent County or Allegheny County than they are in Montgomery or the DC area. Sure. So I appreciate that you've gone around the state, because I've seen you've been doing that, and I appreciate it. And I really agree with you. One of the things you've talked about a lot is not making false choices. And we have an adversarial political system, which is sometimes good, but also leads to a lot of times politicians set up false choices. And I think it's right. We want to try to get rid of those as much as we can. I kind of feel like sometimes this issue is a false choice as far as we have to raise the minimum wage to help lift people out of poverty. Nobody's against lifting people out of poverty, but you would acknowledge, I think, that there are trade-offs to every policy choice.
That's right.
Yeah. So my concern, one of my concerns, and Senator Hershey hit on a little bit, was keeping pace with inflation. When you artificially raise wages, you add to the cost of goods and services. And I agree, one minimum wage increase in Maryland is not going to dramatically, in fact, impact inflation around the country, but it would impact the price of goods and services here locally at a time when a lot of folks that might be making $15.50 and $16 an hour, putting aside the people with minimum wage, could really be struggling. I wonder, my question is, we want to see more economic growth in areas that have been left behind. And you've talked about that, and I totally agree. How will higher minimum wage and sort of the corresponding higher wages for that next rung up the ladder that you have to pay, how in like retail service, how is that going to impact the ability of us to do better in places that have really struggled to attract business back, or maybe for the first time?
Yeah, I'll take a brief one then. So one, when we're watching the cost of the goods and the COGS that the businesses are then seeing, these are things oftentimes that have not only already been baked in, we're already watching the measurement of the increase in the cost. And again, that has nothing to do with wage increases, has nothing to do with the scaling in of getting to the $15 by 2026 that we had before. These are things that were happening well before. What this in fact is doing is helping for local Marylanders and local businesses to be able to keep pace with those type of items and those type of assets. But it is not going to raise a cost of goods or impact a measurement of an increase in cost in goods to the same level. That would be the supports that this type of initiative would actually provide to the workers, to the entrepreneurs, and to the individual purchasers. But I'll turn to Senator as well.
Thank you, Governor. I agree. I think there's so many sort of global supply chain issues that are driving a lot of these costs. That's probably the greatest contributors to inflation. And I wanted to note another piece, which I think is important. You know, businesses are looking for a skilled workforce. They're looking for those workers to be there. And so part of what having a higher minimum wage does is, as I said, it helps workers get out of survival mode a little bit and think about, okay, how can I invest a little bit more in my own development, my own skills, my kids' skills and opportunities? And that's really important. I will also note that, you know, we talk a lot about young people, but experienced workers are on the minimum wage too. And in fact, there are about 40,000 workers in Maryland age 55 and over that would benefit from this increase. So it's important to older workers as well, which is, you know, important for our communities to keep those workers in the workforce and make sure they stay attached and provide, you know, skilled and experienced workers for businesses.
Interesting that you say that, because I did want to follow up with the secretary, if I might, on a couple specific data points. But that's one thing, what you just said about businesses are desperate for skilled workers. I would argue that right now, one of the best ways wages go up is when the economy allows them to go up because of economic growth or because of need. There are some jobs that you cannot afford to pay that job more than a certain amount, or you're just going to have to find a way to have your already overworked staff do it, because you're not going to pay somebody $16, $17 an hour for certain jobs. It's just, you just cannot do it economically if you're a small business. And so we're already seeing a lot of wages. A lot of people's wages are above 15 now. If I walk into almost any retail or restaurant or places, they're paying, you know, like a Sheetz that's near my house or whatever. They're paying much higher wages than even 15. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, I'm all for it. My point is, a lot of businesses, but when you make a minimum wage where I can't go below that, you make it a lot harder to bring in those people on the front end. But I'll digress for a minute, because I know you're going to argue with me and say that doesn't show that, but it's anecdotally true. Even if you say there's data that it's anecdotally true. Right. I mean, the Congressional Budget Office said if you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour back in 2022, they said if you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, you will talked about you costing lots of jobs. So there's data out there kind of on both sides, and we could argue about different studies all day long, which we don't want to do that. I was going to ask you, and you started to answer the question with the age 55 plus, how many workers right now are on minimum wage that are not temporary or training or just an elective job? Now, I know that's a very subjective term, but how many minimum wage people do we have? Minimum wage workers, not people, minimum wage workers do we have that are not in a training or introductory type job? Do we know that number?
I don't know that number. We'd be happy to get back to you, Senator. But I think part of the difficulty is, you know, people are in minimum wage jobs for a host of reasons, right? It may be their first job, or it may be them returning to the workforce. It may be someone who's nearing retirement and saying, look, I still need some income because I can see what's in my retirement account. It's not going to be enough. So I think there are many reasons individuals are in those jobs. But what we do know is, as I said, the vast majority of these workers are working a lot of hours, over 20 hours a week. So, you know, they are relying on this income for some important need in their lives.
It's good to hear you say that about they're in jobs for a host of reasons. And that's good to know. And I would love any data that you have on it, because part of what's important to have a minimum wage that's reasonable for the small business is because people need the flexibility to be able to find a job where they may be working 22 hours because they really need that income, but it's a job that might not exist or would be dramatically diminished. I'm thinking, we talk about 40,000 people at age 55 plus. I'm sure that a portion of them really desperately need that job. There's probably a lot of them also that need it in the sense that it really makes their life more comfortable, but they might be a tour guide at a historic center or jobs like that. And when we raise the minimum wage, my concern is, and this is not, I guess, a question, so I'll close with one last question. My concern is that you're going to see those jobs maybe not even go away, but the hours are diminished or things that start to become less and less. We all know we've walked into McDonald's now and there's not as many people working in the McDonald's anymore. So that's a concern, but I'd love any data that you have, because one of the slides that showed about how the percentage of the minimum wage was going to fall, our goal should always be, and I think it's the reality, most people that are working a minimum wage job now are not going to be in the same minimum wage job at the same rate 3 years from now.
Correct.
So that chart is a little deceiving, and I don't mean that in a mean way, but the point of minimum wage jobs generally is not to have somebody be in that job forever. Now, we know that there are some people that are, but as we make wage policy, I think that's an important fact to consider. Would you agree that that's an important fact to consider?
I would wholeheartedly agree. I'd also wholeheartedly agree with your point, your assessment that when we're looking at these jobs, we don't want people who are swimming around in minimum wage for longer periods of time. Would completely agree with you on that. And we don't think that by being able to have a floor on this, that's what this is doing, or that's what it's encouraging as well.
My final question, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the patience. That's good.
No,
One more final question.
this is good, Senator.
Last
This is
one.
great.
I did this yesterday too. I said a final question twice, so it's gonna definitely make the committee party at the end of the year for sure for the trip. But we do come back every year. I think that's an important point. The tying it to the rate of inflation or CPI, a lot of folks have a lot of post-traumatic stress from dealing with the gas tax going up automatically every year because the General Assembly didn't want to make tough choices and just put it in the law, and it goes up every year. I think we come back every year. There's a very strong movement in this state to always look at this issue. Pretty much every year, there's folks here looking at this. I really think it would be a mistake, in my opinion, to do an automatic increase for. But I just wanted to make that point that we come back every year. I think as we look at this issue, I hope we can think about that there are ways to come back and deal with an issue if we feel the wage isn't keeping up with where the market is. So with that,
Thank you, Senator. And if I can just briefly, that's one of the reasons why we think indexing is so important. Right. One of the reasons that we think this is an important component to this is it does add on that measure of annual predictability with, of course, with the release valve. And that's why we think if you include in the bill, the 5% cap, the 5% cap, the ability for BPW to be able to hold off the increases or pause the increases. We agree. And we think by adding in the indexing component to the bill, that's actually an important way of making sure that we are consistently going to have hands on the wheel, yet at the same time, not having the same annual debate on the issue.
Thank you, Senator. We'll go to Senator Ellis, followed by Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Governor, Executive Secretaries and Union Leader. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks,
to help us to understand this important issue, to process it and to do a really good vote and to get a good product for the citizens of Maryland. So my question is based on the fact that there are over 105,000 Marylanders, workers, who are not even touched by what we're talking about here, the minimum wage, because they have a sub-minimum wage of under $4 an hour. That's our tip workers, principally in the restaurant industry. And I know Washington, D.C. just passed a bill approved overwhelmingly by the voters to peg those workers' wages to the regular minimum wage. And my first question goes to the county executive, Rich. And then I want you to follow up, Mr. Governor and secretaries if you so choose. Mr. Executive, what impact would that have on, say, Montgomery County restaurants getting employees to work in Montgomery County under $4 an hour plus tips when they can go to Washington, DC and make what I think is like $16 and change plus tips. And then my question to the governor, give you time to think about it. What's your position on the tip wage and changes there? If you would recommend pegging that to the regular minimum wage. So, Mr. Executive first.
So if it was me, I'd peg it to the minimum wage.
No, that's not your question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It would be, so sounded good. I mean, I think that, you know, that for some workers, they may go to DC for the regularity of the wage, and other workers, you know, and you're going to hear from this later, there's some people who feel they do better on tips. If I were paying and I knew that they were getting paid decently, but I also know that $15 doesn't make up for the amount of work they do and what their tips, I'd probably continue to tip people. Maybe the tip standard would go from 15 or 20% down to 10%, but I always keep in mind, I'm trying to put myself in how much money is this person actually bringing home? I think about this stuff. And so that's how I tip. And I wouldn't be convinced that a $15 wage would necessarily say, hey, I'm willing to walk away from the tips. So I'd probably throw extra money on the table. I think a lot of people would.
And I would just say, you know, before I entered into the gubernatorial race, I ran a nonprofit, which was one of the largest poverty fighting organizations in this country. This is an issue that we worked deeply on, making sure how do you focus on doing things like increasing wages across the board. We think this is an important topic and one worth delving into. We also believe that Senate Bill 555 needs to be passed now. And we think the components around the bill need to be moved on now.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to Senator Lamb, followed by Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Governor, good to see you again, and to the rest of the panel as well. Really important bill. Appreciate you all being here. And it really highlights the fact that with so many workers in the audience here today, that these are folks that we're really trying to help. And with your outline of the bill earlier, well, I guess it's really two provisions that I'm trying to get some clarity on, because when, you know, we keep in mind the folks that are here, we want to make sure that we don't prematurely shut down the ability for some of these folks to benefit from the increase in the minimum wage. And so when you describe that there are two provisions, for example, to one, cap it at no more than 5%, and then two, to have the Board of Public Works be able to temporarily suspend any increases in the minimum wage, it seems a little bit redundant there. And why do we need both mechanisms there? Because I just want to be able to reassure the workers here that there aren't going to be kind of unknown factors that might come in all of a sudden influencing the Board of Public Works to suspend the increase that they had been relying on, when there's already a provision in there in the bill for the 5% cap.
I would say thank you, and thank you, Senator, for the question. You know, I would say that what we wanted to do with the bill was to be able to look at any possible scenarios that would show what type of hedge we could then have in place in the case of a runaway inflationary measure, in the case of either inflation or stagflationary pressure on the state. But that was the reason for the inclusion of the two indicators. You know, I think your point is a very fair one, but because when we looked at the various scenarios that were in place, we just wanted to make sure that there was that measurement of coverage for both the workers and also for the employers.
And I can add, you know, we went back and looked at the numbers, and over the last 30 years, the average inflation, it's somewhere around 2.4, 2.5%. So, you know, to get to that level, it would really be an extraordinary or economic circumstance would be triggered. And similarly with the BPW, you know, sort of fail safe there, it's, you know, it's with that decrease in employment. So it's really in these more extraordinary outlier circumstances that we want to have those potential fail-safe mechanisms.
But even those extraordinary outlier situations wouldn't be more than 5% because there's already an automatic cap there, right?
Right.
So, yeah. I guess my last question is really to kind of follow up on what Senator Ellis was saying, and Senator Ellis, you know, we've served for quite a few years on the prior committee. Very humble. He actually has a different bill that I think has a hearing later today on tipped workers as well. You know, here in our committee, we do try to look at things holistically. And one thought that has crossed my mind is, could those provisions in Senator Ellis's bill be amended to this bill? And I wanted to see what your opinion is on any reluctance or willingness to be able to add that via an amendment to this bill.
I would say, I think the bill that we have, the bill as proposed for 555, we think has not just strong but necessary components that are included. You know, we think that the components that are included inside of Senator Ellis's bill are, you know, are worth the debate and worth the evaluation. But we also believe that the components that we have within 555 are things that that we see as core priorities for how our administration wants to move on the issue of increasing of getting to the $15 minimum wage and also pegging it to inflation.
Okay. I'll take that for what it's worth. So thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Governor and panel. I think I have a softball question for you. But I find that one of the more compelling arguments for this is the impact on women. And I was wondering if you could speak. I think that there is, especially among women, a frustration about how much the pandemic disparately impacted women leaving the workforce. And I really appreciate that. I think that this will really benefit, since a lot of our low wage workers are women. And I was wondering if you could expand upon that a little bit, of what the percentage of our minimum wage workers are women and how this will help to close the gender pay gap. Thank you.
Absolutely. As the governor noted, I think it's something like 60% of the individuals who be impacted are women. We see a lot of women, especially in, for example, in a lot of care jobs. That's at the Department of Labor. That's often, frankly, where we see employers failing to follow the law, and people are not getting paid the wages they are owed. And I know we have a lot of care workers in the room today. So I think having that more robust minimum wage and having wages that increase in a predictable and knowable way, so workers as well as businesses know what the schedule is, will be very beneficial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any further questions from the committee for this panel. It's good to see you all. And Governor, it is refreshing to have a governor before the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
We're going to move to our next panel, but thank you very much for your testimony and responses.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we're going to call forward our next panel. Elise Gould, Alyssa Barron-Menza, and Aaron Sayadian. I probably messed that up. My apologies. If you all would come forward and we can get started as quickly as possible. We would ask those of you that want to greet the governor to take it in the hallway. Thank you very much. I didn't see, I called Elise Gould, Alyssa Barron-Menza, Aaron Sayadian. Sayadian? Okay.
Trying to get in the door. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Yep. Good afternoon, and you can get started as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klotzmeyer, and members of the Finance Committee, and I think maybe a Budget Committee is in here as well. Thank you for allowing me to speak today in support of the Fair Wage Act of 2023. My name is Elise Gould. I am a senior economist with the Economic Policy Institute, a nonpartisan nonprofit research organization in Washington, D.C. In my testimony, I will demonstrate that legislating $15 per hour in 2023 simply updates the minimum wage law passed by Maryland legislators in 2019 before the pandemic and the unexpected increase in inflation. I will also provide evidence that raising the minimum wage to 15 in 2023 advances gender and racial justice, and will improve Maryland workers' chances of obtaining a decent standard of living for themselves and their families. When Maryland legislators set the new minimum wage back in 2019 to reach 15 in 2025, they did not expect the pandemic recession, nor did they anticipate the sustained period of higher inflation. If we use price expectations from back in 2019, an equivalent wage of 15 in 2025 would actually be $15.56 today. This is because prices increased between 2019 and 2023, even faster than prices were expected to increase between 2019 and 2025. Raising the Maryland minimum wage to 15 now is an important step towards reaching the goal legislators set 4 years ago. Legislating a higher minimum wage now can lock in the gains low-wage workers were able to secure in the current economy and keep workers from falling behind if the labor market weakens. Indexing the minimum wage in the future will keep the most vulnerable workers from losing ground as prices rise. It will keep them from lowering the ability for workers and their families to make ends meet if we don't keep that indexing. An increase in the Maryland minimum wage to 15 in 2023 will significantly raise the pay of historically marginalized workers. Black and Hispanic workers are almost twice as likely as white workers to experience gains, and women are about 40% more likely than men to benefit, and it will narrow gender and racial wage gaps. Even at 15 an hour, it's hard for Maryland workers to support themselves, let alone a family. According to EPI's family budget calculator, there's no county in Maryland, including lower cost Allegheny or Washington County, where $15 is enough for a full-time worker to afford a modest yet adequate standard of living, even as a single adult with no children. It takes far more to support a family. You have the opportunity to help low-wage workers keep up with higher prices, to advance gender and racial justice, and to enable workers and their families to make ends meet. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chair Griffith, Committee. My name is Alyssa Barron-Menza. I'm the Vice President of Business for a Fair Minimum Wage, a network of owners, executives, and business groups that supports SB 555. I'm a resident of District 20. You'll hear from a range of our members today in person and many more in writing. We supported passage of a $15 minimum wage, but we'd hoped for a faster pace than the enacted compromise, and we supported indexing, which was not included. The Fair Wage Act is timely, given increases in cost of living since $15 was passed. It makes good business sense to speed up implementation of 15 to restore the lost buying power of the minimum wage, and then adjust it annually so the minimum wage does not lose purchasing power. Raising the minimum wage puts money in the pockets of people who most need to spend it. It boosts consumer buying power and our economy. Fair pay is also good business. Low pay typically means high employee turnover. Raising the minimum wage saves businesses money in lower turnover, reduced hiring and training costs, lower error and accident rates, better productivity, product quality, and customer service. Keeping the minimum wage low does not help small businesses. Low-wage businesses have more trouble hiring and retaining workers. Raising the wage floor under all businesses will boost consumer spending and encourage the better business practices that help small businesses survive and compete. Many businesses already pay a $15 minimum wage or higher. Costco pays 17, Target, Amazon, and Best Buy, for example, already pay at least 15. Many small businesses pay 15 or higher now because they know it helps them hire and retain workers and makes them more competitive. For small businesses to succeed in competition with big chains and online companies with fast delivery, you need to give customers a reason to choose your business. That comes back to customer service and employees who can afford to stay and help you keep up with what customers want. Extensive research shows raising the minimum wage does not cause job loss or business closures. With our written testimony, we submitted a summary of research on minimum wage on employment, productivity, employee turnover, customer service, spending, profits, health, safety, and more. We respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Sayedian. Thanks to the committee for having me. I'm the owner of Well-Paid Maids, a home cleaning company in Montgomery and Prince George's County. I'm also a member of Business for a Fair Minimum Wage. I strongly support Senate Bill 555. All my employees make at least $22 an hour and receive a full benefits package, including health insurance and paid time off. In our experience, offering good wages and benefits leads to a happier, healthier, and more productive workforce. And having doubled in size in the last year, I can tell you it leads to more customers as consumers search for the quality and reliability that comes from fairly compensated employees. In a sector known for low pay, our success is proof that fair wages are not only good for business, but that they are compatible with every industry. Despite all the data showing a higher minimum wage is good for the economy, some will say that now is not the right time. Well, we raised our own wage floor by $3 in the spring of 2021, following the most acute phase of the pandemic and after 7 months of being closed, and the benefits of that pay increase surprised even me. The $3 an hour bump massively boosted the number of applicants applying for our open positions, improved our retention, cutting turnover by 30%. Due to the increase in our wage floor, we have had no trouble finding qualified applicants to fill our open positions. The labor shortage is just something I read about. Increasing our minimum wage saved us time and money. It costs us $6,000 in hiring and training every time an employee leaves. Higher wages reduce turnover and save money for other investments, keep our employees productive and efficient, and keep morale high, which helps us retain and grow our customer base. In 6 years, we've grown to over 30 employees, and we're continuing to hire to meet demand. I also operate in DC, which has been indexing its minimum wage for several years. Annual adjustments there have not been huge jumps, but rather incremental changes. It's time for Maryland to accelerate its path to $15 an hour and add indexing to ensure the purchasing power of our minimum wage remains strong. This will improve productivity, ease hiring, reduce turnover, and delight customers, all while putting more dollars in the pockets of hardworking Marylanders. I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alyssa in the middle? Thank you. Sorry. I missed the part where you said that it was necessary for the government to increase the minimum wage rather than just businesses being able to pay the wage that they think is necessary to bring employees on board.
So I didn't say that specifically, but to address your question, the trouble with businesses voluntarily raising wages is that we don't see. Oh, sure. I thought I was just generally loud. Yeah. Yeah. The problem with businesses trying to voluntarily raise the minimum wage is that you don't see that broad consumer spending boost that comes when we raise the entire minimum wage floor. Their competitors may not also be raising their wage. And so it really helps small business competitiveness broadly if we raise the wage floor under all businesses so that everybody is sort of going up as they're seeing that, boost in consumer spending and these business benefits from, productivity and turnover gains as it phases in.
So under that philosophy, is $15 enough? Should we be at $25, $30, $40 an hour?
No, I don't sort of subscribe to that way of thinking about it. I think if we look at surrounding states, for example, New Jersey will be at 15 in January. There are now, I think, 14 states and DC that are on a path to 15 or are already there. A lot of work went into coming up with this $15 bill. The original bill was, I think, for phase in 2023. None of us anticipated, of course, the record high inflation, over the last couple of years. So our concern really is making sure that the minimum wage continues to provide adequate purchasing power to workers. It's not just bad for workers, but it's also bad for business when the minimum wage doesn't allow people to afford the basics, much less buying shoes for their kids, going out to a movie, going to a restaurant meal.
Okay, thank you. Aaron, you mentioned that you already pay your employees over 15 at $22 an hour.
That's right.
What type of business were you in? I didn't know.
Cleaning, home cleaning.
You're in home cleaning. Okay. In doing that, obviously, have you had to raise your prices at all for cleaning?
Yeah, over the years, we've been in business for almost 6 years. So over the years, we've raised prices, but that's not directly tied to the fact that, we pay a good starting wage.
What's it tied to?
Various economic conditions, right? The cost of transporting people around. So we pay for mileage as people drive around. So that's influenced by gas prices, the price of the supplies that we use. In addition to being a living wage company, we only use environmentally friendly products. Those have gone up in price.
So gas prices go up. The cost of your services go up, supplies go up, the cost of your services go up, labor goes up, and you're saying the cost of your services doesn't go up?
No, I'm saying it's just one factor of many. We have inputs and they affect the final price.
So
Sure.
Lots of things that are increasing the cost of your services, of which labor is one.
Yeah, labor is one of the inputs to our price.
And I'm sure there's a lot of competition out there for cleaning services. And at $22, I'm sure you probably can get very responsive, good cleaners. Why would you want your competition to have to pay a higher wage and compete with you?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it relates to what Alyssa was talking about in terms of kicking off a variety of virtuous cycles that help the overall economy. And so, I've hired a lot of people that have come to us after working in other jobs where they've made a lot less. And I've seen how, getting a decent paying job is something that allows them to take a first family vacation ever, or, decorate their house for the holidays or something. And so, we're a small company, around 30 employees. I know the people that I hire, I see the impact it has on their lives. And I see how much the money that they're able to make, earning a living wage through us, goes right back into the economy. And so I think it's the kind of thing where at a massive scale, it helps the business climate and that drives more spending and it's good for me in the long run.
Well, I would say I appreciate what you're doing with your employees. You sound like you have a very good company, employees that are loyal to you. And best of all, you were able to make those decisions on what to pay yourself. And employees have decided that they like to work with you and you're providing a good service. So I can appreciate that and thank you for what you're doing.
Oh, and Senator Hershey, it's 15 states. I spoke out of turn before. It's 15 states plus DC that have enacted a $15 minimum wage or higher. I just wanted to correct that.
Thank you very much. Senator Reedy.
I'm trying, I wonder if I could ask, Mr. Aaron, I'm sorry, I want to say, Mr. Sayedian, right?
Yeah, Sadian, that's right.
I'm sorry. I want
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Just
no
the last name.
No problem, no problem. So are you concerned, how would you assuage the concerns that if you raise that wage, you're going to lose workers who would rather do something that is not as stringent as cleaning houses for the same wage you're paying them?
Yeah, I think the best way to think about that, and it's a great question, is like, what are the other things that people are doing in their lives that aren't necessarily like wage employment or career employment, but that are part of like the opportunity cost of working at all, right? And so, you know, $15 an hour, if you turn it into like a salary, right? Someone working 2,080 hours a year, it's 31K. And so if you think of somebody that, you know, right now, they're staying at home and they're watching an elderly parent or you know, somebody who's sick, or they're taking care of kids, that cost benefit in their mind of, you know, is it worth it for me to get a 28K a year job, and at the same time now I have to pay somebody to watch my kids, I have to pay for daycare, I have to pay for a home health aide for my elderly parent. And so I think that's really the kind of pivot that this all turns on, which is how can we make a more attractive cost benefit for people who maybe they're not working right now, they're doing something else. It's not formal work in terms of, you know, they don't have a W-2 for it, but certainly higher wages across the board change a lot of people's calculations across the state as to, you know, what's the best use of their time, what passes that cost benefit test.
Thank you. Why do we need the government to do that? Because it sounds like you've made that choice to get really highly qualified people that you've trained and or you know, they're probably doing better with you than they are doing with some competitors, which is great. If your competitors want to get better folks, they got to raise their price. Businesses all across the country now are it's a 5-alarm fire to try to get workers. They're raising wages. So why does the government need to coerce everybody into having the same wage? Because you'd acknowledge that where you're operating is you're at a different price point probably for what people can afford than a consumer in my county and Carroll County, or certainly further out in Western Maryland, Eastern Shore. Why do we need the government to do this?
Well, I think, you know, in my industry, the cleaning industry is still the cleaning industry. And there are people that will never do this voluntarily. You know, that people I think employers and employees get trapped in that kind of churn and burn business model where you hire folks with the expectation that, you know, they're going to be gone in 6 to 8 months because they're not paid well and they're not trained well, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the government's hand here is very useful in nudging other owners who, let's say, don't see the light to adopt a business model that's based on training people, adopt a business model that's based on retaining people. And we know there are always going to be those folks that need the law to try to make that change.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure we want necessarily the level of the government deciding how each business is going to operate beyond a certain point, but I do appreciate the answer. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any additional questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony. We're going to call forward another group of witnesses that have signed up in favor of this bill, starting with Donna Edwards, Marcia DeBolt, Marceline White, Christopher Meyer, Krishnan Natasan, and Samuel Epps. I only see 3. There may be some out in the hallway.
They were out.
There was a
in the
number out
hallway.
in the hall.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give them just a minute to come in. Otherwise, I'll move on to some additional names and circle back if they come in. Susan Allen. Bridge Dumais. Anthony Davis. Okay, thank you very much. You can get started as soon as you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the committee. Thank you for this. You're going to have a long day. You're going to see me a few times. I am, for the record, Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. You have our written testimony, but I want to add a couple extra comments. For the past decades, policy choices made by elected leaders have left wages flat and allowed people at the top to capture the gains of the economic growth, while leaving our workers further and further behind. We want to thank the governor for his vision and for the support on this bill. The AFL-CIO is working hard to rewrite the rules of the labor market to ensure working people share the wealth we create and our incomes rise as our productivity has risen. Since more women have joined the labor market, a higher minimum wage is crucial to closing the gender gap, pay gap, and boosting income for the middle class families that rely on the earnings of women. We need to increase the minimum wage to account for inflation, the entry of more women into the workforce, and the vastly increased productivity of working people. We must index the minimum wage to break the cycle of stagnant and infrequent increases that will bring us right back to the place that we are now. We strongly support and ask for a favorable report on SB 555.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marceline White. I'm the Executive Director of Economic Action Maryland. Economic Action Maryland advances economic rights and equity, as well as housing justice through research, education, advocacy, and direct service work. We're here in strong support of Senate Bill 555, the Fair Wage Act. I want to thank the governor for introducing it. What I want to do is talk about three things. First, why from our perspective this bill is needed. Secondly, why I think it's important to index it to the rate of inflation. And thirdly, why I think it's important to do that now. In our direct service work, we've seen more than 3,000 people last year that called our hotline seeking help with tenant issues. We assisted older adults, and we also worked with people who had fair housing discrimination complaints. A number of the calls that we received, individuals talked to us about the struggle they were facing, particularly last year. Our calls went up 20% because of the rising cost in food, rent, utilities, and auto insurance. So we got calls with people who'd been living paycheck to paycheck, but now could not make ends meet because of these rising costs. Increasing the minimum wage now will address some of those concerns. These are not things we can budget our way out of or financial literacy our way out of, all those are important complements. The answer is to raise the minimum wage now. Indexing the minimum wage simply means that the basket of goods I can buy today is going to buy me the same amount in 5 years. That's why we think it's important. The policy decision is simply to say that we want you to be able to have the same purchasing power 5 years from now that you do today. And that's what indexing does. We believe it's the right decision. And we believe that this body deals with so many important issues that if you agree to index now, that will allow you to have more time to work on all of the other important issues to consider each year. I thank you for this and urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bridge Dumais. I'm the political coordinator with 1199 SEIU, United Healthcare Workers East, the largest healthcare workers union in the nation with over 10,000 members in Maryland alone. Our union is a co-founder of Fight for 15 Maryland. We urge a favorable report on the Fair Wage Act, including indexing to the cost of living. Low wages are driving the short staffing crisis we're seeing in healthcare right now. During the pandemic, some healthcare workers were forced to leave the industry because they felt their wages didn't match the health risks they were taking. I spoke with a former healthcare worker who said if she was making $1 or $2 more an hour in healthcare, she would have stayed. Many healthcare workers who did stay are still being overworked and underpaid and forced to make heartbreaking decisions about whether to pay the rent on time or put food on the table. On the flip side, I spoke with another healthcare worker who is union, and she shared that before she was earning $15 an hour, she was not able to afford medication for her son who desperately needed it. And when she got that wage increase, she was able to afford medication, which helped her to better sleep at night and improved her son's health. Raising wages, of course, will help retain more healthcare workers, and that benefits patients too. Due to an unsustainable patient-to-worker ratio, Maryland, as you all know, has the longest hospital wait times in the country. Too many patients don't seek primary healthcare or take their medications as prescribed simply because they cannot afford to. That means we see more and more patients' health deteriorate to the point where they must go to the emergency department. Raising wages alone won't do everything to fix this crisis. We need to expand free and affordable healthcare. But for now, increasing wages can help patients incur a little less medical debt and be more able to afford their medications, which will reduce the overall likelihood they end up in a short-staffed hospital. Healthcare workers and other low-wage essential workers carried us through the COVID-19 pandemic. The best way to thank them and show them the dignity and respect they deserve for the sacrifices they made for our families is to raise wages this year. Thank you. I urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, and to this committee. I am Pastor Chris of Love AME Church. I am pleased to be here before you for the case of Senate Bill 555. Why? Because I care about not just my church, but my community. I care about the people of Maryland. I care about the mother or the father who has to make a decision about how they'll feed their children. I want us to understand that we're not talking about a large salary. We're talking about a bottom figure. We're talking about a figure that you can get your best calculator, you can get your best QuickBooks app, and you're still not going to be able to make it livable. There's not a zip code in Maryland where you're going to be able to have a livable wage on what is currently existing, and with being able to index it so that it doesn't diminish the value of the work that the people put forth is so very significant. I hope that as this committee comes together, that you would look at the needs of people who live right here in this wealthy state of Maryland and understand that we're talking about parents who will make a decision to say, you know what, because I got this extra $60 a week, I can now go ahead and send you on the field trip with the rest of your classmates. Because I got the extra $60 a week, we don't have to have one uniform that we try to wash out every single day, but we can have two. Because we have an extra $60 a week, maybe when your birthday comes, we're not going to Disney, but I might be able to get you a cake. And if we're going to care about the people of Maryland, then it's not going to be about rubbing shoulders with those that have the most, but being concerned about those that have the least. I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 555.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Davis. I'm a Director of Advocacy for Consumer Law. I work with Maryland Legal Aid. Maryland Legal Aid provides free legal services to residents who meet our income guidelines, and we basically serve a low-income population. I'm speaking today as an attorney who represents people who are facing evictions, mortgage foreclosures, tax sale foreclosures, bankruptcies, and different debt collections. Often the issue is one of income. It's just a little bit more money, and maybe I can help avoid a garnishment. Maybe I can help avoid an eviction. I deal with people who are on the cusp. When Maryland Legal Aid looks at legislation, we look at the impact it may have on the clients. It looks at the needs of the client, and it looks at the ability of the proposed legislation to meet the need. We find ourselves encouraging a favorable report on increasing the wage, because an increased wage is just needed for people to survive, to buy the goods and services that they need. We're favorable on increasing the wage right now because right now it's inflation. Before it was COVID. Before that, we had a foreclosure crisis. There's always something. There's always something facing low-income people, many of who are essential workers, were essential workers, and they were having a hard time making it. We're also favorable on tying it to the consumer price index because we believe that a real wage is needed. We believe that a real wage is one that accounts for inflation, that accounts for increase in the daily activities, goods, and services that people need to maintain a basic standard of living. For these reasons and the reasons that many others have also articulated, Maryland Legal Aid urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from the committee, so we thank you. Oops, I'm sorry, Senator Hershey.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It was my fault. Yeah, of course. Question for Donna. That wasn't surprising, was it, Donna?
No, it would not be this hearing
No,
without this
I'm gonna
question.
be sad not to see you as much anymore when you guys don't have to come back every other year to increase the minimum wage.
You want me back, I know.
You will be back. Okay. Explain to me, I just want to make sure that the members of the unions that you represent, their fees are tied to collective bargaining and through negotiation. Is that right? Or are they tied?
When you ask their fees,
I'm sorry, their wages.
yes.
Yes. So that's negotiated. How does the minimum wage tie into how you negotiate wages?
You know, I'm not gonna, I'll answer that question by saying, by raising the minimum wage, we lift everyone up in our economy. And that's what we're working towards, is lifting everyone up in the economy. And right now, what Maryland's doing is that we have left hundreds of thousands behind.
Okay.
Now, if you want to do an omnibus bill where every worker in Maryland has a union, I'm there.
I don't know if I don't know if some of us are there yet, but some of us might be pretty close to that.
Okay.
But then just another question. Does the indexing of the minimum wage, does that affect collective bargaining agreements, or could that?
It could affect us when we go back and we're bargaining for wages to be competitive. Of course it would. Yes.
Bridge, you shook your head, so
Yes.
I'll let you respond as well too.
Careful with him, Bridget. Go ahead.
We are good. Thank you,
We're good.
Senator.
Yes.
Yes.
That question. I do
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I can speak to healthcare specifically. Not all workers are unionized.
Right.
And when we have non-unionized healthcare workers with extremely high turnover because their wages are so low, that impacts our members as well. My mother is a healthcare worker. I was raised my entire life to care for people. And that is why it is so important to me that all healthcare workers and all essential workers are in fact able to make a living wage, keep a roof over their head, put foods on the table. If that worker is union or not, I hope they will join a union, but I'm going to advocate for non-union workers as well, because it's just that important. These are the people that care for our loved ones every day. Thank you, Senator Hershey, for allowing me to answer that
Yes,
question.
thank you, and I appreciate your clarification of my question. Thank you both very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions for this panel?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to go back to a few names that may not have heard their names called. Marcia DeBolt, Krishnan Natasan, Samuel Epps, Susan Allen. Oh, you were, okay. We had the wrong one. So I missed Christopher Meyer.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. You can get started. Please introduce yourself before you start.
Okay. I just have to find. My name is Marcia Dabo. I do a lot of volunteer work for the county. Well, for Maryland, actually. I do a lot of volunteer work, and I work with a lot of people who are working people who are on a fixed income. And I wrote a little something so you guys can understand what's going on. We must be mindful of employees' worth. They are the cornerstone of every successful business and should be paid fairly for their hard work. Workers who are your constituents are demanding their representatives they voted for to increase minimum wage to improve the quality of life. By doing this, it will address the longstanding racial and gender inequality. It will lift thousands of families out of poverty. It will fuel the economy growth. It would save taxpayers money in reducing use of government program. Raising wages as soon as possible will stop workers from putting their life in danger because they are forced to live in abandoned or condemned shelters, which in Baltimore, they had some fires where people who couldn't afford to live in a proper place were pulled out. And this is also happening around the country. The houses have no fire or carbon monoxide detectors and structurally unsound. Raising the minimum wage will stop people from living illegally, where my godson lived in an apartment where it's 6 people to a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, and there's only 1 person on the lease, but they have no other choice but to live that way. They could get evicted at any time. We must remember the littlest of details of our constituents' lives. Prove to them your respect, appreciation, and care about their mental and physical health, along with their safety. Prove to our workers that their vote and confidence in you was not wasted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klausmeier, and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Meyer. I'm a research analyst at the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in strong support of Senate Bill 555. I want to emphasize the importance of indexing our minimum wage for inflation. In economic terms, failing to index does not mean that we maintain the status quo from year to year. On the contrary, this choice sets up automatic, continuous cuts to low-wage workers' standard of living. It also further tilts an already lopsided balance of power. If lawmakers do nothing, it automatically, continuously rolls back employers' responsibilities in real terms. Corporate lobbyists don't have to ask for a lower minimum wage. All they have to do is wait. This isn't hypothetical. Both the federal minimum wage and Maryland's tipped minimum have lost a quarter of their value since they were last updated. Employers' responsibilities have receded, and workers have paid the price. Without indexing, our minimum wage isn't on autopilot, it's in free fall. The Fair Wage Act just nudges the yoke once a year to keep us straight and level. What happens if we do index? Would it take the power to set the minimum wage out of lawmakers' hands? Not remotely. It's not a constitutional amendment. You'll still be able to pass ordinary legislation to raise or lower the minimum wage whenever you want, just as you can now. Indexing simply changes what happens if you do nothing. Without indexing, workers automatically lose. With indexing, no action maintains the status quo in real terms. Our wage policies shouldn't automatically leave workers further behind each year. That's what they do today. The Fair Wage Act would fix that. That's why I'm respectfully asking for a favorable report with inflation indexing intact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you both for your testimony. Going to call forward a next group of witnesses who are signed up favorable with amendments. Shannon Hall, Dana Kaufman, Laura Howell, Scotty Holton, and Patrick Miles. Good afternoon. You can get started as soon as you're settled.
Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Hall, Executive Director of the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland. Apologies for the head cold. We represent Maryland's community-based mental health and addiction treatment providers. We are here today favorable with amendment on this bill. CBH is grateful to Governor Moore for accelerating the mandated rate increases to help our members implement the accelerated minimum wage. As you members of this committee know, our workforce challenges predate the pandemic and have accelerated during the pandemic. So these actions will definitely assist our members in the implementation of the accelerated wage. SB 555 indexes the minimum wage to the CPI for inflation. However, providers in the public behavioral health system have no guarantee that their reimbursement rates will also be indexed accordingly for future years. Our members primarily serve Medicaid clients which means that they cannot pass on the increased costs to the folks that they serve. For this reason, we ask for your favorable report on the bill with the amendments outlined in our written testimony to address the indexing for behavioral health providers. Our providers need the same certainty talked about in the governor's panel around looking out at the future costs for their workforce and making sure that those are addressed. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Scotty Holton, and I'm here today in support of the amendment to the Fair Wage Act. I'm also here to speak about how low wages are affecting Marylanders with disabilities and the people who care for them. And I'm here because I have a son named Andrew. Andrew is 41 years old and he has autism. I am 69 and my husband is 73. I mention our age because our mission now, before John and I die, is to get Andrew settled, to have him living his life with the supports he needs to be content and cared for. Low wages are creating an overwhelming challenge for Maryland disability service providers. A year ago, March 2022, Andrew finally moved into a small group home. He was scheduled to move in June of 2021, but due to no available staff to support him, the move-in date was rescheduled 5 times. The reason there was no staff available is because the job of direct support professionals requires a higher skill set than most jobs that pay at or just above minimum wage. Even after several weeks of training, many workers stay on the job only a couple of days because while the job can certainly be rewarding, it can also be quite challenging. Since Andrew moved out in March, he has had 15 different direct support staff members. I wake up at night worrying about Andrew's staff because these direct support professionals are truly the most important people in his everyday life. Andrew's quality of life, his health and safety are in their hands. And without these workers, the whole system will collapse. This job cannot be compared to minimum wage jobs of fast food or retail because it is so much more. I ask you to support the Fair Wage Act, including the amendment to add a rate increase for developmental disability services tied to the minimum wage. We must increase wages so direct support staff do not have to choose between doing an important job and feeding their family. I thank you for your very kind attention.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Patrick Miles, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the ARC Baltimore. I'm here today in support with amendment of the Fair Wage Act. Our mission at the ARC Baltimore is to support people with developmental disabilities to lead fulfilling lives with a sense of belonging and purpose. We're a Medicare provider, and we rely on state funding to provide supports to over 1,000 individuals in Baltimore County and Baltimore City. A big part of my job is to ensure that we have the resources available in order to attract and retain high-level direct support staff that have the skills needed for us to be able to achieve our mission. What these direct support professionals are responsible for is ever growing in scope. They're not only responsible for the tasks that you might expect, things like taking care of their home, ensuring that they have good meal prep, helping with bathing, but they're also job coaches. They help with family matters. They help with financial matters. They're required to pass rigorous training programs. And in most cases, they're required to be certified by the Board of Nursing in order to pass medications. Even more, they are then responsible for ensuring that they're meaningfully tracking and documenting the services that they provided in order to meet the federal CMS standards. The skills needed for all of this are surely not a $16 or $17 an hour position, and they're certainly not minimum wage. Unless this amendment to the minimum wage bill gets passed, the gap between what we're funded to pay our staff and the minimum wage will continue to widen and perpetuate the staffing crisis that we already have. We're losing folks to go to big box stores or places like Starbucks where they can easily make more money, and they have obviously dramatically less level of responsibility. We urge your support for the Fair Wage Act with adoption of the amendment included in the testimony provided by Max. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Laura Howe with MAX, the Maryland Association of Community Services, here today on behalf of the Developmental Disabilities Coalition. We thought we would keep the DD folks together in testifying. We are here in support with amendment on the Fair Wage Act, and I want to say we are very grateful to the governor for the increased funding in his budget related to the acceleration of the minimum wage. There are 25,000 Marylanders who rely on developmental disability services and community providers with their direct support professionals who make that possible to live, work, and thrive in their communities. We support people who have developmental disabilities such as Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, and autism, to name a few. In 2014 and again in 2019, the General Assembly and this committee passed legislation that addressed the need for rate increases tied to an increase in the state minimum wage. And we are asking you to remain consistent with that policy decision and adopt an amendment, which we've included in our testimony, to include a rate increase whenever the CPI indexing drives an increase in the minimum wage. Without this amendment, I think you all know that developmental disability providers would lose their capacity to provide services. And that is just too great of a risk for people with developmental disabilities and their families. You all adopted sound policy for the last 10 years, balancing the need for the needs of Marylanders with developmental disabilities with the need to address income inequality with a higher minimum wage. So on behalf of all Marylanders with developmental disabilities and community providers, we strongly recommend adoption of our amendments as part of the Fair Wage Act. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of several Medicaid providers, associations, Lifespan Network, Maryland Association of Adult Day Services, Maryland National Capital Home Care and Hospice. Frankly, I can just say me too. On behalf of the Medicaid providers, we are asking for an amendment that if you do continue the indexing, you do what you did when you initially passed and index our rates as well. So it does not become an unfunded mandate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so have a good afternoon. All right, colleagues, we're going to call forward our next panel who have signed up in opposition to the bill. Callie Locklear, Kirk McCauley, Melvin Thompson, Jeannie Blamble, Andrew Griffin, Mike O'Halloran.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to the bill today. You have my written testimony, which highlights several concerns. What I want to specifically draw your attention to is the much talked about off ramps put in the bill or safety valves put in the bill. In 2019, when you all made changes to the minimum wage, then you gave the Board of Public Works the authority to pause the minimum wage. I think the lesson learned from that off ramp is that it is highly unlikely the Board of Public Works is really ever going to utilize that power. Unfortunately, it's a political decision, which there's a strong argument that the reason you're attaching the minimum wage to CPI is to depoliticize the fact that you'll have to come back and vote to raise the minimum wage every handful of years. I would suggest that you also consider depoliticizing the off-ramp or the safety valve on the other side of that. There are several states with examples in which they tie unemployment rates, seasonal employment rates, other aspects of the economy to an automatic pause in a raise in the minimum wage. That's highlighted in my written testimony. And the final piece I will say, the other trigger put into the bill deals with CPI. I want to emphasize we do not support CPI being attached to the minimum wage. But if you are going to do that, the 5% cap, if you look at the other states, again, it's in my written testimony, and I've included it in a congressional research report, who have a cap, the average of that cap is 3.5% above the other states that do it across the country. I would venture to say that 5% is maybe slightly too high, so we would suggest bringing that down. With that, I'll conclude. I'm happy to answer any questions and appreciate the opportunity.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran here today representing NFIB MAPT in the Garrett County Chamber of Commerce. And we are opposed to Senate Bill 555 because look, in addition to the proponents who certainly no doubt told of some of their struggles making ends meet. I can guarantee you, and I'm here to tell you today, as you'll hear from other business owners that will come behind us, small businesses are struggling as well. They are struggling to make ends meet. They are struggling with cost increases, labor and supply shortages. But I will say one thing that they are not asking for. They are not asking for this bill. Notwithstanding the handful of employers that may have come before you today to suggest that small businesses do want this, I'm here to tell you 82% of NFIB members right here in Maryland, when polled, told the General Assembly, no, do not expedite the minimum wage increase. And that's for a variety of reasons, not least of which is the fact that, you know, in 2019, when this body and the General Assembly passed the latest minimum wage increase, they did so with an explicit acknowledgement for our small employers that things are certainly different for them. That's why this body decided to allow them an additional 18 months to get up to $15 per hour. What this bill does, frankly, is pull the rug out from underneath them on that agreement by forcing them to go from $12.80 to $15 by October 1 of this year. And tying future increases to the CPI may actually very well act as a disincentive for employers to provide pay increases or bonuses for their employees. And the reason being is simple. What this bill does is essentially tell them that their elected officials are in a better position to tell them how to reward their employees. So with those reasons and many additionals that you will find in my written testimony, we do respectfully request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, committee members, I'm Melvin Thompson. I represent the Restaurant Association of Maryland, and we're opposed to this legislation as well. And accelerating the phase-in of Maryland's $15 minimum wage law will place additional burdens on restaurants and make it harder for them to fully recover from the pandemic, on top of higher food and product prices due to inflation and ongoing supply chain issues. And mandates that increase the cost of labor affect our industry disproportionately. The restaurant industry is extremely labor intensive and requires 4 times more labor per $1 million in sales than most other industry sectors. And with a narrow profit margin of just about 4%, every $1,000 in increased costs requires an additional $25,000 in sales just to break even. And restaurant operators have already been forced to increase their menu prices due to inflation, and additional menu price increases to offset the sooner than expected labor costs of this legislation could drive down customer traffic. And some restaurants may be forced to cut jobs or reduce hours instead of their workers just to mitigate the impact. And passage of this bill would also force employers to increase wages for their current experienced staff sooner than planned, because starting wages would quickly approach the wage levels of the more experienced employees. And this would simply exacerbate the higher labor costs associated with this legislation and would do so much faster than our businesses can handle. And for these reasons, we oppose this legislation and request an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association in respectful opposition to this bill. So although many large businesses have already gone to $15 an hour or even pay more to attract employees, not all businesses, and especially small businesses, have been able to do so. This is why we believe the phase-in that we have included in current law for small businesses is still needed. And I've said this in other hearings this year, but employees truly have more bargaining power than ever, and the free market has been responding accordingly. That's why we believe this bill is not needed. Many employers are paying more than ever before for labor, as there are more job openings in the state of Maryland than Marylanders to work in those jobs. And most importantly, we also oppose tying minimum wage to CPI, as many of my colleagues have and will discuss. Regional inflation data shows growth in the statutory minimum wage has already surpassed the rate of inflation, and that's based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Maryland Department of Labor. A quick look at data on the Regional Consumer Price Index shows Maryland's existing statutory minimum wage has more than doubled inflation since 2000. The regular minimum wage for employers with at least 15 employees has grown 157% over the last 2 decades and grown 148% for smaller employers. And that's compared to just 76% inflation over that same time frame. The bill before you determines CPI based on the immediate preceding 12-month period, which, contrary to remarks that have been made, is not in fact predictable, as that changes. Rather, the straightforward increases we so carefully negotiated in existing law provide predictability for businesses. It's with these comments that we do urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I was like, okay. I'm Jeannie Blamble, and I'm the general manager of 4 restaurants in Western Maryland and Garrett County. I understand that not every business owner has the best interests of their staff in mind, but many do, including us. Nearly all of our employees are already paid well above the current minimum wage, not only because that's what it takes to hire competitively right now, but we want them to make a good living and we want them to succeed. That being said, Maryland might be raising minimum wage from $13.25 to $15, but many of us that are still fighting to find staff will have to raise starting wages from 15 or 16 to 18 or 19 for entry-level employees with no experience. And let's not forget about our current employees that will most likely expect wage increases to match. There we are at 24, 25 plus per hour before all the payroll costs. How many employers can afford to raise wages of everyone on their staff by that amount in the current year? We cannot. I know you've heard a million times that raising minimum wage will cause businesses to close and the price of everything will go up. Unfortunately, that is the reality. We will have to raise prices, but how much will our guests be willing to pay? We'll have to ask our already stretched thin staff to work twice as hard with half the help, but how long will they be willing to do that? Legislature tells us just automate. Well, that's easier said than done. Automation is quite expensive, even for the littlest things. How do you automate an experience though? And doesn't that defeat the purpose of creating good paying jobs? We've all come to terms with 2025 and planned accordingly. Please take a minute and think about the consequences of rush decisions. If you're going to increase minimum wage, can you at least minimize it or remove the CPI attachment? Don't make running a small business harder than it already is. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Finance Committee, my name is Kurt McCauley. I represent WMDA service station convenience stores. This bill basically throws small business in with large business. There is no differential between them, as opposed to the bill that was enacted in 2019. $2.20 an hour right off the bat is it's devastating to a small business. The business plans are thrown out the window. It's just they just can't afford it. It just can't afford it. Some businesses might be able to, but the type of businesses that are retail that have to be out there in the public and there's plenty of competition, this bill really hurts them. Should this bill pass, and we're enemy opposed to it not passing, but if it should pass, the CPI needs to be taken out of it or drastically reduced. Also, the bill should not take effect until January 1st of 2024. To put this bill in effect 3 months into at the end of 2023 just destroys all business plans. For small business is devastating. So we ask for an unfavorable report, and thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Senator Reedy.
Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. And I know it's hard to come up here and represent the folks that you do, and it always seems like it's a bit of an uphill climb in Annapolis. So we appreciate you being here. This question might be for Andrew or maybe for Mike, but we heard earlier testimony about how other states have put in a CPI. Have you taken a look at those states and seen what their current minimum wage is? Do you like South Dakota, for example, or Alaska?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
It's 1080.
And
so
a report that I included with my testimony has it in there.
Yeah,
Off the top of my head,
it's 1080. Yeah, good, good. It's 1080. So it's a little bit of a, it's not quite an apples to apples comparison to say that a place like, there is where there's also significant, by the way, drilling for energy in both places, which also creates wonderful high paying jobs that accelerate wages at everything. By the way, Ms. Blamble, Blamble, what do you mind if I ask what kind of business you have?
We have 4 restaurants.
That's right.
So we have different concepts.
You made a great point, and I'm going to elaborate. When you are out trying to compete to find workers, you're already paying above minimum wage
We
anyway, generally, right?
We are,
And if you
yes.
raise to 15, it's going to make it just a lot more challenging.
Right. Current staff that we have that have been with us, we're very lucky. We've been in business, one of our restaurants, for 20 years. And we've had employees there for 10, 20 years. So they make, quite a lot. We have newer employees, hosts, younger kids that have been there a couple of years. They're already making $14, $15 an hour.
And you can handle that, but if we keep going higher, it's going to be.
That's
harder.
even, tough, but they then go, the plan is for them to move up and then they start serving. So, then where that tip credit comes into account and helps a lot. So, we don't keep a lot of hosts. We have a lot of service. So.
But your expediters, for example, in the kitchen, you start to
Right,
do
they're
less
hourly
expediters,
employees,
less sous chefs, less,
right,
yeah.
Right.
And you're surrounded by states who have a lower minimum wage,
Right,
correct? Yeah.
right.
Okay. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
so
Oh, the restaurant, one more question. The restaurant industry, your profit margins are really big, right? Especially for small restaurants or.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Thank-
over here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for phrasing that as a question. All right. I see no further questions from the committee. Thank you all very much for participating in our hearing. We're going to call forward Sandeep Patel, James Stark, Amy Rohrer, and Stephen Green. Also signed up in opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Amy Rohrer. I am here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association in opposition to Senate Bill 555. Hotels are making great strides in recovery, but the last few years have presented many challenges. Inflation, supply chain issues, and staffing shortages have slowed down our recovery, and real revenue recovery is projected to take several more years. In response to staffing shortages, 90% of hotels have increased wages in the last 2 years. And when hotel employees are hired in an entry-level position, they typically receive a raise within 9 to 12 months. 80% of entry-level employees are eligible for promotion in less than 1 year. We're an industry that offers quick advancement with 200+ career paths for those who choose to build a lifelong career. As minimum wages increased, this impacts starting wages for new employees without any experience and the wages for those employees who have received training, gained experience, and risen above minimum wage as a result. As an industry that is heavily reliant on labor, the impact of compression is significant. My overarching point is this: hotels have already responded to market demands with increased wages in recent years, and we have serious concerns with the bill before you. Any unanticipated increase to minimum wage this year, when budgets have already been set amid ongoing recovery, will be difficult for most hotels to absorb. We also think it's problematic to tie future increases to CPI, and we feel that passage of this bill would significantly jeopardize trust between the private sector and government. You have my written testimony. I am also joined by 2 members who are here with me today. We respectfully request an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 555.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and this committee for giving me an opportunity to hear me as a small business owner. I'm from Charles County. I operate a small hotel in Charles County, and I'm unfavorable for Senate Bill 555. As hotel industry has recovered, it's been very difficult to make our ends meet. And we have still kept most of our employees, even through COVID, and have given them raises as the labor crisis has gone higher and higher. and kept up with not only the new employees with higher wages, but also the existing employees that some of them have been working for me for over 20 years, kept up even with them at the same pace of increase to give them more wages. It's been really difficult with COVID, with the higher cost of goods, higher services, all of that, and increasing this in middle of the year to this extra wages of $2.50 from this January, that will end up costing us a lot of money. Just to give you an example, my small hotel, we run about 1,000 hours of total labor cost every 2 weeks. And from January to this October, if this bill is passed, it'll be $2.50 per hour. That's $2,500 plus the taxes. I'm estimating $3,000. That would increase the payroll times 26 payroll cycles we do. That would give us $78,000 increase in payroll cost. I am for giving our staff fair wages, and we are paying fair wages. We're almost paying higher than any minimum wages. I mean, to all our fair wages, every employee at our hotels is dictated by the market condition, what we're paying. The economics is driving the minimum wage, not the minimum wage that is set by the government. So I am not favor of this SB 555. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity, and please take my example as set $78,000 in 1 year increase in a small business. That would devastate our business. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jim Stark. I'm with the Best Western plus BWI Arundel Mills in Howard County. The hotel, just to give you some background, the hotel's been open since 1988 with the same family ownership and management. Since then, it's only ever had 2 GMs. I've been there 22 years. And to kind of give you some real world application and how this would affect us in our operation and hotels across the state. If you look at labor is and always has been our biggest line item expense. If you factor in all the other economic conditions with supply chain issues, inflation, so on and so forth over the last year and a half, everything across the board has escalated for us. We're an industry, us and the restaurants are the 2 biggest industries probably mostly affected by the pandemic. We're doing our best to pick ourselves up and move forward. But it's a long process. I think all the national data would support the fact that it is a long process for us. Increasing our labor right now, we have already seen labor the last few years increase as a percentage significantly. And free market has sort of dictated us increasing our labor cost, increasing how much we pay, our folks. And we look at our folks, and I know Sam Deep does the same, as an extension of our family. So folks that work for us, these are extension of our own family. They're our at-work hotel families. That is extremely significant. It would be one thing if we're just looking at increasing one cost, but we've had to endure not only COVID, but all the other increase in cost. All of us have financial institutions and investors we have to answer to. They require certain ratios that were set after the 08-09 economic downfall. So there are all these ratios we have to maintain in our mortgages. And if we don't maintain those ratios, lots of things can happen. None of those things are good. So when you're increasing cost in the middle of a year, it would be, later on this year, fourth quarter this year, and then going forward as an escalator on top of legislation that was already negotiated years ago, it creates a serious problem for us in maintaining, our loans and our goodwill and our good standing with our employees that we fought so hard to keep during the pandemic, and we desperately want to keep going forward. So we just ask some consideration in that regard, and we are opposed to this as it's presented. Thank you.
Madam Chair and fellow senators. My name is Steve Green. I'm representing the Garrett County Chamber of Commerce. We have 500 members in beautiful Garrett County. I'm the chairperson of the Legislative Committee for Garrett County Chamber. I'm also a small business owner. I own High Mountain Sports. Yesterday, I signed 29 paychecks because paid roll was today, and I'm down here. I also mentor a small business in Cumberland, and work with him and try to explain to him what's coming up. And I told him this morning, he was like, oh, but to say that small business has been hit over the head the last several years and we're still rolling, it would probably be the understatement of the year. COVID, inflation, supply chain, it's still an issue. It hasn't gone away. I was talking to someone earlier today. I said, you know, there's been one of the big reasons I came down here. There seems like there's been a whole lot of anti-business regulations coming up. And the person I was talking to said, the folks that are proposing this, they're not anti-business. They want to help people and the employees. And I said, I see that and I think you're right, but there's a lot of unintended consequences that come with that. And we need to carefully consider those. This comes up in October, and as I was telling my mentoree that at the same time, their Maryland Time to Care Act, we're going to have to start paying into that in October. So we're going to be double whammied come October. And this also, you guys could potentially become agents of inflation. We're trying to fight inflation right now, but when wages go up, we have to raise prices. There's no hidden money of tons of money out there for us to make up for this. So we're going to raise the prices to take care of that. One of our nonprofits testified in the House last week. There's a animal shelter. She's estimating that her costs are going to go up $8,000 per month. They made an $8,000 profit last year. They did not budget that in. So I'll end this and I would say, please have an unfavorable reaction to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so have a good afternoon. We do have some virtual witnesses that have signed up on this bill. So we'll go first to Courtney Sunborn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 555 to speed up implementation of Maryland's $15.
We can barely hear you. Can you turn your volume up?
That is as high as it goes.
Oh, okay.
I am in support of SB 555. My name is Courtney Sunborn, and I'm the founder of Ecolistic Cleaning. We were founded in 2003 in Annapolis, Maryland, and we provide residential and commercial green cleaning services across Anne Arundel County, as well as in Baltimore City. I strongly support raising and indexing Maryland's minimum wage. I know from experience that paying livable wage is good business. This is our 20th year in business and we're still growing. We currently have 22 employees. I started as a cleaner, so I know how physically intense this work is. From our founding, we made a decision to pay livable wages. No employee makes less than $18 an hour, and we pay up to $24 an hour. By paying living wages, our staff turnover is very low. It saves us a lot of time and money to retain employees who are already trained and already know our clients. Lower turnover also brings increased morale and productivity and happier clients. Our clients appreciate the reliability and sense of security that comes from seeing the same faces in their homes and businesses week after week and year after year. Raising the minimum wage will bring people out of the impossible situation of working full-time job and still not making ends meet. It will increase consumer spending that businesses rely on to grow and survive. It is not enough for Maryland to speed up the path to $15 an hour. Without annual cost of living adjustments, starting next year, the minimum wage will begin falling behind. I am in favor of SB 555 and I ask for a favorable report on this Senate bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no questions from the committee, so have a good afternoon. We'll turn to Jared Shabline. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you see and hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. My name is Jared Shabline, and I'm submitting testimony on behalf of the Lower Shore Progressive Caucus, a nonpartisan political and activist organizer on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. As we speak, our economy faces two significant issues. The first of those issues is that inflation is the highest it's been in over 40 years, and wages are not increasing fast enough to match the rising cost of living. This is resulting in low wage earners on the Eastern Shore and around the state having to work 2 to 3 jobs just to stay afloat. The second issue, especially here on the shore, is small businesses are struggling to retain employees due to paying low wage jobs compared to many of the large businesses. Ocean City is a perfect example of that because they can't get anyone to work anymore just because of their wages. Because of the current wages, those businesses are at a competitive disadvantage. As many folks are going to different companies in Salisbury, Easton, and other places because they're actually paying their workers. The solution to this problem is the passage of this bill, because when low-wage earners get a raise, they are more likely to immediately spend that money on basic necessities and goods and services in the local economy. This increases the customer base combined with increased spending in the local economy, which will be good for business. There's data to back up this idea. Since the economic crisis caused by COVID-19, raising the minimum wage will circulate about $2.6 billion in the Maryland economy through increased consumer spending. It will also lift, according to our governor, about 152,000 children up the economic ladder through better pay. Also, indexing the minimum wage through the CPI is an essential component of this bill. Without indexing, we ask for a favorable report on this bill. Thank you. Apologize for going over.
Thank you. No problem. We don't have any questions for you this afternoon, so enjoy the rest of your day. Our final witness on this bill, Erica Payne, signed up favorable with amendments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Payne. I'm a Chevy Chase resident, an employer, a graduate of the MBA program at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, and the president and founder of the Patriotic Millionaires, a national group of business leaders and investors with thousands of employees in Maryland. Our members are deeply concerned about the destabilizing level of inequality in the country, the root cause of our current social unrest. We're at 100-year highs of unemployment, of inequality. The pandemic and inflation have made a bad situation even worse, but the real drivers of this inequality are government policies around wages and taxes. We broke the social contract. I'm here on behalf of our members to implore you to fix it before it is too late. When working people clock out, they become customers. When business owners keep wages too low in an effort to cut cost, they destroy the state's consumer base. They destroy our customers. If business is the engine of American prosperity, consumer demand is the gas. If you don't index the wage, as soon as you pass it, there is less gas in the car. An adequate minimum wage, of which $15 is not, to be clear. But an adequate minimum wage connects business prosperity to the prosperity of individual people, and this stabilizes the whole society and ensures businesses a stable level of aggregate demand. I respectfully would say, if business owners like the ones who testified earlier can't afford to pay an employee a wage they can actually live on, they cannot afford an employee at all. I pay my babysitter $20 an hour. She's in high school and lives with her parents. This debate on some level is absurd. Human exploitation should be exercised as a business model in this country and in this state.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do not see any questions. Enjoy the rest of your day. Colleagues, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 555. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 542, which is Public Safety, Emergency Management, Consumer Protections Against Price Gouging. We have as the sponsor our friend, the Attorney General, former delegate, former Lieutenant Governor, former Congressman Anthony Brown. Good afternoon, my friend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you should say also former running mate. We were in the 25th Legislative District together, running side by side for many, many years. It is truly a privilege to be able to testify before you today. For the record, I am your Attorney General, Anthony Brown. The first time I was in front of this committee, Madam Chair, and I'll just diverge, my testimony is going to be short, was 23 years ago this month. In fact, I think Steve Sakamoto Wengel, who was with the Attorney General's office back then, was by my side. He may not even recall because he's here so often. It was House Bill 290. It made it out of Economic Matters Committee. It survived 2 special orders on the House floor. It was amended a few times. It received a 141-0 vote off the House floor. It was one of the first internet bills where we were simply saying, internet vendors, provide a phone number so that customers can call you. Because for many of you like me who are early adopters of the internet, you remembered how frustrating it was when you'd order something and you wanted to like return and you're like, how do I do that? Right? Your predecessor, Chairman Bromwell, he looked at me and he smiled after the brief committee hearing here in finance. He said, Delegate Brown, you're a little bit ahead of your time. I hear a favorable motion, seeing no support. Have a nice day, Mr. Brown. So I'm hoping we don't suffer the same fate today. But it's truly a pleasure to be here in front of the committee and the Finance Committee. And I congratulate you, Senator Griffith, for your appointment as the committee chair. It's great to be here today. You know, when we bring you, the Office of the Attorney General will bring you issues that are really in response to what your constituents, our constituents, are asking of us, what they're demanding of us. And what do I mean by that? Today, you have in front of you a price gouging bill, asking the General Assembly pass a law so that during states of emergency, we can prohibit price gouging. When our Consumer Protection Division receives complaints from Marylanders about price gouging following a storm or another emergency, we're unable to assist them because the Office of the Attorney General doesn't have that authority. During the pandemic, our office received nearly 1,000 complaints of price gouging. Now, this bill, and nothing that you do is easy, but maybe made a little bit easier because you've crossed this bridge before. Because in March of 2020, when you were on the way out the door, because we were facing an emergency, a state of emergency, you passed a bill similar to what you have in front of you. And what you did 3 years ago is you said, Governor Hogan, you now have the authority by executive order to do what's in Senate Bill 542 today. So this is not new ground for you. And Governor Hogan issued an executive order that gave the Office of the Attorney General the authority to investigate, mediate, and resolve price gouging issues. And we did that. The challenge is that there will be times in the future and crises and states of emergency, whether because of natural disaster or any other reason, are going to happen, and they may very well happen when you're not in session. And then my office would not have the authority to take action to protect Marylanders. This is not a partisan issue. Why do I say that? 30 states currently have provided their Office of the Attorney General the authority to enforce anti-price gouging provisions. Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, the District of Columbia, and 26 other states. What we did during the pandemic and what's in this bill in front of you is when we get complaints, the first thing we do is we make an inquiry of the business. We give them an opportunity to provide information about why are you increasing your prices? Now, in most of those cases, and you're going to hear from my colleague, Shelley Martin, who basically handled the vast majority of those cases during the pandemic, they're resolved without any action. In the bill, we provide for this sort of mediation investigation. We also allow for a business to increase their prices because sometimes during an emergency, their prices increase. So we're not suggesting that if a business's costs go up, they can't pass them off to consumers. What we're doing is saying 10% cap on an increase in prices. If you exceed that, you need to demonstrate why. Now, the big difference between what you did 3 years ago and what's in this bill today is that 3 years ago, it only applied to retailers. This bill applies to businesses. So in business to business transactions as well. And that's based on the complaints that we received during the pandemic. So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we believe that Maryland consumers deserve the same protections that are available to residents in 30 other states during states of emergencies, and only during states of emergencies, to give the Attorney General the authority to do what you gave us 3 years ago to do during the pandemic. And that's making sure that price gouging is not happening. It's not being inflicted upon. Our constituents are not suffering from that type of practice. And with that, Madam Chair, I know that Shelley Martin, that's the second time I did that. I'm new to the office, 800. I'm getting all the names real close, is here to testify as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. As the Attorney General said, I coordinated our price gouging response during the pandemic. The first thing we did when we saw what was happening and the complaints coming in was realize running into court for injunctions or filing statement of charges against all of these businesses right off the bat was just not going to be an efficient or effective way of managing this problem. So we created an informal dispute resolution system where we contacted the businesses against whom complaints were made and offered them the opportunity to either, tell us if the consumer was wrong and that they hadn't raised their prices, or explain why if they were passing on a price increase that they got. And what we found, by and large, after nearly 1,000 complaints, is that there were some retailers in Maryland who were price gouging, but they were the minority. The substantial majority of complaints, the price gouging was happening further back in the supply chain by wholesalers and distributors or at the factory level. And the emergency pandemic legislation did not allow us to go back and address that. So we were able to resolve most complaints pretty quickly because the end retailer could provide, invoices or shipping bills to show that their prices had increased, and that was the end of our inquiry. So this bill changes that so that we can go back further in the supply chain. And again, it would also allow businesses themselves, if they are being price gouged by someone in their supply chain, to take on those cases independently to protect their own interests. It also formalizes that informal notification process that we used before so that businesses will have a 20-day window to communicate with our office and present any mitigating information they feel that we need to know before we would move forward with any type of formal proceeding.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Steve Sakamoto Wengel with the Consumer Protection Division of the Attorney General's Office. I just want to say we have been engaged in discussions over some of the concerns that were raised by the opponents, and we do appreciate the opponents taking the time to discuss those with us. From my understanding of those discussions, some of the objections are based on misunderstandings of how the bill operates. And the other one is one that we really still have questions about their objection. The one objection is that the bill creates a list of items that would be subject to the price gouging law during a state of emergency, but it also gives the governor the flexibility to remove items from that list if they're not relevant to the state of emergency. The opposition has suggested that instead of having the list and having the governor have the flexibility to pare the list down, that when a state of emergency is declared, the governor should have to create a list from scratch at that point. I'm aware of no other state that has a requirement like that. And we think that when the governor is busy dealing with the emergency itself, that the governor shouldn't also have to put together a list of items that should be subject to the price gouging law. So we think it does give flexibility to limit it to relevant items. Also, there's been some misunderstanding about the 60-day period prior to the state of emergency. That 60 days is so that whatever the highest price was during that 60-day period would be used for the comparison for the price gouging purposes. And then there were similar misunderstandings, but we believe that the bill as written, it really does provide both comfort for businesses as well as the ability to stop people that are actually price gouging. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could also, one other issue that was raised to us today that we're certainly willing to address, would like to work with the committee. And that's the question about what about seasonality, right? There are some businesses whose prices do fluctuate more than 10% in a 60-day window. Think about a hotel room that you might pay for in the dead of winter in Ocean City, and a few weeks later, you're going to pay a lot more because it's peak season. So we're willing to work with the industries affected by seasonal fluctuations to include if the committee sees fit, and I think it would be appropriate to include an amendment like that that addresses seasonal fluctuations in prices.
Thank you very much. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stephen, if I could go back to what you were speaking about, because obviously, as you know, this committee likes to find consensus if we can, especially on these types of issues where the theory of this is something I think we all are behind. Nobody wants to see price gouging of any type, but the onus is being put on the businesses to now try to prove that they didn't price gouge and that there was rationale for their prices potentially going over 10%. You mentioned that you discussed a number of these issues with the business community, but then just simply say chalked it up to misunderstandings. Why have the two groups not been able to address misunderstandings?
Well, I mean, like I said, Senator, I mean, some of the issues are based on, an incorrect reading of how the bill operates. And for example, one of them is, the burden of proof being put on the business, and that's not the case. That's not what we're talking about here. I mean, as Shelley, described the way the process worked. I mean, if we get a complaint that somebody's price gouging during a state of emergency, first we'll vet that complaint to make sure it fits the definition of price gouging, so creates a prima facie case. We're then providing, which a business normally doesn't get when we are, enforcing consumer laws in Maryland, an informal process where we'll say, hey, we got this complaint. Is this, can you show us why this doesn't fit under, the price gouging statute? And at that point, like I said, we're working back and forth with the business. If they show us, we got this invoice for this item and their price, the price we had to pay was more than 10%. It's like, okay, thank you very much. Nothing further. So we don't think that's really putting the burden on the business. We're trying to create an informal process that they normally wouldn't have, rather than issuing subpoenas and bringing charges. So we believe that the informal process benefits the business and makes for more reasonable procedure.
Okay. I mean, I'd hate to think that we cannot come together because of an incorrect reading of this. And we obviously have the Attorney General here that solves a lot of the issues when there is discrepancy over legislation and, our intent and the way that it is carried out in the community. So, I mean, I just can't understand why we can't figure these issues out. And again, misunderstandings, incorrect readings, those types of comments do not sound like there was a real effort made with the business community to resolve this. And then saying, so now we think the bill is fine. Mr. Attorney General, I mean, obviously there seems to be concerns about the way that it's written, and certainly it could land back on your desk and how this should be interpreted, but why can't we resolve this up front?
Well, I think we could, but here would be an example of, and kind of picking up on the informality piece of it, right? You could put in the legislation that says the Attorney General has the burden of proof to show by preponderance of the evidence that there was price gouging. The next thing I would then have to ask for is, I need subpoena power right up front. I can't even do the informal process because the only way I can meet my burden is if I get information from the business, and a business, knowing I have the burden, will likely not voluntarily offer the information. So I'm going to have to issue a subpoena. We're now in a state of emergency. The subpoena is going to be challenged. So it does create an obstacle to protect consumers. It does take out, I believe, the opportunities for that informal resolution as was mentioned earlier. So I would caution the committee not to insert language about burden of proof up front, because then that's what I think is going to happen. We're going to go quicker to more formal procedures. Formal procedures take longer, and we're not going to be able to protect consumers during the course of an emergency.
Understandable. And I don't think that that's where the business community wants to go with that. But I do feel that there is a concern that they are forced to prove something that has occurred further down the supply chain. Shelley, as you were mentioning, those issues certainly could be real, and they could be out of state, they could be out of country type of supply chain issues. But Maryland businesses would then be forced to show that those increase in cost occurred elsewhere?
Well, all they have to show is that their cost increased. So all they need to show us is that last month they bought eggs for $10 a crate and this month it's $15 a crate. They don't have to give us any information about why that increase happened. The fact that they experienced that increase means that they were not price gouging. Now, if that's what they tell us, we may then go back to the egg supplier and say, now it's your turn to explain why you're charging 50% more for eggs this week.
And what types of responses are reasonable in your, I guess, your opinion, or what's the criteria you use to determine whether that's a valid reason?
10%.
10%.
It's in the statute, 10%.
But there could be other issues that cause the cost of the eggs to go up during that period of time, right?
Well, so if there was anything that increased the cost of goods sold, so to speak,
Right.
which could be, the cost that they pay to their supplier. It could be an increase in labor costs. It could be that BGE for some reason raised the power cost this month and they have to pass that cost along. But anything that they can document, which they should be able to document, what they are now paying more for would constitute an increase in the price of those goods sold.
Less egg laying hens would be valid?
Well, that would be, at the point of the farmer, they could demonstrate that, there was this flu epidemic among the birds and now they have fewer birds. In terms of the retailer, again, all they have to show is here's our invoice from last month and here's our invoice from this month. They're charging us more for eggs.
Right. But if there were fewer birds providing eggs and the farmer still has to make up his cost of doing business, he might say, I've got to raise the cost of eggs directly related to this emergency.
Yep.
Yes.
Right. And that would be valid?
Yes, that would be valid.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question. Good to see you again, Mr. Attorney General. And when it comes to price gouging, I look up a definition. It says the practice of increasing the price of goods or services or commodities to a level much higher than is considered reasonable or fair. So in the bill, it's like 10%. Yeah, and so I don't know, it's me, when I think about 10%, I mean, that's not really much higher. Think about costs that increase tremendously during emergency natural disasters, like 100, 200%. So why did you come up on the 10% and choose that level instead of like 50% or 100% to define price gouging in the bill?
The majority of the states that have price gouging statutes that have a percentage use 10%. So we want to try to be consistent with those states.
Yeah. So wouldn't you think that would create so many more complaints if it's at that low? I mean, we could be leaders. It just seems like, the real culprits are when it comes to price gouging. It's like doubling the price of stuff, and I just don't want to create so much more work and higher expectations with a 10% level. That seems kind of personally a little low. I don't know if that's just a personal opinion. Is that so? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Look, we're certainly willing to work with the committee on what you think the right number is. We tried to model this after what other states did. It's 10% within a 60-day window. That just provides, as Mr. Sakamoto Wendell said, a prima facie case. There may be many reasons why the price exceeds 10% increase over 60 days. But we thought that was a good number. It's working in other states. But we're certainly want to work with the committee to find the right number and explain to you further why we think 10% is a good number.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for those responses. I don't see any additional questions from the committee. So thank you very much for your testimony. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to call forward Franz Snyderman and Marceline White, who've signed up in favor of the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marceline White. I'm the Executive Director of Economic Action Maryland. Economic Action Maryland advances economic rights, equity, and housing justice through research, education, advocacy, and direct service. And we're here in strong support of Senate Bill 542. As I spoke earlier today, part of our work that you don't see here is our direct service work. And last year, we served more than 3,000 low-income clients, older adults, and individuals who are facing fair housing discrimination, providing counsel, advice, and warm handoffs to other social service agencies if we could handle it in-house. At that time, we got a number of calls with people grappling from the high cost of certain products during the pandemic. This both caused them financial distress and mental distress during a very stressful time of the pandemic. So their normal hardship was unduly burdened psychologically, trying to deal with this in the midst of everything else. We think this legislation sets appropriate guardrails. It balances the needs of consumers and businesses because there are exemptions. And this protects the paychecks of working families across our state from these kinds of predatory actors that were gouging prices of essentials, goods and services and commodities at a critical time. So for all these reasons, we support Senate Bill 542 and ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. There are
Thank
no
you.
questions, so have a good afternoon.
You as well. Thank you all.
Thank you. We're going to call up our next panel, Callie Locklear, Kirk McCauley, Mike O'Halloran, who signed up in opposition to the bill, and Frank Boston, providing information.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and get started. I know committee has a long afternoon in front of it. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran here representing MAPTA, which is the Association for Energy Marketers and Convenience Stores. And we are in opposition. And certainly we want to acknowledge and appreciate the conversations we've had from, with the Office of the Attorney General. But as you heard from them, certainly there is some misunderstanding, but I would venture that the misunderstanding, is certainly not on our end. Because certainly we are concerned with a lot of what's in the bill. And I'll start out by saying this. The argument that the governor, who will have the full capabilities of the entire state government during a state of emergency, can somehow not delineate what should or should not constitute an essential good or service certainly does not make sense to me. We're talking about a variety of state agencies, not least of which is the Department of Emergency Management, being able to come together with the governor's office, with any other state agencies, and determine what is going to constitute an essential good or service based on the state of emergency. And why is that so critical? I'll give you two very simple examples. One, if we go back to March 1st of 2017, the prior governor declared a 30-day state of emergencies to deal with the opioid epidemic. Now, why, if you look at this bill, food or fuel or cleaning products would have anything to do with a state of emergency involving the opioid epidemic, you are certainly a smarter person than me, not that that takes much. The other example would be the state of emergency declared regarding the inauguration in DC. State of emergency was declared. Again, I ask you, food, fuel, medical supplies and equipment. So, at the outset, what we are asking for is to allow the governor the flexibility to determine what does constitute an essential good and service. But again, I know my time is up. I certainly could go on more. We have offered the Attorney General different examples from other states. We would have liked to continue those conversations, but as you heard from them, they are comfortable with that bill the way it is. So certainly would defer to the committee and look forward to working with you on this issue. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, name is Kurt McCauley, WMDA. The list of essential goods is our main point of contention. And like Steve said, the governor might not be busy and be able to list them things. Well, he might be busy and not be able to delist them then in the same token. So why not have to have a list made at the time? He could take this out and paste it on his phone or something if he wanted, so he could just look at it and write it down, but it shouldn't be in the bill. What should be in the bill in emergency is what's needed in the bill or what's needed in the emergency order. The idea that someone can't have the time to decide what's in it is kind of ludicrous, to tell you the truth. There's 11 items in there. And on 2 of the examples that Mike just said, at least 10 of them wouldn't have been needed. So maybe the medical stuff would, the opioid, Biden's thing, it wouldn't have been needed. But you all have my written, and I'll leave it at that. And we ask for an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, again, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association, respectfully in opposition to this bill. First, I want to let the record show we in no way as an organization support or condone price gouging. We did attempt to work with the Attorney General's office on language from other states that would address our concerns. We do believe that Texas or Kentucky address our problems as an industry. We continue to see issues in the production of goods, weather events, illness, demand changes, inflation, and other supply chain factors that drastically impact price. And many of these uncontrollable swings in price at retail far exceed the 10% threshold on this bill, and they happen in conjunction with a state of emergency and without them. Senator Hershey, Senator Ellis, thank you for the questions. The bill could not be more clear on page 3 on line 22. A person may only increase a price by 10% if they can prove the supply chain costs increased or the labor and materials used increased, even though they do not manufacture or even produce the good. During COVID and similar to other states, the Attorney General's office did hear from 1,000 complaints. Not surprisingly, most were unfounded. And as an example, because I wanted to give you a couple, particularly in the food retail space, a weather event that occurs a year before can drastically impact harvest, decreasing the goods availability, driving up costs with supply remaining the same. And I just want to give you 2 recent fluctuations. Eggs and margarine right now are up 40%. I can give you a whole list of items that are up close to that too. And finally, the governor, when issuing a state of emergency, may, and Governor Hogan did this during COVID, prohibit price gouging. So with these comments, we're glad to work with the Attorney General's office. Again, we don't want that to happen, but there are other bills that we think we need to be looking at.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Frank Boston. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel and Lodging Association. We did not take a position. I'm here for information only. I just want to be clear. We understand the purpose of the bill. In fact, hotels are often able to assist by providing housing to first responders and displaced individuals during these times. Price gouging during these times is unconscionable. The lodging industry has often done the opposite of price gouging. We've donated rooms and often steep discounts to those in need. Our concern with the bill is that it doesn't take into account the dynamic pricing of hotel room rates that are the result of 2 things: seasonality and predetermined contract rates. And I had the opportunity to speak with our Honorable Attorney General on seasonality. And he said, hey, you're right. We didn't think about that. And that's why he mentioned it in his testimony. Seasonality first. For example, the GSA rates in Ocean City are set at $130 in May and June of this year, but will increase 150% to $325 in July through August of this year. Bottom line is, because of the season being at its highest peak, the room prices are always going to be higher. This bill does not take into account that issue. Contracts, for example, wedding contracts and event planners have contractual prices that are set months and sometimes years in advance. As drafted, this bill would interfere with those pre-existing contracts. Lastly, in Minnesota, they have a bill matriculating through the legislature right now that takes into account these two items, and we urge this committee to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony. And that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 542. Colleagues, we're going to turn to Senate Bill 591, Labor and Employment, Non-Compete and Conflict of Interest Provisions. We're joined by the distinguished chair of the JPR committee, who may stand or sit, whichever you prefer. And I understand you have a virtual panelist and a few others you want to bring up with you. So you can proceed when you're ready.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Senator Smith here to present Senate Bill 591, the labor, employment, and non-compete clauses. So in 2019, we passed a bill that essentially got rid of non-compete clauses for those folks that were making minimum wage or less. And what has happened is as the minimum wage has gone up, at the time it was 10.10, but as we've gone up to, and we're gonna, I know you've discussed a bill about accelerating the pace for the $15 minimum wage. But in outlying years, we would have to come back and adjust this protection for low wage workers or people making minimum wage or less. So what this bill does essentially is gets rid of non-compete clauses for 150% of the minimum wage at whatever time. So it brackets out $15, which was put in the initial bill, and just has 150% of the minimum wage at the time, so that it escalates and keeps pace as we go on and as the minimum wage eventually goes up. So 10, 20, 30, 40 years later, you'll never have to come back and revisit this part of the code to enforce the original intent of the bill that we passed in 2019. So the 150% is based on the difference between $10.10 and $15, which is where we knew the minimum wage was going to go in several years. It's the same percentage. If this makes any sense, this is nothing radical. It's essentially just implementing the original intent of the bill and making sure that it keeps pace for years on. So you never have to see my face on this bill ever again. So interestingly enough, right now, the Federal Trade Commission is actually entertaining a rule change to get rid of non-compete clauses throughout the nation, all non-compete clauses, not just for low wage workers, which would be a tremendous leap forward in my opinion. But this is just a small, nimble, narrowly tailored change here in Maryland, vice what's being considered at the national level. I'll say that basically, if you were to tag it to if you were to pass this bill, it would basically say that it would be, right now it's about, I think if minimum wage in Maryland at $15 an hour would be about $31,000. If you pass this bill tomorrow, it would go up to about $22 an hour, which would be about $45,000. So someone making under $45,000 would have this protection. I don't need to lecture this committee about the importance of getting rid of non-compete clauses, especially for low wage workers. But you understand that people that are under these restrictions they don't have financial mobility. They can't switch from job to job to job. So it's a good consumer protection. It's a good worker protection bill. And with that, I'll rest for questions and ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klausmeier. My name is David Rodwin, and I lead the Public Justice Center's Workplace Justice Project, and we're grateful to Senator Smith for introducing this bill. As the Senator said, this bill is essentially a technical fix to Maryland's 2019 law limiting the effect of non-competes. It keeps that same ratio of limiting the effect of non-competes for workers, just those earning within 150% of minimum wage. So if minimum wage is $15, that's up to $22.50 an hour. It's pretty low. We've had a number of clients whose employers who have earned something around $16, $17 an hour. I'm talking residential home cleaners, home care workers. These are not high earning individuals who have been forced to sign non-competes by their employers. And then those employers wield those against them and say, well, if you leave, you're not going to be able to do this work anymore. What are you going to do? And they get trapped in these jobs, even though they might be able to earn more somewhere else. Sometimes there might be an abusive employer taking advantage of them in some way. So we're just talking about the most marginalized, vulnerable workers, protecting them from these non-competes, which Maryland was really ahead of the curve in 2019 when we passed this legislation. Since then, I think 7 or 8 states have passed laws limiting their effect. Most have gone farther than Maryland. Virginia, for example, in 2020, limited non-competes for those earning $35 and less. So we're not going quite that far. We're not asking for that. It's just, just the most low-wage workers. And I'll just note that in 2019, the bill there passed the Senate unanimously. It was viewed as a bipartisan, common sense piece of legislation. And with that, I'll ask for a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Griffith and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Lynn Bernabé from the law firm of Bernabé and Cabot. I'm testifying on behalf of the Metropolitan Employment Lawyers Association, which are the plaintiffs' lawyers that practice in these 3 jurisdictions. I previously testified before the Federal Trade Commission on their proposed rule banning non-competes for all economic strata. And since their rule is not yet effective and may not be effective for some time and is likely to be challenged in court, it's very important that the Maryland legislature act now on Senator Smith's bill. Non-competes have an especially harsh effect on low-wage workers. Statistics show that 40% of employees in Maryland are earning at the level of the minimum wage or up to 150% of the soon to be $15 per hour minimum wage. Non-competes stop them from moving from jobs because often their homes are, they already commute long distances to their work, and it would be prohibitive to go further from their home. The second way in which non-competes are especially burdensome on these workers is it locks them into bad jobs because they fear reporting discrimination or reporting illegalities or bad working conditions. They may be fired. So in effect, these non-competes hinder the effective enforcement of the anti-discrimination or the whistleblower statutes. And third, they lock these. They don't have the financial means to challenge non-competes. It's very expensive. I've done it for many, many workers, challenging non-competes in courts. And even if non-competes are facially invalid and wouldn't sustain court scrutiny, they cannot, they don't have the means to challenge it. So we would encourage a favorable report on SB 591. Thank you.
And we'll go to Jeffrey Simpson.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. And thank you to Chairman Smith for sponsoring SB 591. My name is Jeffrey Simpson, and I'm also testifying on behalf of the Metropolitan Washington Employment Lawyers Association. We're an organization of lawyers in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. We primarily represent employees. I live in Maryland, and most of my practice is here as well. I have represented dozens of employees with concerns about non-compete agreements. Some have been low wage, some have been middle class, and some have been highly paid professionals. Almost every case has shared a few things in common. First and foremost, it is incredibly difficult to determine what's going to violate what non-compete provision is going to withstand scrutiny by a court. There's just very few clear rules about what's allowed and what's not allowed when it comes to restricting an employee's movement. And if you get it wrong, the penalties can be steep. An employee may have to pay back all of their wages. They have to pay the other side's attorney's fees as well as their own attorney. And for any employee earning 150% of the minimum wage or less, there's no way they can take that risk. This is a risk that even high earners have a hard time stomaching. So employees can be locked into bad jobs with abusive bosses, as Lynn said, bosses that grope their female employees when handing their checks. I had a case like that. Bosses that use racial slurs. I have cases like that. And then non-compete means that they have to choose between staying in these jobs or having no job at all, or else they get fired and the non-compete still applies and they can't work anywhere in their chosen profession. Almost no low-wage worker has the propriety and confidential information that is a concern. And for these reasons, MEALA urges the favorable report on SB 591, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for the sponsor or the sponsor panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much for your testimony. Have a great afternoon.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, it's always an honor.
Good
Pleasure.
to see you. We have one additional witness signed up on this bill in support, Donna Edwards.
By myself. Yes. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Donna Edwards, President of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. Once again, I am here testifying in support of a bill that impacts all workers. You have our written testimony, and with my utmost respect for the work and the time of this committee, me too, please give this a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I heard some applause in the background. All right. That will conclude, colleagues, the hearing on Senate Bill 591. Let's turn to Senate Bill 456, which is the Healthy Working Families Act, Railroad Employees Unpaid Leave. Senator Lamb, and please bring your panel forward if you have one.
We do have a panel, if I could ask Mr. Casecamp, Ms. Edwards, and also Mr. Darby to come up. All right, so good afternoon, Chair Griffith, members of the committee. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator District 12, here to present Senate Bill 456. This bill is an addition to the Maryland Healthy Working Families Act, which had passed back in 2017. Although the intent of the General Assembly was to set a baseline level of sick and safe leave for all Marylanders, railroad employees are currently not able to access paid sick and safe leave granted under Maryland law. This is because Union Pacific, BNSF, and other railroad companies filed suit to carve their workers out of similar laws in other states. The Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act of 1938 enables Congress to grant railroad employees paid sick days, though it prohibits employees from sickness benefits under a sickness law of any state, which thus prevents railroad employees from benefiting from laws like the Healthy Working Families Act that we passed a few years ago. This bill seeks to plug a hole that was created in Maryland law by the railroad companies by requiring them to provide unpaid sick leave in the same way that the smallest businesses in Maryland are also required to do. Just to be clear, this is unpaid sick leave. There's been some concern about potential federal preemption of this bill under the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act, though because this bill involves unpaid leave, we do not believe that it is necessarily preempted like the California paid leave legislation. So California passed paid leave previously. There has not been a federal case that has struck down unpaid leave for railroad workers. One of our panelists will address this issue further in his testimony. And just to be clear, the bill only ends up in court if the railroads refuse to provide unpaid leave to their employees. This bill will require that railroad companies provide their employees with unpaid sick leave under the Healthy Working Families Act. Unlike personal days that railroad employees may be entitled to, this leave does not need to be scheduled 14 days in advance, or in some cases, months in advance. Illness or the illness of a child or other family members can obviously occur at any time without notice. So this bill essentially provides that railroad employees have the ability to seek necessary medical care for themselves, and their children without retaliation. It bears mentioning that this is the policy that the General Assembly holds for businesses with 14 or fewer employees. Currently, railroad employees may face penalties such as points deductions, investigations, or even terminations for missing days due to illness. Representatives for CSX employees have cited 158 cases of investigation for absenteeism, just to give an example. Lack of sick leave can prompt employees to skip necessary medical appointments or make caring for a sick child or relative impossible. Maintaining a healthy quality of life for employees is a major area of concern for many railroad labor unions, particularly because employees with demanding schedules, such as engineers and conductors, can be on call 24 hours a day all year long. Railroad employees perform critical and difficult work every single day. When they're unable to adequately work due to illness or exhaustion, dangerous or potentially deadly conditions can result. Some companies have negotiated sick days with unions. However, there's still a substantial need for a baseline requirement. We are open to permitting an exception for collective bargaining, like construction workers were given under the Act, but companies have not communicated an interest in this option, and we have met with several of the rail companies as well. When we passed the Healthy Working Families Act, the General Assembly made an intent that all workers in the state have access to sick and safe leave, and that was very clear from the Act. It would be counterintuitive to that goal to leave Maryland Railroad employees behind solely because their employers may try to claim exemption in the courts. And thus, I ask the committee's consideration for a favorable report. Happy to turn it over to other members of the panel and to take any questions at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Larry Case Camp Smart, TD Legislative Director, here in strong support for Senate Bill 456. I've submitted written testimony for the record, and Senator, the sponsor, pretty much covered everything on this. I think the railroads are going to attempt to distract from the simple argument, telling you about the wages, the vacation, personal leave, holidays, supplemental sickness policies, and everything that's been collectively bargained for railroad workers. And that the RUIA, Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act, provides sickness benefits for the workers. The legislature never made an exception for any level of additional benefits provided by Maryland employers when passing the 2017 law. The only exception was if you have a collective bargaining agreement, both parties could agree to be preempted from the law, which hasn't occurred. And I can tell you many of our coworkers come to work sick as opposed to subjecting themselves to discipline. And as I recall, when the 2017 law was passed, one of the main reasons for that law was so that employees didn't have to choose between their health and their job. And this is especially true in this case where there's no financial gain for the employee and actually no financial burden to the employer. So there should be no reason for opposition to this legislation other than the fact that the industry despises being regulated. In closing, I believe it's time for every railroad worker to be entitled to sick leave for, like every other employee in the state of Maryland enjoys under the Maryland Healthy Working Families Act. And thank you for your time, consideration, and urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 456.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Darby. I'm an attorney practicing extensively in the area of railroad litigation, primarily with regard to the Federal Employers Liability Act and the Federal Rail Safety Act. I'm also president of the Academy of Rail Labor Attorneys and designated legal counsel by many rail labor unions. I'm here to address the issue of preemption from a legal perspective. Preemption is an issue that we see in our practice on a regular basis. And also specifically to address the Attorney General's opinion is contained in the February 15th, 2023 letter. As you know, the Attorney General's opinion is that it is likely that the bill would be, or the law would be found preempted by the language of the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. And I would respectfully disagree with that opinion and think that although nothing is certain, and there have been two courts that have addressed the issue of preemption in similar contexts. Both of those cases are distinguishable for the following reasons. The Ninth Circuit case, the Sue case, dealt with the issue of only paid sick time, and not the issue that is in this bill, which is the issue of unpaid leave. And it relies on the express preemption language of the RUIA. And for that reason, I believe it is not preempted. Similarly, the Healy case, which is the Massachusetts case, although that law did deal with paid leave, it also dealt with unpaid leave. And interestingly, in that case, the railroads did not even argue that the unpaid leave portion of that bill was preempted. So we don't know what the Fourth Circuit will do. Preemption is the end of my time. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Preemption is obviously a powerful tool by the federal government, and we have to be careful about just acquiescing to allowing the federal government to tell this body what is best for Maryland residents. Although we certainly can never guarantee what the Fourth Circuit would do in this case, we would hope that they would err on the side of recognizing this body's responsibility to the citizens of Maryland. And thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Donna Edwards, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm President of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. We strongly support this bill, and as we see it, it's just a matter of equality and putting the rail workers back into this bill when they were left out somewhat arbitrarily. We really respectfully ask you to please consider very favorably adding our rail workers into our Healthy Working Families Act. By no means did we want them to be left out and suffer the consequences of really reprimands when they are really sick and not having any protections under Maryland law. So please give this a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Senator Guile, then Senator Kramer, then Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a question for Mr. Darby. So in reviewing the Attorney General's letter, it says that other federal courts that have recently examined the challenges. And then I see there's a reference to an opinion from the Ninth Circuit in California, as well as a federal, I assume it's a district court in Massachusetts. Or maybe it's district court, Massachusetts. Yeah, thank you. Is that the only two courts that, because it just references other courts, if that's only other two courts that have considered this issue?
I'm the only two. That's the only two I'm aware of.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about, so I guess the Ninth Circuit, it's my understanding, evaluated this, that it was paid leave. Is that right?
That's right. The California bill addressed only paid leave.
Mhm.
And, throughout the Ninth Circuit's opinion, they harped on the fact that this is a financial issue,
Mhm.
right? And mentioned that numerous times in their opinion. I happened to be at a conference I mentioned to Mr. Casey Camp. I ran into his counterpart from California, who had been the proponent of the original bill, and they are taking the same tact in the next go round on the bill that on this issue that this bill takes, which is just give it the time off. Just give us the time off so that we can take care of our family, take care of our illness, take care of whatever the case may be. And the money issue, understandably based on the precedents, not really precedent, but at least opinion so far, is preempted.
Okay. And the federal court, the district court in Massachusetts, was that opinion, or was that ever appealed? The district court opinion?
My recollection is, and forgive me for not being precise on this, my recollection is that the case had gone up and then had come back down. Both the arguments of the proponents of both of those bills to try to get around preemption was to say that the RUIA addresses sickness only for the employee, only for the employee. The grounds to qualify for the leave in both the Massachusetts and the California cases was broader than that. family members, things like that. I think it was a domestic violence-ish category. And so the court, the appellate court in the Massachusetts case sent it back down to address those arguments. So the initial decision was blanketly not covered. Okay, or excuse me, blanketly preempted, send it back down. The district court said, no, that isn't going to be a sufficient argument in our mind to get around the RUIA express preemption provisions, because really it's about the money. Okay, and when you read both of those opinions, they talk about that over and over again. What's interesting is that the Massachusetts law does have an unpaid leave provision, which is essentially what this bill is, right? And the railroads didn't even argue that that was preempted in their motion for summary judgment. So I think that's really what gets around it. Preemption can either be implied, where the law itself doesn't expressly say that, and then the analysis is, well, are they covering that particular area? Or it can be expressed like it is here, which is obviously easier for us to interpret. But here, when you interpret it, the first step is to actually look at the language. And the language clearly here talks about monetary benefits. In the Sue case, the Ninth Circuit case, they said that the definition of sick benefits or sickness benefits in the RUIA means money payments payable to employees. And clearly this bill does not tread that ground.
Okay, so we have the Ninth Circuit, and then we have the lowest court, the district court in Massachusetts, nothing higher, no appellate court opinion in Massachusetts, right? Nothing else. Okay. And just one more question, if I may, Madam Chair. And just so I understand it, why is FMLA not applicable here, or you can't, why is there no protection there?
Well,
you could explain that.
Yeah, so the FMLA you have to apply for.
You're right.
Okay, and so here, the space that this bill fills is the short-term, unexpected, or maybe emergency is too great of a word, but exigent circumstances that we all have. We have kids, we have families, we have all that, and ourselves as well. And so that's the space it fills, because FMLA, obviously, if you're going to take a day off, 2 days off because you have the flu, you're not going to be able to fill out FMLA paperwork. You're not going to be able to file for Railroad Retirement Board sickness benefits, which is what the RUIA addresses, because it's too short term.
Okay.
And so consequently, you have people with flus or, sick kids or whatever going to work, which is what the legislature has previously said in the bill that we're amending. We shouldn't have that. That's not healthy. It's not healthy for the families.
Okay, so it protects their job with unpaid leave. So, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and maybe Larry, I don't know who's best to perhaps answer. My question is, what if any benefits are paid out by the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act when an employee is laid off from work for taking sick day?
There's no benefit for the employee for that. The Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act is just that. It's an insurance policy. You have to be off 7 days, first of all, before you can apply for benefits. And then you have to, of course, take paperwork to your doctor, who has to send that in to be approved for it. And then once you're off a 14-day period, they eliminate the first 4 days and pay you for the next 10. Which is $85 per day. That's the benefit you get. But under this scenario, you get nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This maybe Donna first. Under the original paid sick leave, we exempted those under a collective bargaining agreement. But was that just limited to construction, or what was that exemption, if you might remember?
It was for the building trades, but we didn't exempt them. We allowed that the next time that they had the collective bargaining agreement negotiations, that they could consider what was in the Healthy Act, or they could negotiate something else.
Okay. And then at the same time, we had I think we called it the Comcast amendment back then, that said, I mean, obviously for outside of union employment, that if a company offered these types of benefits up front, I think it was considered in the paid time off category, as long as they offered something that was in excess of paid sick leave, then they didn't have to provide specific paid sick leave. Do you remember that?
I recall some of that, but I did not obviously pay attention to Comcast amendment. But what the bottom line is that our railroad workers have definitely been left out
Well,
and left behind.
Thank you. The testimony from Norfolk Southern, I believe it says that between vacation, personal leave, and holidays, the average employee receives 25 to 29 days of PTO, depending on craft, with most senior employees receiving 37 to 39 days. Why, why isn't that good enough?
I believe Larry should give you those specifics because he lives his contract every day, but they fail to say, we don't protect workers when they're sick. Go ahead. Larry.
Well, okay. Yeah, Larry, go ahead.
The, what you're talking about doesn't have anything to do with this legislation because you're talking about collectively bargained benefits, which were not taken into consideration when we passed the law in 2017. They weren't, the law didn't say if you have, 3 weeks vacation, you don't have to provide the sick leave.
Right.
Under a collective bargaining agreement. The only where it addressed the collective bargaining agreement was if both parties agreed to something in exchange for these sick leave days that they could exempt themselves from the law. And that hasn't occurred.
So both parties just have to agree?
Yes.
We don't need the legislation then?
No, both parties have to agree for you to be exempted from this law.
And you don't think that 25 to 29 days of PTO is enough to satisfy the sick days that these individuals may need?
You can't take those days for sick days.
It says PTO. Maybe what we can ask them what
I can
qualifies
tell
as
you
paid
that
time off.
when you call in to take a day off, if you're sick, you can't say, I want to take a vacation day, or I want to take a personal leave day, or of course, a holiday. Those are scheduled.
So what happens if you call and ask for a day off and you're not feeling well?
Well, if they give you the day off, then it's a blemish on your service record.
A blemish on your?
Yes.
Not sure what that means.
Explain that.
Well, they document it that you took a day off, and the level of the blemish, if you will, depends on the day you took off. If it was a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, it's lighter than a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday.
And are those blemishes calculated and
Yes.
something happens as a result of that?
Yes, it's over time. If you're sick, maybe you're sick a couple of months in a row, you're called on the carpet for a disciplinary process.
And you don't think that an employee could call up while they're sick and say, I'd like to take paid time off?
It doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen, or they can't do it?
They're not given the paid time off. It's the paid time off is designated in your collective bargaining agreement. Tells you how much you get and how you get it. You have to schedule it like vacation. You put your bid in December. It's awarded first of the year. So if you got 2 weeks vacation, you got one in July, one in August. That's your vacation. If you have personal leave time coming to you, say you have 5 personal leave days coming to you. Those are put in the system 14 days ahead of time. And I can tell you what happens in that situation is at midnight when they become available 14 days ahead of time. Many of the members are sitting at the computer trying to grab those days. And rarely an hour after midnight are any of those days available for anybody to claim. But all this does you no good the day you wake up and you're sick and you want to take a day off.
Right. So you call in, you're sick, and they say, no, you can't be sick today. You need to come in.
Yes, that happens.
Okay.
Senator, may I also relate some of my experience, because I deal with this not directly as a representative like Larry, but I deal with a lot in our federal rail safety whistleblower cases. And so, probably have 50 whistleblower cases now in railroad industry where most of the time the employees have been fired for safety related issues, reporting an injury, reporting an unsafe condition, something of that nature. And so they are engaged in a progressive discipline policy. There are major, depending on the railroad, they have different categories of it, but attendance is an issue. So if somebody had called in sick, that's on their record, and that's something that's taken into consideration. I also had to come up in a whistleblower case where the issue was whether or not it was a different contract than Larry's as the engineers, where because someone was out sick on a Friday, they didn't get their productivity bonus. And that the reason we contended they were out on Friday was because they were hurt, and that's what made it a whistleblower case. But he didn't get his productivity bonus because he called out sick on a Friday.
Okay, thank you all very much. It was informative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Mounts.
Oh, thank you. So I'm trying to, maybe I'm confusing things, but wasn't this leave specifically excluded? Were collective bargaining agreements explicitly excluded from this leave when it was enacted
I'm not sure what you mean.
in 2017? When we debated the bill and the law was put in 2017. I may be confused with, I distinctly remember the statement that this does not apply to collective bargaining.
If the parties both agree to opt out.
No, my record, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll go with your correction.
Yeah.
But I remember the statement that this does not apply. And now we're talking about applying it.
No, as Senator Hershey pointed out, that was a carve out for the construction and trades collective bargaining. What it did was say, and how we've done it, and the contractors have agreed, or whomever they're negotiating with, is that there was the carve out that immediately that bill would not go into place. When the CB came back up for negotiations, there would be negotiations between both parties. And if they chose and agreed, as Larry's saying, if they agreed that they wanted to be part of the Healthy Working Families Act and do it the way that is, they agreed to that, both parties, or they agreed to opt out and have their own system. That is true.
But that was for construction only.
It was, it did not, we have, there were plenty of collective bargaining agreements around that, this did not hit.
Thank you.
Including rail.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any other questions from the committee for this panel. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next panel, Sushant Sid, Lydia McPherson, Thomas Thompson, who signed up in opposition to the bill. Good afternoon. You can get started as soon as you're ready.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thomas Thompson on behalf of Norfolk Southern Railroad. When we passed this bill and codified House Bill 1 in 2018, we have to go to the last page of it and look at section 3. It's uncodified language, but it's right before the enactment clause. And it says that, and it be further enacted that this act may not be construed to preempt any federal law or regulation governing employees subject to federal law or regulations, period. That's what it said. And yet 5 years later, we're coming back and we're doing that exact thing. They glossed over the rail law. Why'd they gloss over it? Because they wanted you to think it was not important, but it was important to two courts. It was important to a Massachusetts district court. It was important to the Ninth Circuit Court of California, a very progressive and very liberal court, who found that this law is preempted in California. Why'd they find that? Because it's a benefit. And benefits are under the exclusive purview of the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act. It says it in that act. It says it's the exclusive place where such benefits can occur. They can't occur in state law. And it's not that the railroads don't want to be regulated. They're one of the most regulated industries in the country. It's because of their oversized nature in interstate commerce that Congress did not want the states to come in and regulate the rail lines and to create undue burdens on our interstate commerce. And we saw that when there was a potential rail strike with regards to this issue. And the Biden administration chose not to act on it as well because it is for collective bargaining. There is a sanctity to collective bargaining. There's a reason why this hasn't been taken up. It's because they've gotten other things, and that's great. They have great pay. They have great benefits. They have great retirement. And they just chose not to pick this piece yet in collective bargaining. They'll get to it. I know they will because they're clearly focused on it. This is for collective bargaining for the federal government. And for those reasons, I ask for an unfavorable report on SB 456.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sushan Sid here on behalf of CSX Transportation. While CSX believes the issue of sick leave for employees is very important, they respectfully requested an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 456. I think we've talked a little bit about the Attorney General's opinion that was just issued on February 15th. In that letter, the Attorney General opinion basically states that they believe that this would be federally preempted. I'm going to read a little bit from the letter. So the RUIA, the Railroad Unemployment Insurance Act, is a federal law that provides the exclusive source of unemployment and sickness benefits to railroad employees. The RUIA contains an express preemption provision that disallows railroad employees from having any rights to sickness benefits under a sickness law of any state. Again, we've already talked about the federal court decisions, but the last line of the letter in the conclusion, although SB 456 would require unpaid sick leave and safe leave for railroad employees, in my view, and for the foregoing reasons, such leave would likely still be viewed as a sickness benefit that would be preempted by RUIA. So I think, again, from Mr. Thompson's testimony, from the Attorney General's opinion letter, this would be federally preempted. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lydia.
Hi. My name is Lydia McPherson. I'm the Regional Government Relations Manager for Norfolk Southern. I won't repeat what my colleagues have said in terms of preemption, but I just kind of want to give you some additional information about our policies and what is already offered under these current agreements. So beyond what is promised under the RUIA, the exact sick leave benefits differ from union to union, depending on what they've negotiated under their bargaining contracts. While some unions have negotiated for immediate paid sick leave, others have repeatedly prioritized long-term benefits over payment for short-term absences. These longer-term benefits include the fact that employees can start receiving approximately 70% of their income replacement after only 4 consecutive days for up to 52 weeks. Additionally, Norfolk Southern employees can take unpaid sick leave as needed, provided that they continue to maintain reasonable availability. So calling up and saying that you're sick under NS policy is allowed. In addition to substantial pay time off, which was already brought up, the average of 25 days for most employees and senior employees closer to 40. I know that was already discussed. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I hope this information is helpful.
Thank you very much. Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. We just heard obviously from the prior panel and their attorneys that that this is not preempted by federal law because there are no court cases that address unpaid leave, that all the cases up to this point address paid leave only. Why do you think that this is still preempted, even though there's an important distinction here between the paid and the unpaid leave?
Well, again, going back to what I earlier said, the Attorney General's letter addresses that issue of unpaid and still believes at the end of the day that this would be federally preempted. And that's the Attorney General's opinion on this. And again, it also speaks to unpaid leave, and then also still, the end result of the letter is that they still believe that it is preempted.
Right, and then that's really just kind of an extrapolation based on cases that they have looked at up to this point. There are no cases that can be directly pointed to that address unpaid leave. And I think that important distinction has to be made clear as well. You're going to respond to that? Go ahead.
Yes, Senator, if I can respond to that. So what the court would do in this situation is look at precedent. Since we don't have any in our jurisdiction, they're going to look to other jurisdictions. They did address this in a roundabout way in Massachusetts, calling unpaid leave a benefit. They also said that California's law is very similar to ours in the sense that it has domestic violence protections with sick and safe leave, if you recall. And the Railroad Act does not have anything with regards to domestic violence in it. And that was one of the arguments the railroad made. And they said, no, that's also a conferred benefit to you. And conferred benefits have to come from the federal level, not from the state level. So I think the precedent is present. I also would be concerned that if I'm being represented by a lawyer and my lawyer is saying I'm going to lose and I'm still going to take it to trial, then I should expect to lose. The lawyer for the state will be the attorney general. And the attorney general believes this is preempted.
Well, I want to be clear, this is the assistant attorney general assigned to the General Assembly, not the attorney general that was here present for the committee.
Well, it's his agent. I mean, I was an assistant prosecutor. I had the
True,
discretion
but
to prosecute
opinion
and
of
to
one-
move on cases that I saw fit. That discretion exists with the attorney generals as well. If the attorney general doesn't, I'm sure he reviews the letters that leaves his office. He's a very thorough individual and he's a very smart lawyer. And he has very smart lawyers in his camp. I believe they have the autonomy to make that decision. And I believe that decision aligns with the case law.
Well, this is a letter of advice from the assistant attorney general assigned to the General Assembly, not an official opinion of the attorney general of Maryland. My other question is that you had talked about providing all this leave to employees. But I think it's important to be clear that in spite of the benefits that you provide, you are not in compliance with the Maryland Healthy Families Act. Is that correct?
That's not true, actually. Compliance can occur in many ways, as we indicated, paid time off. If it exceeds and it's front loaded, which it is in our case, I can't speak for the other railroads. That is compliance with the law because the law allows for those carve outs. Do they call it sick and safe leave? Certainly not. And I would tell most businesses when this law was passed to go to a paid time off policy because that was the most prudent way to move forward with your employees. This is really generous. And this was not the people we envisioned when we passed this law. Trust me, I have some clients that you did envision and I won't bring up who they are. But that's who we were looking at, the frontline workers in grocery stores and things of the like. And so, we weren't talking and debating about people that had 25 to 29 days on average of paid time off in those hearings ever.
Well,
Senator, if I might add, so the CSX, the collective bargaining process is actually already beginning to address this issue. So right now they've engaged and they have agreements for 7 days of sick leave for 5 of their 12 bargaining units. They're continuing to negotiate with the other units that have not gotten that sick leave yet, but that is part of that collective bargaining process. They are continually addressing the issue. And again, they are delivering sick leave to their workers.
I think it's important to draw a distinction between paid time off, which is something that they have to plan for, and true sick and safe leave, which is if somebody wakes up in the morning and they get sick, they are able to call in and not have to come in while they're sick or injured. But, I think we're talking past each other with these definitions. So with that, let me wrap up and turn back to our chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any additional questions for the committee. Thank you all for your testimony and your responses. That will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 456. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 838. Nope, we're not even halfway yet. Senate Bill 838 is the workplace fraud and prevailing wage violations, penalties, and referrals. Senator Kramer.
You want to bring up the panel? Did you want to right there? Mhm.
Sorry, feel free to bring up your panel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 838 and colleagues. In light of the fact that I saw on the signed up for oral testimony list that it was all favorables, we have winnowed down the number of people who will be speaking to out of respect for the committee's time. And with that, I will share with you that colleagues, wage theft and misclassification has a significant harmful effect on employees who, by the way, are our friends, neighbors, family members, and constituents. But wage theft doesn't just affect the employee only. Wage theft and misclassification also has a significant ripple effect through our state's economy. It has an adverse impact on taxes and therefore public services. It has an adverse impact on workers' compensation and unemployment insurance, which can drive up healthcare and social service costs. It bypasses all of the state mandated employee protections with regard to pay, benefits, family leave, and paid leave. Unscrupulous employers who misclassify employees or pay them under the table create a race to the bottom and place the honest employers at a significant competitive disadvantage. It is the intent of the legislation before you to create a sanction that is meaningful enough that those who are knowingly skirting our state laws will pause and reconsider their actions. So what does the bill do? The bill provides that an employer found to have knowingly, and I want to emphasize knowingly, failed to properly classify an individual is guilty of a misdemeanor and on conviction, again, emphasis on conviction, is subject to a fine not to exceed $5,000 or imprisonment not to exceed 60 days or both. Finally, the bill provides that on a showing by clear and convincing evidence that a violation has occurred, that the commissioner will refer the matter to the comptroller's office in the event that there is tax fraud also associated with the misclassification. So with that, colleagues, once again, this bill, the intent of the bill is to ensure that employers are simply doing the right thing in the way they pay their employees. And with that, I'll turn it over to the panel, again, with the emphasis on knowingly not do these things. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just a little confused. Is this the only people that are testifying?
Yes, I believe so. I don't think there's
Because
anyone
I
else.
had
Is this?
Donna at the top of my list, so.
I think there's also somebody on virtual. Do you want them just to introduce themselves as they
Yeah, why don't we
speak?
just do
And then
that?
you'll know
But-
who's.
Okay, but so anybody else besides this panel and virtual, that's it, right?
That's my understanding, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
thank you so much.
Bueno, presidenta, miembros del comité, mi nombre es Melvin Crespo. Yo fui víctima de robo de salario.
Madam President and members of this committee, his name is Melvin Crespo and he was victim of wage theft.
Estaba trabajando en una escuela en el condado de Charleston
I was working in a school in Charles County
y me pagaban en efectivo. Fui víctima de salario, me pagaban en efectivo.
I was getting paid in cash.
Y de ahí estábamos trabajando 12 personas.
There were also other 12 workers in the job.
Y dame un permiso. Y estaba y fui víctima del demandé la compañía
I decided to sue my employer.
y de ahí fui víctima que mi familia tuvo amenazas.
My family and I were threatened because of that.
Habían trabajando 12 personas y solo yo fui el único que demandé a mi empleador y a la compañía.
Out of 12 workers, I was the only one who took action and decided to sue the company and my contractor or the labor broker.
Y de recompensa me dieron $80,000 cuando demandé a la compañía.
I received $80,000 after we negotiated the lawsuit.
Y
Got it. He has a written testimony to you. Sure.
That's good. Okay. Who do we have next? Robert?
he tenido problemas con la cosa de mi trabajo. Me ha bajado mucho el trabajo que que me contratan saben que demandé y ahora no me quieren dar trabajo.
Currently, I'm having a hard time finding jobs because I was blacklisted after I decided to sue the company. Employers don't want to hire me anymore.
Yeah, you're done. Okay. Thank you. All right. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Klausmeyer, committee members, I want to first thank you for the opportunity to submit my testimony. I want to personally thank all the sponsors of this bill. I think it's a great first step in protecting Maryland workers and the state revenues that are lost because of wage theft and misclassification. I'm going to condense my, I'm getting to that right now. Yeah, my name is Gerald Jackson. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. I'm also the Assistant Business Manager for Plumbers of Steam for this Local 46 in Baltimore. I'm going to condense my testimony and just give some statistics. In 2018, a New Jersey Department of Labor audit discovered that more than 12,000 cases in which workers were being misclassified, which resulted in more than $460 million in underreported wages and $14 million in lost state employment and temporary disability contributions. This widespread practice not only cheats workers out of their entitled wages, but also cheats taxpayers and the government out of dollars that would fund workers' comp and unemployment insurance. Wage theft and misclassification is even more egregious on prevailing wage jobs where taxpayer dollars are funding these projects. Senate Bill 838 will put all employers on notice that Maryland protects its workers and taxpayers alike. If passed, this bill mandates that the Department of Labor refers cases to the Comptroller's office so that they can recover lost taxes, workman's compensation, and unemployment insurance. Before all else, we must protect the rights of the men and women who are working hard each and every day to earn a decent, honest, and fair living. We cannot build a stronger and fairer economy without strong workplace protections that ensure parity for employers, for employees, union and non-union. Misclassification and workplace fraud impacts immigrants, as we can see, in underserved communities the hardest, I would say. So on behalf of Maryland's workers, taxpayers, and businesses, I am asking for a favorable opinion for Senate Bill 838. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair and members of this committee, my name is Darwin Bonilla. I am the Executive Director for the Mid-Atlantic By Trades Association. Many workers, especially in the construction industry in Maryland, are victims of wage theft and misclassification. Company owners have said it to my face. This is the way of doing business in this area. Is that something you members of this committee agree with? By misclassifying workers, these contractors are allowed to underbid honest union and non-union contractors. When workers are misclassified as independent contractors, they don't receive any benefits and protections. Most of them do pay taxes, contrary to the companies who hire them, and they don't pay federal, state, or local taxes, workers' compensations, unemployment insurance. When we expose or workers like Melvin act on their behalf and companies get caught misclassifying workers, they face little to no penalties. Meanwhile, the workers, like in this case, gets blacklisted if they decide to speak up. SB 838 addresses this issue by making wage theft a misdemeanor offense. The bill also mandates that the Department of Labor refers cases to the comptroller's office so they can go after lost taxes, workers' comps, and unemployment. Workers should worry about getting the work done, not on how to stop misclassification. For this reason, on behalf of our represented and non-represented workers, we ask you for your support of SB 838. Thank you.
What is your colleague's name?
Melvin Crespo.
Okay.
Can I jump in front of Mr. Mano? Sorry, Roger. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Thomas Bello. I'm with the Mechanical Contractors Association of Metropolitan Washington. You've heard testimony and you've seen written testimony from the workers. I'm here on behalf of our 200 member contractors that are owned operating within the state of Maryland. I like to speak of the impact that these practices have on the local construction landscape in Maryland. The contractors that we represent are, if you've heard the term, socially responsible contractors who pride themselves in paying their workers a fair and honest wage. We offer a pathway for retirement benefits, healthcare for their employees, and healthcare for their families. These are contractors that pay their payroll taxes, unemployment insurance, workers' comp insurance, and they comply with federal and state, local medical paid benefits. The MCAMW contractors and some of the association contractors that have submitted testimony represent the good practices of this industry, practices that comply with the intent of our labor and employment laws. As you know, the skilled trades and construction careers provide a pathway for a lifelong career. Good wages, long-term health benefits, health and welfare benefits, fair, honest, and responsible contracting is part of the solution to building a stronger state economy and a stronger infrastructure. The MCA alone represents over 200 billion in revenue in the state. We build and service the hospitals, the schools, the universities, wastewater treatment facilities, commercial, residential, and on and on. We pay almost $500 million in taxes annually. Couple more things. Can I get one more second? But unfortunately, on bid day, we're up against contractors that don't pay those taxes. They undermine the systems that we've spent so much time and energy building to protect our local state economy and the residents of Maryland. All we're asking for is a fair construction industry locally. And it's our opinion that Senate Bill 838 does that by holding these people who exploit workers and undermine our system. So with that, I hope that there's a favorable report for Senate Bill 838.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Roger Mano on behalf of Steam Fitters 602, Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 5, Mechanical Contractors Association of Metro Washington. We ask for a favorable report on this legislation. It's a simple piece of legislation. It elevates the crime of misclassification, an act of misclassification, which is wage theft, it's unemployment insurance fraud, it's workers' comp fraud, to a misdemeanor, as many other states have done. And it creates mandatory referrals in extreme cases from the Secretary of Labor to the comptroller to handle the underlying payroll fraud cases. Under the current statute, Those are crimes in the state of Maryland. The only difference between what we have right now and what this bill provides is how it treats victims. Under current law, if the victim is a human being of wage theft, the crime, the penalty is a civil violation. Under current law, if the victim is the state of Maryland, where you're cheating the state of revenue, that's a criminal violation. We think that there should be equity between those two victims, and we'd ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Any questions for our panel? Senator Hersey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roger, I'll go to you since you spoke last. I guess in one of the comments said that this was a first step. But actually we have legislation already, right? The current law, as you were alluding to, says an employer found to have knowingly failed to properly classify an individual in violation of this subtitle shall be assessed a civil penalty of up to $5,000 for each employee.
Yeah.
So I'm presuming that you feel that that's not enough of a deterrent to stop this practice?
Correct. And as I mentioned, Senator, if the victim is the state instead of a worker, an aggrieved worker, if the victim's the state, right? If you've been found guilty of payroll fraud, that's a crime in the state of Maryland because you're inappropriately withholding, under reporting or under withholding unemployment insurance taxes, workers' comp taxes, FICA, which are federal. So there's a whole host of withholdings. So if your victim is the state of Maryland, you could be guilty of a criminal violation of up to 10 years in prison. This bill is, I wouldn't even say it creates parity between a human being victim and the state of Maryland victim. It begins to address the egregious act of stealing workers' monies by making it a crime, a misdemeanor, but not as great as what it would be if the victim were the state of Maryland.
So are you saying that if this bill is passed, that the employee will be compensated as a result of a criminal violation?
Well, the employee should be compensated, and there's provisions in the law right now that allow the employee to be able to recover stolen wages.
But that's currently in law. That's not with respect to this.
Correct.
This one clearly, just simply, as you said, elevates the penalty.
I wouldn't even say it creates parity between those two victims. Again, the human being victim, it's a misdemeanor, maybe 60 days in jail. The state of Maryland, you can go to jail for 10 years.
I'm actually not
Under
sure
current law.
what you mean by this human element. I'm just reading what the bill says, that right now an employer will be fined up to $5,000 for each employee if they fail to classify. That's what the law is. What you're seeking to do is elevate that penalty to a civil penalty.
To a misdemeanor.
Criminal, I'm sorry, a criminal penalty.
Yes, it's being changed to a misdemeanor.
So,
and on conviction, the maximum penalty would be 60 days.
right, so that's what we're talking about,
Correct,
elevating this to a criminal penalty.
correct.
As it is when the victim is the state of Maryland.
Right. My question then becomes, do we know how many employers were found guilty and had to pay this civil penalty?
We don't. What would be necessary to fully capture how much misclassification is going on would first of all be to undergo a statewide payroll audit, Department of Labor, as Governor Murphy recently did in 2018, where they realized that there was $400+ million of unrealized revenue because of abject misclassification. We'd have to undergo something like that. And there would have to be greater information sharing among the agencies in terms of investigatory resources and prosecutorial resources from, I would say, Department of Labor, which is the Labor and Employment article in the code, with the Comptroller, which is the Tax General article of the code. And I would also argue under the criminal section of the code, if you had proper information sharing and joint prosecutions among those three agencies and those three sections, articles of the code, I think we'd have a very good idea of just how vast this is.
Right.
And I think it would be an incredible deterrent,
So
as it has been in other states.
why aren't we asking for that then? I mean, I think we've got something that's on the book, $5,000 for each employee sounds pretty stringent penalty. You're saying that doesn't go far enough. You want to issue a criminal penalty, but yet you're now saying that you don't even know how rampant this is and how many penalties have been issued.
I think that's a question for the Department of Labor and the Comptroller's Office. But I would say,
Which are both not here, and neither of them testified, by the way.
well, they
provided testimony.
contributed to the fiscal note. I would say the question for you would be, why is it that the penalty for injuring a human being, a worker, is so much less than it is if you don't pay your taxes?
That's not my question, though. My
But that
question
is the issue.
Yeah, no, the issue is that we have a penalty that's on the books. And you want to elevate that penalty. And I want to say, how often are we issuing or doing the initial penalty that's there? I mean, is it not enough if you came back and said, you know what, we issued, we found 50 employers that were guilty of this. And obviously, this $5,000 per employer is just not enough. We need to do something else. But you're not coming to us and saying that. In fact, you're coming and saying, I don't know how many penalties have been issued.
And I think the point of it is that while we may not be able to fully grasp the extent, we do know it's happening. And the goal is that in a circumstance, and this is where other states have started to become more aggressive about this issue, is that by elevating it and putting into the statute a criminal sanction, not just civil, for, again, emphasis on those who knowingly failed, that the goal is to give the employers, the unscrupulous employers, pause that, okay, this is a practice that I have been doing, but now in light of the fact that I could actually have jail time, not just a civil penalty, that maybe they will rethink what it is they're doing. And in my introductory comments, I stated, that's the intent, is to give pause to those employers who are in fact violating the law right now, but not facing what might be a far more serious sanction. And that's the intent.
I appreciate that, Senator. And maybe we should go to the Department of Labor and actually get the type of data that we've seen other states provide as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, State Senator.
Could I make a statement? No? Okay. All right.
Okay, we have one more person to testify, I believe. And he can come right on up.
Bruce.
He knows who he is.
Yeah, you are. Come on up. Come on up.
And you
You're-
guys can stay there or go back in your
Bruce.
chairs. You have 2 minutes.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee, Bruce Periano here on behalf of ACE. Misclassification is a very, very serious problem. I'm glad we're talking about it, and it's very important. I just have one point. I don't want to repeat what everyone's saying, and I don't want to be the fly in the ointment, but I guess having gone to law school and practiced law for 30 years, I'm compelled to say the one thing that is not addressed in this bill that is very serious, if you're going to pass this bill, and if you're going to add a criminal penalty, you've got to give due process. Right now, all of this goes before an administrative law judge. They're not lawyers. They're not legally judges that are appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate. There are administrative law judges, as you know, right now in Maryland system, but there's no requirement that they have to have gone to law school to be lawyers. So if you're going to add a criminal penalty, you've got to deal with due process. And you're going to create problems. The sponsor of the bill made clear what the intent is. I'm not arguing against that or what have you, but I need to point out that the effectuation, if you were to pass this, you're lacking not having it come before a judge, not an administrative law judge, who administrative law judges in our system have never sentenced criminally in the disposition of their cases, never. And that's absent in this discussion. That's the only point I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I think the language does currently address it, but we can certainly clarify that the language says, and on conviction, and we know administrative law judges are not going to be the source for a conviction, as opposed to when there's just a finding of a misclassification. So if we need greater clarification on the language beyond on conviction, that won't be a problem at all.
Okay,
And that's
thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. And we have one more person on virtual, and that is Andrew Costa Kelsler.
Thank you. And to Chair Griffith and the honorable members of the Senate Finance Committee, I've advocated for workers experiencing wage theft and workplace misclassification for nearly 15 years. And I'm here to strongly urge this committee to adopt this important bill that will establish criminal penalties for violating the Workplace Fraud Act and the state prevailing wage law. My name is Andrew Kelsler, and over the course of my career, I've represented workers in every imaginable industry. What I found is that regardless of the industry, workplace misclassification is extremely pervasive, and it is always a function of power and lack of enforcement. Employers misclassify workers because they can, and because they are certain there won't be consequences. And to the extent anybody believes that this is not a widespread practice where they need additional data, just think about what Mr. Crespo said. He was one worker out of 12 on one job site that was willing to come forward. So that's less than 10% of the workers that we know that are being misclassified on one job that are willing to come forward. And whether it's workplace misclassification generally or under the state prevailing wage law, the outcome is the same. The employer receives a massive benefit by failing to comply with the state's requirements, and ultimately workers lose. They lose the benefit of protection of labor and employment laws, such as minimum wage. They lose the protections offered by state unemployment and workers' compensation laws because they're not eligible if they're not an employee. They lose the appropriate amount of wages they should receive, and they lose the deductions that should be remitted on their behalf to state and federal governments. And a small fraction of workers may decide to pursue a private civil action against their employer or report the matter to the appropriate person within the Department of Labor. But the vast majority of employers will continue these practices because civil consequences for the few have proven to be a poor deterrent for the many. And the bills before you may be the only hope of curbing these pervasive practices. Because when employers learn criminal penalties, or when they learned that the Commissioner of Labor and Industry must refer to the comptroller certain tax violations, they will think twice about misclassification. You have the ability to shift the power dynamic for workers so that they receive the protections they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just seeing no more questions. Thank you very much, and you have a nice evening. That's the end of the hearing.
Okay, colleagues, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 838. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 828, Family Medical Leave Insurance Program Modifications. Senator Hayes, and if you have a panel, please feel free to bring them forward.
Yes, come on up, panel, please. Madam Chair, Senator Antonio Hayes from the 40th District for the record. If you don't mind, Madam Chair, if the Secretary of Labor could go first. She was scheduled to be sworn in with other secretaries at 5:30. So
that is very fine. We've been wondering why you've been saying acting, so we look forward to helping you drop that title. So yes, please proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for allowing me to testify today.
We're very excited to be on the verge of implementing paid family and medical leave. Paid leave helps Maryland workers to stay in the workforce and also still dealing with their or their family member's health condition or caring for a new child. It also helps level the playing field for small businesses who may not otherwise be able to afford to provide these benefits to valued workers. The department is working towards implementing this law, and it became apparent in conversations with the bill's sponsors and agency staff, as well as the review of the report provided by DLS yesterday or the day before. These steps will require more time. So we appreciate the deadlines in the bill, but in analyzing other state paid leave programs and their implementation, we noted that typically other states have had about a year between posting contributions and starting to collect them, and then on average another 12 months before commencing benefits payment. We've provided some amendment language for the legislature and the committee's consideration, which will provide more time to set contributions, develop regulations, hire staff, and procure the necessary IT infrastructure. We've been working with the industry and advocates to make them aware of some of our considerations. And I think we generally have agreement about that. We feel the suggested language could provide the department with flexibility to work toward complete implementation of the program while giving us time to get the initiative right. I do want to also emphasize we'll be working on additional personnel and funds to make sure we can effectively stand up the program. I want to assure the committee we're committed to providing this important benefit to all Marylanders and to offering new parents and caregivers the dignity and respect and support that they need and deserve. I'm asking for a favorable report from the committee with the suggested amendments and look forward to answering any questions.
Madam Secretary, are you able to stay till the end of the panel, or you need to go?
I could say it depends on how long you go, I guess. I just
supposed to be over at 5:30.
Okay,
10, 15 minutes.
Let me let Senator Hershey go.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Secretary, I just want to say thank you very much for your honesty in this. And we've talked about this when we met prior to your nomination, and you have kept to your word to said you would take an evaluation of this. And I just want to say I appreciate that.
Thank you. Glad to do it.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Senator Hayes.
All right.
Thank you, Madam
you're all
Secretary.
done. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. We greatly appreciate that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Senate Finance. Senator Antonio Hayes, representing the 40th Legislative District of Baltimore City. For the record, it is with great pleasure that I introduce Senate Bill 828, an implementation bill to construct the foundation necessary to fulfill the promise of the Time to Care Act of 2022, passed last legislative session. I'm also submitting accompanying sponsor amendments, including one that will put the cost sharing contribution split at 50-50 for employers and employees, which places the bill in identical posture as its House bill crossfile. Passing the Time to Care Act last year was a historic victory, and it was the first step in realizing the family and medical leave insurance program in Maryland. In order to create a fully functioning, accessible, and equitable FAMLI program, there are a few questions that the state needs to answer so the critical implementation work can begin in earnest. Senate Bill 828 simply clarifies and codifies the policy decisions that were made last session, as well as make a few minor improvements based on feedback from stakeholders. This bill has been drafted in consultation with advocates, national experts, and representatives of the insurance industry, which all are inclusively represented here for the most part at the table. Senate Bill 828 recognized that paid leave is a benefit that touches all of us. It's good for families, employers, and society at large. And as we share in the benefits, we share in the costs. The sponsor amendments I'm introducing in tandem with the legislation keeps the program affordable and equitable for employers and employees with a 50-50 cost sharing split. This equal split is in line with other states, including other neighboring state of Delaware that have recently passed FAMLI laws and makes it identical to the House bill. Crucially, Senate Bill 828 also grants the Department of Labor additional time to implement the Time to Care Act. From technology acquisition to staffing to outreach planning to regulatory drafting, there is significant work that needs to be accomplished in order to build a FAMLI program that can be a cornerstone of the administration's work to end child poverty, support veterans, and create Maryland where all families can thrive. I continue to have discussions with the department and stakeholders about the timeline. Senate Bill 828 with my sponsor amendments also adjust the existing law by adding definitions to clarify what wages would be included for the purpose of calculating the average weekly wage, that domestic partners are included under the definition of family member, and how an application year would be counted. Adding language to, man, you're a little loud back there. Thank you. Adding language to better conform with FMLA, the circumstances for which a covered employee can take leave when a child enters their home by specifying it must be covered individual's child, and by allowing leave for circumstances leading up to the kinship, foster, adoptive placement. Adding additional requirements for the certification that must be submitted to the secretary for the purpose of leave, including duration, frequency of intermittent leave, and standards of verifying next of kin. Requiring the department to include disaggregated data in their annual report and specifying that only the public components of the program should be included in the report. Changing the secretary's report on the solvency of the fund and the appropriate total rate of contribution to occur annually rather than biannually. Requiring the secretary to set the contribution rate on an annual basis and adjust the timeline. Allowing an employer to pay full amount or a portion of the employee contribution if they so choose, mandating that the state to pay the employee contribution for the Medicaid community and the employee contribution for those making under $15 an hour. Clarifying that an employee can apply for foreseeable leave in advance and sets deadlines for the application. Clarifying that when an event qualifies for both family and medical leave and paid family leave, that leave runs concurrently. Removing language requiring an employee to exhaust all employer contributed leave before availing themselves of the program, but allows employers and employees to agree that employer provided leave is used in conjunction with paid family leave to replace 100% of the employee's average weekly wage. Clarifying language about what happens in the maximum benefit is increased while the individual is receiving benefits. Setting standards for how a private plan will be set, will set a benefit amount, specifying what a completed, specifying what a completed application is and the department's notification requirements for both employees and employers, and prohibiting an employer offering a private plan from charging an employee more than the public contribution. I believe that all Marylanders, whatever their circumstances, will at some point in time in their lives need extended time away from work to provide care for family members or for themselves. And Senate Bill 828 put the necessary parameters in place to create a FAMLI program so all Marylanders can take time to care. On my sponsor panel today, next to me I have Reagan Vaughn from Catholic Charities. Fillmore, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last name, but the League of Life and Health Insurers of Maryland, Kaylee from the Maryland Center for Economic Policy, Molly Williams, Sarah Montgomery, and Laura Wildry. I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 828.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Regan Vaughn. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Catholic Charities and a member of the Time to Care Coalition. A number of my coalition partners are behind me in the audience who felt strongly to stay here all day to hear this hearing, but agreed not to testify because we know you had a busy day. So I wanted to recognize that they are here right now. Last year, you passed a monumental piece of legislation, and we are hearing from national partners across the country that it's being held up as model legislation for other states to look at. And so we are really proud of that effort. But as April rolled into May last year, we realized we had a heavier lift ahead of us than that 5-year effort on the bill, and that's implementing the bill. And we started hearing would-haves, could-haves, should-haves. Why didn't you do this? How did you do this? Why aren't you more clear on that? And so we took a look at the bill. We knew we'd have to come back with something this year due to the unanswered questions that were in the bill, and had a threshold question. One, does this help with implementation? We really don't want to relitigate the decisions made last year. And two, is it going to be good for workers if we make that change? And so before you is hundreds of hours of meetings and discussions and research on what we can do to better implement this bill and make it a program that works for employers and employees in Maryland. Senator Hayes ran through the different sections. I wanted to point out that the big policy change is removing a requirement the House put in at the last minute last year that had employers exhausting all their leave before they could access the family program. We think that incentivizes employers not to give benefits. Because if you have a benefit program, you could actually get more than 12 weeks. You would get the 12 weeks of family plus all of your leave. And so we did take that language out. And I do want to note, in a lot of the unfavorable testimony, there's comments about not informing employers when you're taking the leave. That is not in SB 828 because we did that last year. So I don't think that is as big of a concern because that notification requirement is in last year's bill. So with that, I would ask for a favorable report, and I'm happy to take questions on the specifics.
Thank you, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klossmeyer, members of the committee. My name is Callie Shumitz. I'm with the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. We support SB 828 for all of the same reasons we supported the enacting time to care legislation last year, and because as you just heard, properly implementing the program is also very important for workers and for businesses. In short, we all benefit when people can take time off to care for their family or their health without losing their livelihood. Families and children will benefit from greater economic security, improved health, and greater bonding time with new children. The program will particularly benefit women, Black and Hispanic Marylanders, and people in low-paying jobs who today often can't afford to take leave when they need it. Businesses will benefit from reduced turnover and greater ability to recruit and retain employees, particularly for small businesses that can't currently afford to offer paid leave to their employees. And our state's economy will see the long-term benefits of both creating greater economic security for Maryland families and making Maryland a more attractive place to live and work. And that's exactly why we strongly support the proposed sponsor amendment that would ensure that working Marylanders and businesses alike share in the cost of the public insurance program by splitting the cost 50-50. The benefit of a statewide public insurance program is that nearly all workers and businesses in the state pay into it, is that it keeps costs modest for everyone. However, the bill as drafted places 75% of the responsibility on working Marylanders, increasing the cost for them by up to $325 per year. That is not only unfair to workers, it also does not take into account the benefits businesses will receive from participating in the program. And I would just add that such a split will also make Maryland's otherwise very strong paid family and medical leave program less attractive and out of step with the recently enacted programs in other states, including our immediate neighbors in Delaware and DC. So we'd ask for a favorable report on SB 828, including the sponsor amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Philemon Konjerski here today on behalf of the League of Life and Health Insurers of Maryland and the American Council of Life Insurers in favor of SB 828. The bill you see before you today comes from a tremendous amount of work over the interim in this session. We'd like to thank Senator Hayes for introducing this important legislation. Life insurers offer paid family medical leave plans across the country, and we believe these plans are vital to the health of the workforce and the financial security of families. We believe this bill is an important next step in ensuring that Marylanders have access to these benefits. The technical fixes in this bill represent input from experts from across the country, and they reflect important lessons learned from programs similar to the one that will be built in Maryland. League members are supportive of these technical tweaks. We're also supportive of the sponsor amendments that Senator Hayes mentioned. Additionally, we urge the committee and state leaders to take a hard look at the feasibility of the current program implementation dates. We believe the amended date suggested earlier by the Department of Labor will provide the time necessary for the program. The work on the program does not end with the passage of this bill. Life insurers have been proud to be supportive of these laws since 2018 in Maryland, and we're committed to continuing to work with the state and other stakeholders to develop regulations in the coming months. Our life members experts bring with them a wealth of knowledge of these programs. Available virtually is one of these experts, Sarah Montgomery from ACLI. She'll be able to answer any technical insurance questions you might have and provide additional insight of lessons learned across the country. Thank you for your time today. I urge a favorable report of SB 828.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Laura Wheeldryer, Executive Director from Maryland Family Network, a statewide early childhood advocacy organization. And I'm here today to express strong support for SB 828. You have heard a lot of necessary but technical information today about the bill. And while all of that is very important to getting this right, I hope to use my 2 minutes to remind you of why we are here. MFN's entry point to paid family leave was babies, new moms, and new dads. Birth, adoption, foster care, however a new baby arrives, parents and babies need time. There is a mountain of public health research that shows the long-term benefits of parental leave for all. But we quickly learned that all kinds of people need access to paid leave. In fact, as the coalition has talked to people around the state, there is literally no one who can't imagine not needing paid family and medical leave at some point. A family dealing with a chronic medical condition that disrupts their lives, a military family preparing for a deployment or welcoming home a loved one, a spouse caring for his wife who is undergoing intensive treatment, a child taking care of her parent during the end stages of his life, a parent of a child with a disability who needs medical attention and time to heal. This bill is about real people and real life that often takes unexpected twists and turns. While SB 828 doesn't iron out those life wrinkles, it provides people with one less thing to worry about during some of the most stressful, anxiety-filled, overwhelming days of their lives. No one should have to choose between the job they need and the family they love. Thank you so much for your leadership on behalf of Marylanders across the state who will benefit from this legislation. You are securing a healthier start in life for our youngest citizens and a more secure future for all.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Senator Mounts and then Senator Hershey.
How did we come about with the January 1 date? How was that calculation? The bill's going to move the start date back to January 1, right?
It's a placeholder because we knew we needed better information from the department, and the department submitted amendments with a longer on-ramp, and we are supportive of those amendments. So the contributions under the department's amendments would begin October 1 of 2024, and the benefit wouldn't begin until January 1 of 2026. But when we were drafting this bill, we didn't have the same relationship with the department where the secretary was sitting next to us on it. So we really needed to get that information from them.
Yeah, so I want to make sure I understand. When would the contributions start to be collected?
With the department's amendments, they would begin October 1, 2024.
Okay, so October 1 next year.
Yes.
And then would the department still have the discretion to change any dates?
No, I guess they could, no. The way the bill is written,
Unless they came
came back next
Okay.
year.
But they figured out now that we're going to move forward and this is how things go. Have they done the actuarial study?
So they hired over the summer, an actuarial firm to do a study. And it was Milliman was the company that was used. That study, I believe, is linked to in the fiscal note. And Milliman came back with some estimates based on assumptions it was making about timing and what passed last year. Under the department's amendments, they are pushing back also the date the original contribution rate would be set up. And I believe their proposed date is October 1 of 2023, where they would announce what next year's contribution rate would be, and they would do another actuarial study this summer.
Okay. And did they have an amount? Did they come up with amounts for contributions?
Milliman for a 50-50 split, and I want to make sure I give you the correct amount, Senator, came in at 0.91% of payroll. I could tell you why I think that's high. But that's what the Milliman report came out with this summer
0.91%, what is that? Like, so,
of payroll
yeah.
up to the Social Security cap. So you would, sorry, Callie's sharing information with me. So if you have an employee making the average weekly wage, which gets you at $72,000 a year, the, oh, sorry, this isn't 50/50. It would be $6.38 a week for that employee.
Per week?
Yeah.
Okay, it's 72,000. And then there are which employees are exempt? They're covered by it's $15 or lower. It's paid for by the state of Maryland.
The employee contribution for someone making under $15 an hour would be picked up by the state.
Right.
We have language in the bill about the Medicaid providers. My understanding is they have amendments to tweak that, but the state would pick up the employer contribution for those Medicaid providers.
And I don't want to
And businesses under 15 are exempt from contributing for their employees.
Did the actuarial study also include benefits paid out?
Yes, it included benefits paid out. It assumed that the startup cost of $60 million would be borne by the fund in the first year. So we're not using general fund dollars to set this up. It had a number of assumptions about the leave taken, what benefits would have to go out. That was all included in the study.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. We're going Senator Hershey, Senator Reedy, Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a point that was brought up earlier that said an amendment to determine which wages are included. What does that mean?
So we defined in the bill what wages are. That was actually something the insurers brought to us that had been discussion in other states on how to define how you calculate what wages are. So what you have before you is for self-employed. We said wages are what the feds use for self-employed taxes, that calculation. And then for employed, we use the fair wage section of the code.
So that's the determination. Why would a self-employed person want to be part of this program?
They have the ability to opt in. You could have someone who's a gig worker driving for Uber or whoever who for some reason needs to take time off and needs that wage replacement. They would have the ability to opt in.
Okay, so that's an opt-in.
Yes,
Okay.
it is an
I thought,
opt-in.
now that you say that, I thought I remembered talking about that. The next thing was we talked about the contribution rate, and that would be determined by the secretary.
Correct.
At some point in time. And then there's an amendment that goes from the 75% employees to 25% employees.
Yeah.
There's an amendment to change that. Where did that suggestion come from?
So last year's bill gave us a range. The General Assembly didn't make a decision. They said it could go from 25.75 one way to 25.75 the other way. And so as we've looked at the experience of other states, there's two generations of paid leave programs across the country. The older ones are Rhode Island, California, they've just kind of had them forever. And then there's a new wave of states. And of that new wave of states, most are close to 50-50 or are 50-50. And that reflects the benefit that everyone in society is benefiting from the program. And it's also in line with Medicare and Social Security that we split those social insurance plans 50-50 employer-employee.
Okay, then lastly, you mentioned employees making under $15 an hour.
Yes.
The state picks that up.
Correct.
Would it be okay to assume that if the legislation we heard earlier today passed, there would be no employees under $15?
That's my understanding, yeah.
So the state would pick up no part of that.
Correct.
It
That
does-
section could go away.
It falls back on the employees and the employers to pick it up, but it's not being picked up by somebody else.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator Reedy.
Thank you very much. I was curious, and I might follow up with the labor secretary on this later, but we've been able to run cost estimates for this program as it relates to state and local government, boards of education, local government, state government. Does anybody on the panel have any? Do we have I understand none of you here representing the
Yes,
state of
I
Maryland. So I'm not-
believe they may have been in last year's fiscal note, but I would have to check that for you, Senator.
Okay, I can go back and look. And I think there's several states that have done this now, and I believe I think it's up to 12. And there are several of those states have offered opt-outs for local governments. And I was just curious if you had studied that, if you have any comment on what that impact is, or
So I think the underlying premises of our bill all along has been everyone needs time to care. It doesn't matter whether you work for a small business, a large business, a nonprofit, or a local government. There is a provision in the bill that if you offer a benefit that is equivalent or equal to the state plan, you can opt out of the state plan if you get it certified that your benefit is equivalent to or equal. So there are
that's right,
chances.
we put that's in the bill.
Yeah, so some localities could choose to go that route and find self-insurance is cheaper for them, or buying a product is cheaper for them. But the underlying premises of the whole bill was everyone needs time to care. It doesn't matter where you work. And so that's why we included all workers were legally allowed to include.
More people that participate, lower the cost.
To lower the cost. Is there a what? Because I remember we did a lot of work on the bill, and then we kind of had it all jumbled up at the end, which is why we're here, partly here again. Is there flexibility for negotiation with whether it's a local government or a business for what meets the standard? Is there some negotiation? We have these additional benefits that are already part of our pack. I mean, is there any room to, is that in the law that we have right now, or?
It is not in the law right now. That's really going to be left up to the regulations promulgated by the Department of Labor in those guardrails.
And could you, I don't know if this was stated or if I just read this in the test, but are we at where it's basically an average of about $6 a week right now is what we estimate it's going to be out of each worker's paycheck in the state?
On
average, I know obviously some would be more and some might be a little less.
At $72,000 a year. So the average weekly wage, it's about $6.
So between about $5 and $7 to $8 for most people is probably what we're looking at.
Yeah,
paycheck.
down at 30,000, which is the minimum wage, it's $273.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Excellent. Very good. Well, I don't see any additional questions for the committee. So thank you to the sponsor and the panel. We'll call forward the next group of witnesses on the bill. Kirk McCauley, John Willems, Laura Howell, Dana Kaufman, and Bill George, all signed up favorable with amendments. Good afternoon. Evening, whichever.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. John Willems, representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education. Here today to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 828 as introduced and with amendments that are described in Mabe's testimony that we are in alignment with our partners at MACO, the Maryland Association of Counties, and the Maryland Municipal League in seeking reasonable extensions of both the timelines for the making of the initial contributions, the employer and employee contributions, as well as seeking clarifications around the criteria for the employer plans qualifying for the exemption that the previous panel was describing for plans on parity with the state plans. We are very much excited and enthused by the testimony provided by the Department of Labor and the sponsor, Senator Hayes, in terms of seeking reasonable extensions through the department's leadership and guidance. that we believe make eminent sense. And so you have Mabe's written testimony. We just urge favorable consideration of ample time, both from school board's perspective, both in terms of getting this right, but we also have that extra step as being fiscally dependent. Maryland's local boards don't have taxing authority, so we need to work with our county government funding authorities to ensure that we have ample resources to meet our local employer expenditure costs and or the costs of adapting and adopting new local school system employee benefits programs that meet the state criteria for the exemption. And I think we have every intention of doing that as well. So thank you very much. And again, supporting the bill with the amendments as described in our testimony that are actually enhanced by the testimony you've already heard from the sponsors panel, which is exciting. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the panel, name's Kurt McCauley of WMDA. We represent service station convenience stores. We also represent repair facilities. When an employee is out for 12 weeks, that's pretty serious as far as replacement goes, but it's doable, especially a cashier or someone that works in the office. But when a technician's out, that you might only have 3 in the shop and a mechanical shop, but 3 or 4, you lose 25% of your business. 2 of them are, you lose 50% of your business. It's devastating. And to be out 24 weeks could be business closing. My proposal is simple, just cut it back to 12 weeks, family and sick leave. 12 weeks is pretty darn liberal for most leave programs. And it would sure benefit technicians, not just repair shops, but electricians, plumbers, anyone that has people to go out to do work or come to them to do work and has technicians there to take care of it. So it's a simple fix, but that's what we'd ask, to turn this into a 12-week family leave and sick leave bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Laura Howell here today on behalf of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Coalition in support of Senate Bill 828 with amendment. We really appreciate that the bill codifies the intent in last year's bill for the state to pay for the employer portion for developmental disability service providers. And we support this provision. Secretary Wu approached some of the DD advocates to talk about whether there was a way to implement that provision in a way that would draw down federal matching funds. So the amendment that is attached to our testimony is a friendly amendment that we believe would achieve that goal of drawing down federal matching funds while still paying the employer portion for the developmental disability providers who have been very underfunded over the years. And that is it. We ask for your support for the bill with that amendment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bill George. I'm with the Maryland Municipal League today in support of Senate Bill 828 with a couple amendments. You may know municipalities around the state, all 157 of them, as providing quality of life services to their residents, but they also employ almost 9,000 Marylanders around the state. And we come here asking 2 amendments, one of which has already been discussed, and that is pushing back the mandatory contribution start date. Our folks, our members are mandated by the state to have an annual budget process that starts on July 1st every year. So they're already in the process for putting together their fiscal year 24 budget. So pushing back the start date until October of 24 really helps our folks for the next budget cycle after the one that they're currently in. So I won't touch on that too much, and I appreciate the department and the sponsor for bringing that amendment. Secondly, to Senator Reedy's point, our legislative committee talked a little bit about an opt-out for local governments, and what they ended up kind of saying is that, we think that this is a good policy for the state, and that municipal governments can't compete with the private sector in terms of salary, but what they can do is offer awesome benefits. And they think that a lot of the plans that they offer currently to their employees will meet that equivalency standard, and therefore be able to exempt them from participating in the state program should they so choose. What we're looking for is for the department to clarify some of the standards that need to be met in order for our folks to qualify for that exemption, and a detailed application process to make sure that they can do that in a time to factor that into their budget process, as I described earlier. So with those two amendments, MML is gladly supportive of this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Reedy.
Two quick and specific questions. First off, Mr. Willems, John, I heard from MML here. Do you believe that I'm very concerned with the counties I represent, particularly Carroll, issues with the blueprint, lot of money, lot of things coming down we have to pay for locally that is a challenge. So, and we're working to meet those challenges, but it's a challenge. Do you believe that most of your members will have their plans already would probably meet what we're shooting for here with this bill, with this policy, or do you think there's a problem at the school system level?
Senator, it's an excellent question. I think the short answer is no. I don't think that the current plans necessarily meet the standards. I think with some minor and not so minor adaptations, they should. There may also be an interest in standing up a new pooled benefit offering for school systems. And so there are discussions as to that. But as of right now, given the blend of negotiated leave provisions and the struggles we have with providing leave during the school year, and the presence of things like sick leave banks.
Yeah, sick
And
bank,
so there are a
yeah.
lot of nuances to what we do that don't fit nicely as a crosswalk with the state plan. So it's a heavy lift to create that argument, if you will, for parity for a qualifying exemption. And that's why we need those rules to be so clearly articulated. We would prefer that they be promulgated as regulations and so that we can follow them as we ensure that our plans do meet those specifications.
I'd love to offline. I'd love to know, maybe give me some more details about that. Because my concern, I don't want to exempt, frankly, local governments. I think if you're making businesses do it, you should do it. But I also am mindful that for our local county taxpayers, counties like mine, if I want money that's going to be spent on education, be spent on education. So I want to try to avoid, if there's a way for us to say, hey, we're already meeting this or basically meeting, and I want it to be able to, I'd like this to be sure we're making it easier for you all to say, hey, we're already doing this. We don't need to add something onto it. So I appreciate the time. And then Mr. McCauley, you're here favored with amendments. I heard your amendment. Was your organization a part of this discussions here in the interim since we passed this?
No.
Okay. Do you know were you in communication with any other business groups? Was the Chamber of Commerce a part of this or
We was when the bill was originally passed in 2019, but I haven't been since, no.
And okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions from the committee, so thank you very much for your testimony. I'll now call forward Andrew Griffin, Mike O'Halloran, who've signed up in opposition to the bill. Good afternoon. Evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew Griffin here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, and respectfully in opposition to the bill before you. My written comments have a lot in there. And so I will just say as the bill was introduced, so this piece of legislation was worked on with advocates, national experts in the insurance industry. I didn't hear the employer community, which I find very interesting considering how they're heavily impacted and certainly footing half of the bill now. We agree with the comments of the secretary that a delay is certainly needed, not only for the department, but for the businesses who are going to be impacted by this. It was mentioned that notification requirements, which are arguably the most important thing in this piece of legislation for employers, was addressed last year. Notification requirements for foreseen leave was addressed last year. In the bill before you for unforeseen leave, an employer is only notified when someone takes unforeseen leave and they apply for the benefit. They're given 60 days for that. So an employer in that instance would only be notified that someone is away from the job, potentially up for 60 days. The total stacking in the timelines of the bill is 110 days that someone could be out without a benefit determination. That's longer than the leave period, the 12-week leave period. That's simply not possible for a small employer to manage. The concurrence language flips what was put in the bill last year. Someone can't take the leave on the front end, can't be required to exhaust their leave on the front end, but they're saying that it also can't run concurrently. So we're essentially saying that the leave is going to be stacked on the back end. The same rationale would apply for employers to reduce the leave, their employer-sponsored benefit. And so we think that language needs to be tweaked. It's certainly more specific in my written testimony. Finally, on the total contribution cap. The 50-50 split is what's taken out of someone's paycheck and what the employer is contributing every 2 weeks. It does not put a total cap on the amount. And what we've seen in other states is year to year, as the trust fund will need to be buffeted, that cap potentially can sway significantly. And so we would suggest putting a total cap as to what the department could go above. I will conclude my testimony there. I'm happy to take questions. I urge you to read my written.
Good afternoon, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran here representing NFIB. And while, yes, we are in opposition to this bill, I want to level set with the committee and indeed even the advocates that we are not here opposing the program. The General Assembly decided last year this state of Maryland is going to have this program. So we are here in opposition to this fix-it bill. Because I dare say Maryland is not a model program, simply because of the very fact that here we are, frankly, less than a year after the bill took effect, having to fix it. And I think a lot of the issues really revolve around the involvement of employers. Because the program right now doesn't involve employers the way, frankly, they need to be involved. Certainly, my colleague from the chamber talked about notification. I'm going to expound a little bit further upon regarding adjudication. Certainly, proponents mentioned Delaware often in their remarks. Certainly, there are some good things in Delaware that I think the state should replicate. And one of them is allowing the employer to be that first line adjudicator, to make sure that an employee who is requesting benefits, the employer is involved, can look at, make sure that the application is filled out in accordance with DOL requirements and requirements of the law, and then make that determination. And I think that does two things. One, that brings obviously the employer into the fold, and also an employee and an employer can plan accordingly. And let's say there is, because certainly we don't want to pretend that we will all be perfect in the scenario, but let's say an employer errantly denies a leave benefit. Well, that employee, we have to make sure that employee has an appeals process with the department. Delaware does that. Certainly, there are more issues with the bill. The timeline, obviously, I will say, wrapping up, Delaware also passed their program, but they have January 1, 2025 and January 1, 2026 for contributions and benefits. So with that, I look forward to discussion with the committee. Thank you for your leniency, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going Senator Hershey, then Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, just could you continue on that? I wasn't sure when you say an employee can file for the benefit. Did you talk about how an employee would request taking the leave and when does that occur?
Sure. And certainly my colleague from the chamber talked about that issue and how, frankly, for unforeseen leave, there could be a tremendously large or long lag as to when an employer will actually be notified. But I think, to take it a step further, Senator Hershey, your point, the department is required to do a heck of a lot of things with this program, especially involving notification. And that's why I really impress upon the committee to consider involving the employer more, allowing to be that first line adjudicator to make sure that the department can administer the program. I think that's just a much more streamlined, and it wouldn't be plowing new ground here. Again, Delaware has that included in their law.
All right. And you mentioned earlier, and again, we did hear from the sponsor panel that they worked with a number of different stakeholders in coming together with the amendments that they presented. Did they not communicate with the business community at all?
No. Well, I Certainly, I appreciate, them holding hundreds and hundreds of hours in their words of meetings. Certainly you heard them talk about experts and insurance companies. But the fact that they are now shouldering employers with more costs than what was, originally introduced with this bill. I would certainly hope that they had reached out to an employer organization, but it certainly wasn't NFIB.
Doesn't appear that. Andrew? They reached out to you guys?
We had a conversation with the League of Life and Health Insurers about a bill that looks nothing like the one before you. But on this one, no.
I would hope that we are going to continue to look at this now that it's being delayed some. Maybe we can take the time to hear suggested amendments from you guys as well too, and the business community. Since now it is, a lot more of the burden put on the businesses, not just in the compensation, but in the overall ability to deal with workers that are taking extended period of time off. So I appreciate both your comments. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew, I have a question for you regarding that application time period where you said it's 110 days. Right.
Worst case scenario. Senator.
Worst case scenario. They're not, the employee is not getting paid during that time period, right? Because if they're going through the application process, if they're waiting until that 60 days deadline, then they get that 10-day turnaround decision from Department of Labor. And if they're denied, then they got 30 days to file an appeal and then another 10 days for the Department of Labor to respond to that appeal, right?
It's a great question. It's a question my members have asked me. I don't quite know the answer to it. I think the real question from the employer standpoint is that leave protected? Is that absence protected like the leave? Would they be granted the benefit also be protected? If, let's say, because the notification is 60 days, let's say they wait until the last possible day.
Yeah.
An employer who maybe doesn't know where that person is may take an employment action against someone, right? They say someone hasn't showed up for work for 30 days. I'm going to move on. And then maybe that benefit is granted. Is an employer liable for that? Should the employer have been paying that person during that time? I think that there's just a lot of questions about the length of them.
Okay, but I mean, if they haven't gotten a response, let's say that they are waiting for the Department of Labor to respond, they're not getting their benefits from this paid family and leave program, right?
Right.
And so, I mean, it's a fair, I understand what the point you're trying to make. I just have a difficult time thinking that, an employee that knows that this benefit's being available are going to wait that long, unless there's medical reasons preventing them from doing so. If they're not getting a salary, they're not getting paid, they're not getting their hourly wages, that they're going to really wait till the very last day to do it.
I would agree, Senator. And I think reality is right. Like I work for a small employer. If something happened to me, my wife would probably to pick up the phone, call my HR director, say, hey, Andrew's been in an accident. He's applying for these benefits. That's probably the most likely scenario, right? But again, worst case scenario, we look at the FMLA program, which has worked very well for 30 years. The language simply says that they have to apply for the benefits as soon as practicable. I'm not quite sure why that language isn't good enough here, but potentially 110 days where an employer doesn't know if they're supposed to be holding that spot for someone or not. It's quite low.
Okay, I guess while that procedure is being played out, it's kind of some uncertainty there. Is that's what you're saying? Okay, well, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any additional questions for this panel. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's been a long day, so thank you for hanging with Senate Finance. We do have virtual witnesses.
Always a pleasure.
I bet. We do have virtual witnesses signed up on the bill. Sarah Montgomery, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to give brief testimony in favor of this bill. My name is Sarah Montgomery, and I am the Assistant Vice President for Paid Family and Medical Leave Implementation at the American Council of Life Insurers. ACLI is a leading trade association representing the life insurance industry. And in addition to life insurance, our member companies offer a range of products to Maryland residents that help them achieve financial security, including paid family and medical leave plans that provide critical income replacement when employees need time off to care for a family member, bond with a child after birth, or to attend to their own serious medical condition. ACLI strongly supports SB 828 with amendments, and I would also like to thank Senator Hayes for sponsoring this legislation. Our members stand ready to offer paid family and medical leave policies in Maryland. Our private insurers are very well equipped to provide these important employee benefits as they have the capital, organizational infrastructure, and the professional staff with the expertise to handle administration and coordination of complex benefit programs such as these. ACLI and our members have worked closely with regulators as PFML programs have been successfully implemented in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Oregon, Colorado, and we are looking forward to continuing this close collaboration with the Maryland Department of Labor and the Maryland Department of Insurance to ensure that paid family and medical leave policies are available to Maryland employers. I respectfully ask that the committee favorably report this bill as amended, and thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to assist where I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and have a good evening. There's no questions from the committee. So we'll go to Molly Williamson. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Molly Williamson, and I'm a senior fellow at Center for American Progress. I've been working on paid leave around the country for many years, and I'm especially proud to have been working on paid leave in Maryland since 2017. Thank you so much to the chair, the sponsor, and the committee for the chance to speak today. Since the evening is getting late, I wanted to speak to 2 points quickly. First, just to emphasize, as so many speakers have pointed to, a 50-50 split is very much in line with the national trend. It's what Colorado, the most recent state to collect contributions, is doing. It's what neighboring Delaware is doing. It's what Massachusetts is doing. And again, it fits with what Social Security and Medicare have done for many, many years, and what Maryland employers and employees are used to and have benefited from in that federal context. It's also worth, I think, just noting again that last year, Maryland made the decision to exempt employers with fewer than 15 employees from paying in at all. So whatever split the legislature ultimately decides is fair, we know that we're already separately protecting those smallest employers. There's been a number of comments about notice requirements and when employers are going to find out pieces. And the benefit of virtual testimony is I could look back at the legislation. And I did want to call to the committee's attention, in the existing law, it says if the need to use leave is not foreseeable, the covered employee shall provide notice to the employer as soon as practicable. So built into what's already in Maryland law is a requirement that for non-foreseeable leave, employees need to notify employers as soon as practicable, again, similar to the FMLA, because that makes a lot of sense to make sure that employers find out. Again, I just want to emphasize, and it's further outlined in my written testimony, paid leave is a smart investment in workers, businesses, and the state's economy. This bill, including the sponsor's amendments, will move Maryland forward in enacting that powerful vision. I support this bill with the sponsor's amendments, and I'm happy to answer any questions if that's helpful.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so thank you for participating. Our final witness on this bill, Brianna January. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, honorable committee members. Brianna January with the Maryland Association of Counties. Thank you for having me today to share some of the county perspective on the bill. As you've heard, counties stand united with our partners in local government, the municipalities, local boards of education, and local superintendents in supporting SB 828 with amendments. Committee, in what might be the first in history, or at least in my tenure, MACO, MML, MAVE, and PZAM are all requesting the same exact amendments, and I'm enthusiastic to hear about the Department of Labor's amendment to the start of contributions, which counties would surely support. That goes even above and beyond our own proposed start contribution date, as my colleagues earlier noted. I don't want our second concern, however, to go under the radar, and that is our ask to have clear and comprehensive guidance published by the department on private plan equal benefit opt-outs as soon as possible. I cannot stress enough how critical that is for all 24 counties as we each consider our best option with the needs and unique abilities of each jurisdiction. Working together on those issues, committee, I am confident that we can ensure a smooth launch of the program for the greater benefit of our mutual constituents, who are all Marylanders, and we look forward to working with you to make those changes and urge a favorable report with those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And seeing no questions, we thank you for your testimony, and colleagues, that will complete the hearing on Senate Bill 828. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 809, Education, Public School Employees, Parental Leave. Senator Washington, good afternoon, good evening, good night.
Hey, look, I'm ready to go too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Senator Alonzo Washington here to present on Senate Bill 809, paid parental leave for teachers. This bill is an interesting one. I think you all know, or at least the folks in this room know, that I just had my little baby. I will show you all the pictures a little later. She's a little cutie. And so my wife and I going to her doctor, one of the visits that we had multiple visits, and going to her visit, they mentioned that they had a patient that was a Prince George's County Public Schools employee or teacher. And what she told us is like, well, look, I know you guys have paid parental leave, but there's teachers that don't. They have only 10 days of leave that's available to them in Prince George's County. And it's different for every other place. And so me being the legislator that I am, I started doing my research and figuring out, okay, what does this look like? Does other counties offer paid parental leave? Is it there? Is it available to them? Is it available to teachers? Is it available to different staff within the school system as well? Want me to pause and let these folks? Thank you, everybody. And so I did my due diligence and did my research, and what it showed was that it's true that teachers, after delivering their child, only receive in Prince George's County and other places 10 days of paid parental leave. And before they get that paid parental leave, they have to use all their sick leave and all their other leave. And to me, it's an oversight that we can't ignore anymore if we're trying to attract teachers to the teaching profession. According to MSDE, over 5,500 Maryland teachers left their jobs in 2022, a number that has increased dramatically in recent years. In Maryland, teachers have to cobble together all their sick days and sometimes vacation time to pay for their newborns, and usually have to supplement that with unpaid leave. Others can't afford to take unpaid leave and have had to return to the classroom before they're physically or emotionally ready. This problem is especially pronounced amongst new and young families and teachers and workers in our school system. Every county varies widely, just like I said. In Montgomery County offers 12 weeks of paid leave. Howard County offers 10 weeks. Baltimore County offers up to 8 weeks. And as I said earlier, Prince George's County only offers 10 days. And that's all after you exhausted your leave. This has been done. This is not new. It's been done in Delaware, New Jersey, the District of Columbia. Currently provide guaranteed paid parental leave for all of our teachers, regardless of their jurisdiction and where they sit. It should be equal across the state. We shouldn't have to compete with each other for high quality teachers. Establishing this program for parental paid leave is essential for health and well-being of our parents. I don't have to tell this committee, you guys have heard it, why it's so beneficial to have paid parental leave for families. In Maryland, new teachers are most likely to leave their positions after less than 3 years. In order to fill the vacancies and attract young people to the teaching profession, it's evident that new policies are needed to attract teachers. Requiring paid parental leave will also help to address this issue, especially when nearly 75% of our K-12 teachers that we have here in Maryland are women. And this doesn't leave out our fathers or any other parents. This bill will cover all parents. For those reasons, Madam Chair, I asked for a favorable report. I do believe that we missed the mark in the blueprint for Maryland's future to retrain and attract teachers to the teaching profession. This was one of those marks that we missed to make sure that we provided paid family leave for all of our teachers to attract them to this profession so they can have their child and be able to come back ready to work, ready to teach our kids in the school system. And I do support all the amendments that were proposed by MSEEA in their letter of support for this bill. And again, I ask for a favorable report for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the sponsor? Okay, seeing none,
Perfect.
thank you. We
Thank
do
you.
have several virtual witnesses. Catherine Wusu. Wosu?
Yeah.
Good evening.
Do you want me to just go ahead and start?
Yep, you can start.
Good afternoon, evening. My name is Catherine Nwosu, and I'm here to speak in favor of SB 0809. I live and teach in Prince George's County, Senate District 47. I'm a veteran educator and mother of 3, and I want to share some personal experiences related to being pregnant. But before I do that, let's talk about teacher employee benefits. Senator Washington kind of hit on this, and while it varies by county, educators typically do receive about 10 paid sick days and 3 personal days per year. And leave can only be taken in half-day increments. And year to year, these do roll over if unused. And in my school district, if you receive 10, you may receive 10 additional paid days of maternity leave if you deliver during the school year. Pregnant people have a lot of doctor's appointments that eat up sick leave, totaling about 10 to 15 appointments for normal pregnancies. Being pregnant is hard, but being a pregnant educator is extra hard. You're on your feet most of the day and you're going nonstop on top of growing a little human, not to mention all those subpoints for those appointments. Now I want to discuss my most recent pregnancy and delivery. I had high blood pressure for about a month, and at 7.5 months pregnant on a Thursday night, I was having strong Braxton Hicks contractions. I still took off and I went to the doctor the following day, which was a Friday. They had me come in on a Monday for follow-up, and then I was sent to the hospital for monitoring. That Monday, about a month away from my due date, I was diagnosed with preeclampsia. The doctor described treatment as delivering the baby, and I was kept at the hospital and was induced for a long 4 days until I finally had my baby. On top of all the other appointments during pregnancy, I had taken 5 days of leave before I even had my baby in the hospital. If you include prenatal appointments, deliveries, and a 6 to 8 week recovery, that's a lot of leave that pregnant people use, and the current benefits don't cover. So as you can see, current benefits could be exhausted and leaving unpaid FMLA. That's why I'm strongly urge you to vote in favor of SB 0809 for paid time off for after delivery, and urge you to vote in favor for pregnant educators to take the financial worries away from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There are no questions from the committee, so we'll move to our final witness on the bill, Franca Muller. Good evening. Can you unmute, please?
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here so late tonight. My name is Franca Muller-Paz. I'm a teacher of 13 years and an educator in Baltimore City for the last 10, and an elected member of the Teachers Union Executive Board. And I support SB 809. The passing of this bill is essential because although our teachers' contract allows employees to use up to 10 weeks of their own sick leave towards their parental leave, or 4 weeks in the case of the adoption of a child, this process, as you've heard, comes at a cost. When educators take parental leave, it almost always requires them to burn all of their sick and personal leave. And in Baltimore City, we don't actually get any parental leave days when you give birth or have a child. This means that after educators have kids, they often have no accrued sick time remaining to take care of themselves, their newborns, or their other children when sickness and emergencies inevitably happen. Additionally, like you heard, teachers who are early in their career who've already had a child or who have medical conditions that require them to frequently dip into their sick leave may have very few sick days to apply towards their parental leave. And in those cases, they must carry their parental leave unpaid. This is the position that I would be in. I have a chronic autoimmune illness that unfortunately causes me to be in the hospital for days or weeks at a time. And because I've been dealing with my condition for over 5 years, it has seriously depleted my sick days. If I were to try to have a baby today, the vast majority of my leave would go unpaid. And this is a reality that holds me back from my desire to be a mom. SB 809 would be a critical improvement over the legislation that exists now. With this bill, employees would use their own annual and personal leave, but if they do not have those 60 days of that type of leave, the employer would make up the balance so employees could receive 60 days of paid leave. I respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 809. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you very much. And you have a great night as well. There are no questions, so that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 809. We're going to begin the hearing on Senate Bill 803 in just a moment. I want to first thank those of you that have been here since we were in session this morning, waiting to have an opportunity to testify on this bill. Thank you for your patience and for your willingness to participate in our process. We have 52 witnesses signed up on this bill, and so we are going to have 1-minute testimony. The sponsor will have as much time as needed, and then we'll move to 1-minute testimony on the witnesses. This is our third day, just so you all know, the third day in a row where our committee has had over 100 witnesses. We started with 175 on Tuesday, and we have had a very long week. So we apologize for those of you that have had 2 minutes worth of testimony prepared. We'll try to let you get through as much as you can, but we ask your indulgence as we continue our work through this very intense session. We're going to ask Senator Ellis to come forward. He is going to present labor and employment payment of minimum wage tipped workers. And then we'll work through the witness list. And Senator, if you have a sponsor panel, you can bring them up now. Thank you all for your understanding.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. And I do realize that I'm standing here tonight in between dinner and everyone here. So I will use my time judiciously and thank you for your patience. I didn't realize the issue with tip wage workers until some advocates came to me and told me the history of tip wage workers. And it really is sad that we as a country, because most of the country still allow this to continue. So I've been moved to introduce this incredible, important, and historic piece of legislation, which is Senate Bill 803. And for the record, Arthur Ellis, Senator from District 28. Senate Bill 803 would end the subminimum wage for tip workers, which is currently at $3.63 per hour in Maryland. This is direct legacy of slavery and a source of poverty, economic instability, sexual harassment, and racial inequity for generations. This bill is essential, particularly during the recent COVID pandemic, to support hundreds of thousands of restaurant workers in Maryland and hundreds of restaurant owners who are raising wages to recruit staff in the worst staffing crisis in the history of this industry. And we're asking for support to end this crisis. Usually we talk about what's happening across the country and what's happening in California and how they have gotten rid of the tip wage. We talk about District of Columbia, states who are take the lead to get things done. I'll go outside of the United States and go overseas to talk about other folks. Uh-oh, my time is up? Too soon. Anyway, talk about practices in other countries. So let's take a trip to Europe, okay? And let's go, I won't want you to take my word for it. Let's go to Travel and Leisure magazine. The article is called The Ultimate Country by Country Guide for Tipping in Europe. And I will go through really quick and talk about this one Paris owner of a company that says a tip is usually included in the bill and is sometimes called the service charge. Fast forward to Italy. Let's see, in Italy, the service charge is usually included and noted on the check. And no tipping is necessary. In France, in restaurants, a service charge is often included. Let's go to Greece. Service is generally included on restaurant checks. Let's go to Switzerland. A service charge is typically included in the check. You basically see where I'm going with this, right? Scandinavia, Ireland. Tipping in these countries is different from most of other European countries in that gratuities are not expected. And let's take a quick detour to Australia. So as a military man, and afterwards, my family and myself traveled a lot of places, and we noticed this pattern. In Australia, I'm getting this article from the Sydney Morning Herald, Sydney, Australia. Why do we tip? Comparing minimum wage down under, which is Australia, which is $21.38 per hour, to the US, average across the country, $7.25, is enough to understand why American workers rely heavily on tips. But tipping in Australia is not essential and generally frowned on. Let me get to the end of the article. It says, the more hospitality workers need to rely on tips, the more likely they are to be subject to harassment from customers and wage theft from bad bosses. Hospitality workers deserving decent pay and more job security, not just tips. And this last sentence in the article is quite shocking. It says, we should never move towards a US style system where tips replace wages. It's like, wow, okay. And that's experienced a lot of places. What differentiates these countries around the world from the US system? These countries I've talked about tip wages never had slavery of Africans. And remember in my introduction, I said the tip wage system comes out of the history of slavery in this country because, you know, slaves were not paid for my ancestors' work. Whether in Jamaica, where I was born, or in the US, where my wife was born and generations go back, never paid. And after slavery, the tip system was invented, was created to take advantage of free slaves. Say, hey, you come to work in our institutions, whether restaurants, business, whatever, homes, and if we like the job you do, we'll give you a tip. Way up into the 60s, African-American women went in homes and restaurants, worked, and employers would say, hey, guess what? We don't have any money this week to pay you. Not even get a little tip. Take something from the fridge to go feed your kids, okay? It's like, oh my goodness. All the way to present day, so many of American workers, over 105,000 alone in Maryland, show up every day to work, hoping to get tips because they have legally only a sub minimum wage of $3 and change per hour. So imagine we have a slow month, right? Snowstorms everywhere. The streets aren't clear. People can't get out to get to restaurants. Imagine a lot of rain and folks just not in the mood to go to restaurants to eat. Imagine any one of these, oh, imagine COVID, oh Lord, where folks don't get out to eat much. And you have these tip workers who show up and all they get is like $3 and change per hour. And those workers have families and they go tell their landlord, guess what? It was a slow month. How about me not paying you the full rent this month? What will the landlord say to those individuals? We understand you're a tip worker. Okay, pay us when you get good tips. No, it doesn't happen that way. Eviction proceeding starts and, you know, the problem compounds for these folks. Huge problems around the tip wage industry that goes back to a dark, dark stain of an American system called the original sin, which is slavery. And we're still to this day, having workers dependent on the generosity of others to pay their bills and take care of their families. And it's in the law. They can legally do it. And for 105,000 Marylanders, it happens to them. And you'll hear people say, hey, guess what? I get a lot of tips, and that's true. A small subsection of tip wage workers make a lot of tips. But you know where they work in? The white tablecloth restaurants, right?
Yeah.
They work in the white tablecloth restaurants, generally. And I go in those white tablecloth restaurants, and I rarely see African-American men and women working in there. Rarely. And I go to a lot of restaurants, okay? And that's what I see. So the majority of people who are hurt by this slavery system are women And the majority of these women are people of color, African American, Latinos, Asian Americans. And I strongly believe this injustice must end in Maryland. And therefore, colleagues, in the interest of time, I ask for your favorable report on Senate Bill. What's this number anyway?
803.
803.
803.
Thank you, colleague.
Making sure it's still.
If you, the panel, as soon as you're ready, you can get started, please.
Great. Hi, good evening, everybody, and thanks for being here late at night. We did have, I represent a national organization called One Fair Wage of about 300,000 restaurant workers, 2,500 restaurant owners, many of whom are here today from all over Maryland, many of whom are here and had to go back to work because it's late. But I really do appreciate the time. As Senator Ellis said, the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers is a direct legacy of slavery created at emancipation to allow restaurant owners free labor, access to free labor, and basically replace, for the first time in world history, replace wages with tips. Today, you've got a workforce that is still overwhelmingly women, disproportionately women of color, overwhelmingly working in very casual restaurants and bars, Applebee's, IHOP, Denny's, mom and pop restaurants, struggling with 3 times the poverty rate of other workers, using food stamps at double the rate and experiencing the absolute highest rates of sexual harassment of any industry because they have to put up with so much to get those tips. There were always 7 states that did it differently: California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Minnesota, Montana, and Alaska. They have had a same wage with tips on top for decades. And they actually have higher restaurant sales per capita than Maryland, higher job growth than Maryland, and higher tipping averages than Maryland. When people get paid a full wage, guess what they do? They go eat out and they tip better. So tipping is actually better where wages are the same for everybody, tipped and non-tipped workers. The situation got much worse with the pandemic. Millions of workers have left the industry. 20,000 workers have left Maryland, and it's about to get worse. Workers report that tips are way down because sales are down, harassment is up, and they have left in droves, and hundreds of Maryland restaurants are raising wages to recruit staff. They are asking for a level playing field in order to make it work because they can't do it alone. And most importantly, DC has just passed this overwhelmingly. So you've already lost 20,000 workers. You're about to lose many, many more as DC goes up to 16 plus tips, and Maryland is still at $3.63 an hour. We really need law that will support great employers that are raising wages right now to recruit staff, to create a level playing field and signal to millions of workers it's worth coming back to work in restaurants.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Lawrence Whiting, and I'm speaking on behalf of as a former tipped worker in the state of Maryland, as well as DC and Virginia. It's important that we receive not only a full minimum wage or full livable wage, but we also receive our tips on top. Due to the biases of customers based on race, preference, or what have you, it makes it very difficult as a restaurant worker to guarantee the same income every day you go into work. So you're very much reliant on not only the mood of the customer, but how they perceive your work. So if we had the ability to make a fair wage, a livable wage, we'd be able to provide great service as well as receive the tips on top to take care of our families. And I'd just like to share that during my years, the instability of tips made it very difficult for me to budget and plan ahead. Especially with a family. I have 3 children. So I'd really appreciate the ability to have a full livable wage in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Dear member of the Finance Committee, I would like to thank you for giving me the time to speak to you today. My name is Fikak Mamdou, and I am the co-founder of One Fair Wage. And before that, I worked in the hospitality industry for 17 years. During that time, I was delivery boy, a bus boy, and waiter. What people seem to forget that tip workers also include immigrants like me. So many of us stay as delivery boys and bus boys and never get promoted to be waiters. We delivery boys and bus boys make fifths or quarters of the tips that the waiters make. So we cannot feed our family with that little tips that we are making. We struggle with high rates of poverty, economic instability, and this will affect our families going forward and will make a generation issue with our kids they will struggle too. Our kids don't have the time that other kids have because we work in 2-3 jobs. The education of our kids is not the same, and it's really not good. So every time everything goes up, and except the tip minimum wage that it stagnates at $3.63 an hour from 2014. You know, some people that said save our tips. Of course, yes, saving our tips. We are demanding a full minimum wage plus tips on the top. We never want to leave the tips. Yes, thank you for supporting, and thank you for coming and saying save our tips. We are for that. We are for salaries and tips on the top. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. I want to thank Chair Griffin and the Finance Committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nyla Rosario, and I'm a partner at Scout Cafe. I'm here to urge you that to the inclusion of ending sub-minimum wage for tip workers in SB 803. With the state minimum wage increased to $13.25 earlier this year, it's really important that the sub-minimum wage for tip workers also goes up and does not stay at the abysmal $3.63 that it is now. I'm here to let you know that my restaurant really still suffered from the pandemic and has really not fully recovered. And then we know that also in Maryland, the restaurant industry has not been back, and a lot of workers are still gone. And very often, a lot of the restaurants say that they're opposed to better wage because the result is lower wages. But really, in our restaurant, we were able to increase our wages, and not only that, but our tips really were not affected at all. What happened was that our customers, they tip based on customer service, not how much we were paying the workers hourly. So it's really important that tip workers don't get left behind. And I'm also a member of an organization, and one of our employer members was not able to go. So I just want to have the opportunity to read a portion of his testimony. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
We are accepting written testimony, so
Yes,
you
he
can feel
submitted.
free to
He
submit.
submitted.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Tara Kathleen, and as one of those former Maryland servers who left to go to DC because of the money alone, I'm going to tell you the truth that the other side is not going to tell you. This is the bare minimum that the state can do for servers. Do you know why? Because the other side successfully lobbied the service fee during the pandemic. I had to leave and walk away from my dream job at a Michelin star chef's restaurant last year by Chef Nick Stefanelli. Every other server walked out every paycheck in that place because we were promised in the tip pool, and we got $16 an hour. Like they're like, oh yeah, you got it. You're great. This is before DC agreed to it. They stole 75% of those tips, and it ended up to being $2,000 per worker per day. And so if you want to sit here and say we're not worth $15 an hour, guess what? They've already figured out a way to get around it. So this is the least you can do for service people who were your prized essential workers during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for this panel, so we'll move on to, thank you all very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Lamb.
One brief question, because I think a lot of you had touched on this, and just a point of clarification here. Doesn't federal law require tip wages to be brought up to the minimum wage in the state? And how many of you have seen that in your?
I worked in the industry for 17 years. I never see, the mic, sure. I never see one owner, telling me that this week we did not make it, I'm gonna make the difference. The law is there. And the enforcement is not there, and we all my comrades, all my friends that work in restaurants, they never get paid the difference.
So all four of you've not seen that?
Never.
Yeah, in fact, under the Obama administration is when we saw the highest levels of enforcement of this law. In fact, your now Secretary of Labor, Portia Wu, was in the administration at that time. And the Department of Labor under Obama found an 84% violation rate with regard to employers actually ensuring that tips bring workers to the full minimum wage. And the Obama administration at that point declared the issue unenforceable because they found that it was just impossible to go around to each restaurant and ensure that for every hour worked, that workers were actually making up, the employers were actually making up the difference. The New York Times had a cover story in October that showed that now a majority of workers are reporting that tips are not actually bringing them to the full minimum wage very regularly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any additional questions from the committee. Thank you all for your testimony and for waiting all day. Let me just say, we're going to ask that the next group that I'm going to call, please say your name before you speak. We had a couple of people on that panel who we didn't have on our list. So please say your name and we'll start the clock after you say your name. To those of you that are coming, thank you for thanking the committee and thank you for thanking me. You can save your time and we thank you. So we appreciate your participation in our process. We're going to call Aaron Chappelle, Harold Ginsburg, Diana Ramirez, Allie Smith, Kathleen, you?
Tara Kathleen spoke on behalf of for that, Kathleen, Tara Kathleen.
Okay, and then Juan Romero, Obi Ogun, Nataki Rhodes, Herman Bonner, and Marjorie McGuire. Good evening. Thank you all. You can get started as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Committee members, thanks for having us. My name is Aaron Chappell. I'm the political director for Our Revolution, America's leading grassroots funded progressive political organization, founded by Senator Bernie Sanders, representing hundreds of thousands of members in Maryland and nationally. We've been in this fight together with the senator to raise minimum wages for over a decade. And our members consistently tell us the fight for livable wages has to be among our top priorities in our work. And that's partly because many of our members are low wage and include tipped employees. And so you've heard from one today that we just mentioned, Tara. And I'm just here to urge you on behalf of our organization, please support SB 803. This is a critical step. If we hadn't seen before how important it was to raise wages for tipped employees, the pandemic at least should have made that abundantly clear. And now is really the time for action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, senators. We really appreciate this. My name is Harold Hell Ginsburg. I'm speaking on behalf of Our Revolution Maryland, our 8,000 activists. I'm the state organizer. And I was a tip worker 40 years ago, and I have a short memory and a very long memory. I still remember the night when the wise guys came in and I made about $200. But I also know now that my Social Security payout in 5 years is going to be less because most of my income was not subject to withholding. It was not subject to a match by my employer. So while there were some nights when I did very, very well, most nights I was barely making the minimum wage, if that, and I was only putting it in my pocket. There was nothing being set aside for me in my retirement. Very significant difference for people. And that means that there are more people who are seniors now who are not secure. As a result, we know that raising the minimum wage is good for restaurants, and we know it reduces the poverty rate. Thank you. Issue a favorable report on 803.
Hi, good afternoon, senators. My name is Diana Ramirez. I'm a senior manager at the National Women's Law Center. And we're in strong support of the One Fair Wage Bill as an essential bill to address the pervasive and long-standing pay disparities that women, and especially women of color, face in Maryland. Women working full-time year-round in Maryland typically only make 86% of what their white male counterparts make, leaving a wage gap of 14 cents on the dollar. And it varies by race, and it's larger for many women of color. In Maryland, roughly 6 in 10 workers in the state's lowest paying jobs are women. And women are more than 2/3 of tipped workers, and more than 1/3 of tipped workers in Maryland are women of color. Tipped workers experience poverty at far higher rates than the workforce overall. And they, as we've heard, experience job loss, reduced tips, and great risk to their health during the height of the pandemic. With equal pay, because women are the majority of workers who will see their pay go up, wage gaps will likely narrow as well. And now with DC raising their wage, we'll be competing with them too. So my last point is that enacting the Fair Wage Act without tipped workers would not be fair, in fact, and would once again leave many women and people of color behind. Please issue a favorable report.
This is the next person.
Thank you, Chair Griffin and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Marjorie McGuire. I worked in the restaurant industry as a server for 15 years. We need a full minimum wage with tips on top because it's hard for me to survive in this world with 3 children going to school, trying to take care of them and support everything that they have to have for school. So that is why I'm here asking you to please support our bill. SB 803. Sorry for the interruption. But thank you very much and please support this bill for us. It's very important to us.
Good evening. My name's Herman Bonner. I'm a restaurant worker, was a busboy, and those were slave wages, and tipping comes from a slave industry. And what this committee should think about is creating an avenue to escape poverty and not trap people into it. At this rate, you're trapping workers, the hardest workers, into poverty. You're forcing them there. Allow them to have a living wage with a minimum wage that's a survival wage with their tips on top. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Nataki Rose, and I've been a restaurant worker for over 15 years now. And I need the Finance Committee to raise the minimum wage for tip workers with tips on top, as you know. And if you check out the history of tipping from emancipation of the free slaves, yes, tipping was a part of giving the free slaves wages. Was they wages, and tips should not be our wages. We should have wages plus with tips on top. And we should stop the myth about that restaurants are going to close. We as workers are going to be out of work. You might hear from people that say that, but they're lying. If you listen and look into the history of raising the wage, it better helps the economy. And we put money back into the economy when we get and do better with our raises. So raise SB 803 for restaurant workers.
Thank you very much.
Any
Are there
questions?
Is there any questions for this panel? Thank you for your.
No, you said you had to hurry up, so
No,
we just
you were helping me. I appreciate
Okay.
that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions from the
Okay.
committee. Thank you all for your patience and your testimony. Thanks for sharing your experiences. We're going to call forward the next panel. Willie Flowers, Alexis Snovich, Samuel Epps, Christopher Meyer. Did I forget Barbara Thompson?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Sam Epps. I'm the political director for Unite Here, Local 25. We are a 6,500 hospitality union here in Maryland, the District of Columbia and Virginia. We ditto what many folks have said, but we want to put our perspective, give you 3 quick points here why we believe and we are supporting and asking for a favorable report on Senate Bill 803. 1, we believe raising the tip wage is good for Maryland workers, especially coming out of the pandemic. Mind you, many of our workers, 98% of our membership was out of work during the pandemic. And amidst rising inflation, workers deserve a raise. And while we represent tip workers in our restaurant outlets, they already make above the minimum wage. But we believe every tip worker needs a wage. Our members have families and friends who are in our non-union properties and restaurants that need a raise as well too. And so, Madam Chair, I would just ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 803. Thank you.
Thank you again. Christopher Meyer, Maryland Center on Economic Policy, in support of Senate Bill 803. I'll try to be quick. Number 1, Senate Bill 803 does not prohibit tipping. There are a lot of different tipping cultures around the world, but if you go to a restaurant in, say, St. Paul, Spokane, Billings, people still leave tips. Those tips are just on top of workers' regular wages. If a restaurant or other employer bans tips and says, oh, it's because of the minimum wage, that's not the truth. It's an excuse. This bill also would not significantly impact job growth. From 2015 to just before the COVID jobs crash, one fair wage states and the states that use the federal 213 standard grew at exactly the same rate, bar and restaurant employment. From spring 2020 through the end of 2022, one fair wage states actually grew faster. Quickly wrapping up, 5 out of 7 one fair wage states outperformed Virginia, our neighbor, a 213 state, in the 2015 to 2020 period. In 2020 to 2022, 4 out of 7 one fair wage states outperformed Virginia. Thank you. Asking for a favorable report.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Thompson, and I have been a worker, a tip worker, a business owner as well. And I know that a job stands for just over broke. You live in paycheck to paycheck. So what I tried to do is after I worked the field and learned the ways of the people, I became a business owner and opened up a restaurant. And I tried to be fair with my employees and pay them their wages. And I was so excited because my employees became like family. And I think that if you know you want your family to do good, you should pay them good. So that's why I say that this bill will help everybody out because we are right now starving. So we need to be able to take care of our kids and go places with them and all that. And you can't make it with just minimum wage. You need the tips on tops.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. My name is Alexis Snovich. I work at Mirror Kitchen Collective in Baltimore City. I am the front of the house manager, also on my way to being co-owner. We currently pay our employees over $15 an hour plus with tips on top. So it doesn't hurt our business at all. We actually are thriving more than we were last year. So I don't see where people are having issues with their financing, with paying their workers more than what they need to. We don't want our Maryland workers to go to DC to make more money because DC is paying a lot more than we are. So I vote in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you all for hanging with Senate Finance. Thanks for your patience. I'm going to move to the next list of witnesses. They are signed up in opposition to the bill. We're going to start Mike O'Halloran, Melvin Thompson, Rebecca Paxton, Gary Cohen, Brenda McDonald, Joshua Chason. And again, the clock is set at 1 minute, just like it was for the previous panels on this bill. So please state your name and get started as soon as you're ready.
Good evening, Madam Chair. For the record, Mike O'Halloran here on behalf of NFIB. I'm going to preemptively say me too from a lot of folks that frankly, I think they are the stars of this show. We're talking about restaurateurs, servers, bartenders, explaining why this bill has some pretty significant unintended consequences. But certainly from a small business angle, look no further than fiscal note. There are serious concerns about the fiscal impact. Certainly understand some of the proponents' testimony, but as I think you'll hear, there are two sides to every story, as we'll know, and there are servers and restaurateurs here to explain why this is a bad idea. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Melvin Thompson, representing the Restaurant Association of Maryland. We're strongly opposed to this bill. After what I just heard here today, I honestly don't know where to start. But I will try to get as much of the points in and hope that you will ask questions. I'll answer them. Contrary to what you have heard, there is no sub-minimum wage for tipped employees. Restaurants, tipped employees must earn at least the full minimum wage per hour. With the $363 that the employer pays them plus tips, it must equal at least the full minimum wage or the employers required by law to make up the difference. The tip credit is lawful acknowledgement that tips contribute to the wages of tipped employees, and it allows employers to use that portion of those tips to apply to the employer's obligation to meet the minimum wage. And if the tip credit was eliminated as is being proposed, employers would likely have to add a service charge to the customer's check in order to cover that additional labor cost of paying that tipped employee a flat hourly rate of at least $15 an hour when the wage raises to that level. And customers will not tip on top of a service charge. We have restaurant owners here. We have tipped employees here. I'm also here. Ask me any question, ask them any question, and they'll explain how it really works. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you. Gary Cohen with Glory Days Grill. We run 7 restaurants in the state of Maryland. I've been in the business for 43 years now.
Thank you.
Thank you. 43 years in the restaurant business, and I've never once ever heard a tipped employee complain about how much money they were making. As a matter of fact, our tipped employees in my company, and anecdotally from everyone else that I hear from, are the highest compensated employees in the restaurant. Our tipped employees that are servers make an average in Maryland between $17 and $24 an hour, plus the $3.63. Our average bartenders are making somewhere north of $25, some over $30. So a lot of what we've heard today, in my experience, and I have a long experience, is simply not true. It is, just like Melvin said, I really believe that if a service charge is added, I mean, we're going to have to add a service charge if this bill passes. And I think in this economy today, our prices have already gone up. We're going to add it. We're going to add a 20% service charge is our math on top of the bill. And I don't think Marylanders will want to pay that. We're strongly opposed to this bill.
Thanks. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Brenda McDonald, and I operate 4 restaurants in Garrett County, Maryland, which is located in the United States of America. It's in rural Garrett County. It has not been easy lately being in the restaurant business. I could tell you tons of stories. We don't have all night. Of my restaurant employees, 56% of them are tipped. For sit-down restaurants, this is average. We take a tip credit because it's vital for our profitability. Tipping encourages individual initiative in a way that no flat hourly wage can. Servers can influence their income by their lives by excelling at their job. Customers do it too. They get involved in it. They talk to the servers, they find out they're college students, whatever, and they give more tips. That's the reality of tipping. If restaurants add a service charge to their checks to cover additional labor costs, customers will consider that to be a tip. However, the service charges are not the same as tips because restaurants would be forced to use part of this to help the revenue for the higher wages. In addition to labor costs, oh gosh, hold on, I have to say one thing. Where is the money going to come from? You know, our servers make $7 an hour and our bartenders make $9. And honestly, this summer we were going to raise the servers to $9 and the bartenders to $11. But with this bill, I cannot. I have other employees that need wages too. The kitchen, you know, everybody else. I mean, you can't. I love my job. I love my customers and my employees, but legislators, not you guys, you all seem a little nice, but over there, believe me, they don't. And I don't think they know a damn thing about the restaurant business. Really. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Paxton. I'm the Director of Research at the Employment Policies Institute. This is a bad economic deal for tipped workers in Maryland. 3 out of 4 economists agree that eliminating the tipped wage in Maryland will cause them to lose their jobs. A UC Irvine study on tipped minimum wages across the country estimates that for every $1 increase in the tipped minimum wage, jobs will be cut by 6% and earnings will go down by 5.6% for workers. This bill will reduce tipped workers' earnings. Tips on top of a flat wage is a myth. a Cornell University economist found that across the country, as tipped minimum wages increase, the amount that customers tip decreases. Miami and Trinity University economists estimate that tip credit elimination will cost Maryland workers' families up to $8,000 every year. Service charges are also a bad alternative. Employees in the San Francisco Chronicle, New York Times, Eater Magazine all report that when their restaurant switched to a service charge, they could lose up to $30,000 on the year. And I'd just like to say that in Washington, D.C., they have passed tip credit elimination. It has not even gone into effect yet. But there is a list put together by the community. Already 140 restaurants have switched to service charges there.
Thank you, committee members. My name is Joshua Chase, and I'm the president of the Restaurant Workers of America, and I come before you as a current tipped employee, in fact, of 20 years. And you'll hear from a number of tipped employees here locally who are here to speak to our support for the tip credit. You know, it's astounding to me that during this hearing already, even from the sponsor who's clearly anti-tipping, that we haven't heard the reality that service charges belong to the house. They do not belong to the workers. Service charges are property of the business, and they can dole out those monies as they see fit. In fact, most of those businesses use those service charges to offset their insanely increased labor costs. But most importantly, policies like this take monies directly from worker hands and give them to ownership. It allows them to dole out those monies as they see fit. The reality is that tips and gratuities allow us to maximize our income. It allows us to remain the commission-based salespeople that we consider ourselves to be. And in my home state of city of Portland, the city rejected this proposal on the ballot this year by a 2-to-1 margin after hearing directly from tipped workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Beidle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cohen, I just have a question from a prior testimony about Social Security payments on tipped workers. So do all the tips go into their income and they pay Social Security on all the tips that they report?
Yes.
Okay.
All declared tips are taxable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mounts.
Thanks. Thank you, Chairman. Melvin, we've got a number of restaurants and bars, hospitality establishments in our district, and they've contacted me for a while about this with concern. And they've shared all sorts of stories about where this has taken place and the problems that it's created. It was the testimony earlier, I believe, was that this would bring, economic upturn, things would be good, things would go very well. The constituents that have contacted me have all been very concerned about it. And I want to know your thoughts and perspectives on the impact that this has had in other areas where it's been implemented.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. I do appreciate it. And there have been some restaurants in New York, for example, Danny Meyer is an example that has tried to get rid of tipping and lost all of his employees. They didn't like it. And so this doesn't really work because tipped employees don't want to earn a flat hourly rate. They like the tipping system. But for full service restaurants, another major concern, Senator, is that if you pay them a flat hourly rate, then you remove the incentive to provide the best possible service. That's what tipped employees are working for, and the business owners want their employees to be giving the best possible service. So they actually like the model the way it is. And this is the reason why Congress, Senator, approved the tip credit as part of the Fair Labor Standards Act in 1966, because they knew that it was critical to the full service restaurant model. And by eliminating it or reducing it, you're really going to have a devastating impact, not only on the restaurant, but on tipped employee earnings.
And then one little follow-up, and the stories are, not every business is at full capacity at all times. They have bad nights also. And if you're a tipped employee and you have a bad shift and things don't work out well, that's not a good night. But how does that impact the restaurant where the tipped employee is working? What happens when the night is bad in the front of the house? How does that impact the restaurant or the bar?
Well, Senator, first of all, let me just explain that You might have one bad night or there might be a snowstorm, but the requirement that the tipped employee makes at least the full minimum wage per hour means over the course of the work week. So that means all of the wages that the employee has earned from the employer required 363 plus the tips must equal at least the full minimum wage per hour for the work week. Now, that's not usually a problem because tipped employees, as you will hear, make significantly more than that, but that's the requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Was it Rebecca? Is that you? You mentioned that you'd have been working with what's going on in Washington, DC already. I was there recently and saw the 20% service charge that you talked about, and you mentioned as well too. I was not under the impression that that does not go to the server or the bartender in that scenario. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Yeah. Either.
Might be better.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I may feel that. I appreciate that, Rebecca. Yeah, so the reality is that service charges belong to the House. There are, as you folks in this room know, there are a certain set of laws that surround themselves around the term tips and or gratuities, but service charges are not tips and gratuities and belong to the House. And in fact, there is no transparency required with any sort of service charge reflecting how much of that is actually going back to the workers. And ultimately, most importantly, it takes the funds away from going directly to the workers, and it is property of the House. And to your point, when folks see that on their check, they automatically presume that it is in fact the tip and that they simply don't tip on top of that.
I'll be honest, I fell for that and I thought that was the tip, and I just thought that they came across and they said sometimes you see suggested tips on things like this, but it was flat written out there 20%, and I thought that was the tip. So it's yes, go ahead.
No,
okay. No, and I just think that so this is where we are going if we do some type of raising the minimum wage, and that's why you have so many people here that don't want to see us go that way because they'd actually make less money as a result of that. Make sure I understood that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator. All right, I don't see any additional questions for this Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Reedy.
Thank you. And Melvin, you made this point. It's really interesting. And it's something maybe that do you think we should consider this as we make policies around wages in general? You said something about the incentive to make more money drives you to do better, to work harder, to do better. Is that fair to characterize what you said?
Yes, absolutely, Senator, you're right. Because in a full service restaurant, it's all about the service. So the employer wants them providing the best possible service, and the tipping system is what provides that incentive to the employee to provide the best possible service. That's what earns them the most tips. That's why they like the system the way it is.
So, for example, when you watch reality television show about restaurants, which I'm sure is not actually indicative of restaurant life, but they talk about selling the specials, and that's why. And that's
selling, yes.
But it's also just an important economic principle that is an immutable law that people trying to give people a certain wage. Sometimes it's better to incentivize trying to get to a next level to do that. But anyway, it's just human nature, but it's very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking around. I see no additional questions for this panel. Thank you very much for your testimony and for your patience this evening. We'll call forward the next panel, starting with Sierra Dance, Michael Batamoshi, Eliza, Quentin, Valerie Torres, Megan Kane, and Tanya White. Lisa Dalton. Sure, Tanya. It's late. I might have said both. I don't know. Hey, good evening. You can get started as soon as you're ready.
Hi, my name is Lisa Dalton, and I am a bartender at Rock Salt Grill in Westminster, Maryland. I strongly oppose SB 803. I have been in the business since I was 17 years old. So as you can see, it's been a few years now. And I was able to single-handedly raise my daughter, put her in karate, put her in marching band, put her through college, all because I am a tipped employee. Fast forward to 2016, we opened up a restaurant in Westminster. And we are #1 on TripAdvisor because of our level of service. And that goes a long way when you have a team of people that really want to work very, very, very hard for the restaurant to make those tips. Very important. The other thing is I would advise anybody that's not getting what they need out of their employers is to get better employers, because my employers are amazing. They actually pay me $13 an hour to bartend. And that's pretty commendable. Last thing I want to say quickly is bartending is not just making drinks and making food, but it's establishing relationships. And it's also about creating experiences. And my guests want to tip me for that. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Megan Kane. I'm speaking as a current tipped employee who has also worked at a restaurant where I was paid a flat minimum wage with alleged tips on top. I currently work for the Silver Diner company, and I worked there for one summer before COVID when I was still in high school. I made enough in tips as a server to basically fund everything I wanted to do for fun, and more importantly, create a savings fund for college. When I went off to college, I was very lucky to have enough scholarships and college tuition fund savings to not pay base tuition, but I still need to pay all other living expenses. And as someone with chronic medical conditions, that's very, very expensive for me. So I picked up a serving job. I was told that this restaurant would pay me a flat minimum wage and that I would receive tips on top. I worked in a small rural town, and the thing is, everybody there knew that I was paid flat minimum wage. That was company policy, not state policy. I made so little in tips on top that I made essentially the flat minimum wage, and I was forced to pick up 2 other jobs on top of that to barely afford to live, and was forced to drop out of college full time, move back home with my parents. I picked up my job again at Silver Diner and now make enough to live comfortably on my own. Thank you for your time.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Michael Gabatamoshi. I am currently a tipped employee, and I'm also a college student. Right now, with me getting tipped, I'm putting myself through college. I do go to a university, which is very expensive. I stay at home and I commute so that I can put myself, like, I'm paying my tuition every semester without being delayed. I'm not taking any loans because I know that I have a long way to go because I want to be in medicine. So I have a lot of way to go. So I'm using this money to pay for my tuition so that it takes off a burden off my family and my parents. This tip wage shows me especially that, like, what my service to someone is, I'm doing a good job. Like, they feel comfortable around me. Like, they come back to see me and they come back and they keep coming back because they know that when I'm there, when they get me, it's going to be a great time. We're going to be like, it's kind of like a family outside of me. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sierra Dacry. I'm a 22-year-old nursing student. I've been working in Ocean City as a tipped employee since 2016. I would be flabbergasted if any of you have never been to a restaurant. We all have been. I'm sure you remember your best times there and your worst times there. Maybe they forgot your martini, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that, or they were rude. You know, it happens. You haven't forgotten it though. I speak on the tip credit and how important it is to my job and my future job as a nurse. It rewards hard work and good service. Whatever my guests need, I am there to help, even if it means 3 extra cups of ranch. Tip jobs provide me, a working nursing student, with 2 jobs and flexibility in my schedule. Some days may be slow and other days may be busy, but that's just the nature of the job. I entered the workforce the day after my 14th birthday. Each position I held, I noticed someone above me making more. I did what I could and had to do to get there. In my short time in this industry, I realized that if I wanted to make more money, just climb the ladder. It was a path to better myself. Having a tip system in our industry offers the safety net of minimum wage if it's a slow week, but provides me an incentive to work as hard as I can to make on some nights a higher hourly wage than the proposed top rate of this bill. As the Gen Z here in this room, I would say that removing the tip credit sounds a little bit like a participation trophy wage, and I'm just not in favor for it. May I say one more small point? I mean, Okay, just real quick. I don't know if you guys have traveled internationally. I have with my tips. And let me just say that the service outside of the country is horrendous. Mhm.
My name is Tanya. Oh. Hello, okay. My name is Tanya White. I'm a server at Silver Diner. A tip is a tip is a tip. Silver Diner does not have white tablecloths. Okay, and when you did, I'm sorry, I don't know your name in the white shirt. I'm sorry. The Senator, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The 20% service charge. I was looking in your face when you said you thought that tip was going to your server. You didn't tip your server. But that's okay though. You acknowledged it and I saw it on your face. A tip is a tip is a tip. I've been doing this for 15 years. I have 3 kids. Okay, my kids are grown now. So I'm taking care of myself now. Okay, when you go to dine with your husband, your wife, your friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, you expect to be greeted, attended to, you expect to be served. Okay, we don't receive a badge of honor. Our face is not on the front page of Time magazine. Our confirmation is the tip you place on the table. That tip tells us, we appreciate you. You was great. Thank you. Leaves me with a smile. Okay, now just imagine if this bill goes through, I'm not gonna remember if you wanted cream in your coffee. I'm not. Because when I walk out of that door for my job, I need to get this bill paid. I need gas in the car. I need to get back and forth to work. And it's gonna be a repeat. This is what I'm gonna be thinking about. I get paid every 2 weeks. I can't do it. You understand? I mean, I don't even know what my time is. It beat. I am so sorry. I've been doing this since I was 15. There's so much going on in my head right now. You just don't know. But I appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody's time, my sisters and brothers. I appreciate you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your testimony. Thank you all. I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you all for hanging out and sharing your experiences with us. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Santi Hosh Jackson, Mike Donnelly, Jackie Carlton, Anthony Clark, Jamie Bradley, Emily Phipps. Okay, I'm Maria Purty. Okay, good evening. You can get started as soon as you're ready.
Hi, my name is Anthony Clark. And let me start. So thank you for being here. I just want to first say a couple of little things. TIPS means to ensure prompt service. That's what the word means. And Senator Els, I'm glad you brought up Europe because that's part of what I wanted to talk about. I'm actually born in Ireland. I came over here after being here for a couple of summers and finishing college in catering in Dublin, working in a couple of bars there and some restaurants. First restaurant I actually worked in was McDonald's. And I can tell you, I left Ireland not just for the weather, but because the work week in this industry was so long and so hard and so underpaid. I went to London, worked there for 6 years in the hotel business. Again, the same thing. I took one vacation in 6 years. I came to the United States a number of times during my college years and took a variety of different jobs. And I ended up coming back here when I got a visa. I came here for opportunity. I came here to work and I came here to make money. The first job I had was in a bar. I'll be real quick. I have 4 restaurants now. We employ 160 people. I've been through it and I've been here for the last 30 years. And I'm very appreciative of this business and the people that work with us. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jackie Carlton. I've worked in the industry since I was about 16, starting as a runner, server, bartender. And I've worked for companies as far as Phillips Seafood, Green Turtle Franchising Company, and currently Titan Hospitality, which owns Blackwell Hitch, Annapolis, Alexandria, Blackwell Barn and Lodge, and Smashing Grapes Concepts. I want to start by saying I believe that this legislation is a solution looking for a problem when there is no problem. With the way the current system is designed, the way it works, and the way it benefits every tipped employee in the state of Maryland. The overwhelming majority of tipped employees in the state of Maryland do not want the change, the way in which it will compensate it. I recognize your time is value, and while I could argue over a dozen reasons why this legislation is bad in policy, I will keep my comments and remarks focused on three prevalent issues. So probably won't have time, but first, in the legislation passes, it will immediately reduce income to tipped employees across the state of Maryland. There are very few tipped employees in any full restaurant industry that receive less income in tips than the current minimum wage. If this restaurant industry that receive less income in tips than the current minimum wage. If this legislation is passed, my income and my income of thousands of restaurant employees will significantly decrease. At this time, we are seeing record inflation, skyrocketing cost of goods, and historical increases in the cost of living. A decrease in wages is service industry would be catastrophic.
Hi, my name is Emily Phipps, and I'm a current employee with Silver Diner. I've been here for 11 years. I was a server for 7 of those years, and I'm currently a kitchen manager. I'm here to talk about my experiences as well as the implications that passing this bill will have on some of my coworkers. So I was serving for a long time. I used that money to help me pay for college. And then when I was pregnant, I was able to work 2 days a week to be able to take care of myself and to take care of my son. And after he was born, I was able to spend the first 2 years home with him, working only 2 days a week. And I was able to fully support us both. If I was making a minimum wage job, no way, no how would I have been able to do that. The other thing is there's a lot of employees in Silver Diner who have been here for a very long time. We have Shannon over here. She's been in restaurants for 30 years. And she was telling me if she went to minimum wage, usually she makes about $30 an hour in tips at a Silver Diner. You know, if she went to $15 an hour, there goes her livelihood. And she said there's nowhere else for her to go. What else would she do? So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Jackson. I work with the Silver Diner. I've been with the industry about 25 years. I started off as a server, moved my way up in the industry, and that's the opportunity that the restaurant business provides you with working as a tipped employee to get more money. Right now, currently, I'm a store manager, and I know in examples from my servers and my bartenders that they can go to school full-time at college and work a weekend and make $400 to $500, $600 in 2 shifts, 2 days, working over the restaurant business. Doing the math, if you were to do the $15 per hour, let's say about an 8-hour work week, that's about a $600 a week pay. Currently, servers and bartenders are making more than that currently within 2 or 3 shifts right now. And if you were to pass this bill, that would eliminate the opportunity for our servers and bartenders to make the maximum amount they can. It's about the service and industry, about working with your people and your guests, your customers, and you build a relationship with them and they take care of you. I was telling in my training that get to know Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, they like sweet tea. And when you might have a bad day, but they know you, they're going to take care of you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mariah Pertee. I'm speaking in opposition to SB 803, as many of us. I've been a server and a bartender at Madrone's American Grill since 2014. This not only got me through undergrad and graduate school, but got me through postgraduate school with a lot of loans to my name. Without these tips, I would not have been able to attend school. I would not have been able to take care of myself. I was unable to live at home, so these tips were necessary for me to live on my own and take care of myself. This is by no means a white table restaurant, and I still was able to make about $600 to $800 a week off only working weekends. There's no other place that I know of that I could work that while attending the school full time. In regard just to the restaurant industry, we are more than a family, and we are more than, united together in this fight. I know Madrone specifically during COVID, they gave us meals for free. They would compensate us for things. Even something as simple as your car broke down, so you had to get an Uber to work, they would compensate you for that. They want to take care of us. They want to give us as much money as we deserve and as much money as we need to survive. This is not going to do that. This is going to do the complete opposite. It's going to hurt the restaurant and it's going to hurt us. So please do not.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jamie Bradley. I have been in the restaurant industry for 27 years. For the last 23 years, I have been with the same employer. I average $60 an hour. I work 2 days a week and I make over $60,000 a year. I've been able to be a stay-at-home mom, to be with my kids. I can be the class mom, the chaperone, etc. The thing is, I love my job. I do my job according to the money. I go every day with that positive attitude. And I know that what I've got to do, I've built a clientele. I have my customers that I know that are going to come in to see me. If I have to work for $15 an hour, I'm not doing it. I'm not, like she said, I'm not getting that extra side of ranch. You're not getting your coffee creamer. I'm not going to put forth that extra effort. That's about it. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any questions for this panel. Thank you for sharing your experiences with the Senate Finance Committee.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're going to call our next group of witnesses. Ramatuli Drame, Patrick Riley, Aiden Riley, Anastasia Brown, Hannah Dignam, Jamie Bradley,
Patrick, Aiden Riley, and Hannah Dawn.
okay. Cassandra Nemoyne, Ricky Shepherd. I had Emily Phipps on twice. Okay, come on down and you can get started as soon as you're ready. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Ramatulai Drame. I've been a server at Silver Diner Greenbelt for over 3 years now. My main goal when I first came in there was that I wanted to build a foundation with my husband, who I've been married to for almost 2 years now. I started working shortly before quarantine had started, and I was out of work for about 3 months. But as soon as June hit, I was working consistently for all 3 summers and keep going forward. I earned enough money, I would say, to visit my husband. This past summer, I was able to help my mom buy a car. Don't worry, she's paying me back the money. And I'm also a college student as well, so I'm taking care of that tuition as well. And what else I wanted to say? I think working as a server as well has helped me with my communication skills as well, because, you know, it's a very mutual relationship between servers and guests. I highly doubt that this level of communication would have even happened if I was just working minimum wage, honestly. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Nemoyne. I work at Silver Diner Greenbelt. I don't have quite much to say because everyone already said everything I wanted to say, but I just want to say, please do something for us, because I was a host before I become a server and I was barely making any money. And when I see the way the server work hard and earn their money, and I become a server, and my livelihood right now would as a server, if I'm getting $15 an hour, I know I won't be able to make that life anymore and help my son, because my son asks me money every day because he know I come home with money in my hand. So please, I hope you guys, do something for us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ricky Shepherd. I'm a little embarrassed, and I think all of you should be, that we're sitting here discussing this. This was brought before, and that we're sitting here talking about this. I've worked at 12 Washingtonian top 100 restaurants. I've worked in management capacity for 4 Washingtonian top 100 restaurants. I don't understand how this even got here, how this works, how this got here, how people who don't even know this business are discussing it. The amount of uneducation about this business that was said from members sitting across from me. Senator, you did not tip 20% because that server tipped out 5% to other people. So you thought you tipped 20%, but you didn't. You tipped 15%. Everybody knows that this is serious business, and we're sitting here talking like it's not. At the end of the day, with all of these employees back here, the business owners have said It's not good for business. If you make $1 million a year as a restaurant, you're only taking to the bank about 200,000 if you're running it efficiently. If you up the minimum wage, that'll be less and businesses will go out of business. I can't even believe we have to sit here and discuss this in 2023. The previous bills were talked about a fair minimum wage. We couldn't even get that through. And now we're sitting here discussing this. Do not take away the tips. It's pretty simple. One more point. I left Harry Brown's 4 years ago. I used to have to park my car outside on the street. And there used to be a guy laying bricks out on the street. And as I walked into this building again today, guess what? There's a guy laying bricks on the street. Is this what we're doing? Is this how it works?
Hi, my name is Anastasia Brown. I work for Great American Restaurants, more specifically Coastal Flats in Gaithersburg, Maryland. I started working in the industry in 2018, right after I graduated high school. And I do not regret the decision to work in a restaurant. With this, I am set to graduate from the Smith School of Business next spring, debt-free. I have an internship lined up this summer that I found through a connection I made as a bartender. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, I'm a little shaky. But I do want to stress that we all know that we make a lot of money in the service industry. I do want to stress that the connections I have made through this industry is incredible. I found someone who gave me an internship. I'm sorry. I am very, very grateful for this industry, and I'm very grateful for the connections that I have, and I just don't have enough words to express that. And I do want to say, Senator, I have made the mistake in thinking that the service charge was a tip, and I feel like there has been a lot of hate in that, and I am sorry. But I have made that mistake before, and I am here, and I apologize, but it happens. It's okay. But we still appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to this panel. I don't see any questions. Colleagues, the guests that were signed up to testify in our virtual space are not here. So that is going to conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 803. Thank you all so much. A very long day. Thanks for your patience. Meeting adjourned.